Cleveland's sports radio, 92.3 The Fan. An Odyssey sports station.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
This 2020 is brought to you by Brunswick Auto Mart. Save thousands below new car prices on over 350 premium certified and pre-owned vehicles at BrunswickAutoMart.com. Cavaliers remain firmly in fourth place in the East. They're a game and a half back from the Knicks and 2.5 ahead of the Magic. The Wine and Gold will be on the road tonight. They'll be facing the struggling Dallas Mavericks, who are only 22-44 on the season. Jarrett Allen has been ruled out again tonight due to a lingering knee injury. This will be the fourth consecutive game Allen has missed due to the injury. Tyrese Proctor and Max Strus have also been ruled out for tonight. Tip-off for the Cavs and the Mavericks is at 7:30. And the MAC tournament continues over at Rocket Arena today, but without Miami of Ohio. The previously undefeated Red Hawks fell to UMass yesterday and have been eliminated from the MAC tournament. They will now have to rely on an at-large bid to get into the NCAA tournament. UMass will take on Toledo later today at 5 o'clock. Penn State and Akron tip off at 7:30. And Ohio State has an early tip time today. After taking down Iowa yesterday, they'll be facing the number 1 seeded Michigan at noon. The other Ohio team in action today looking for a conference championship is Dayton. They'll be taking on St. Bonaventure at 2 o'clock. And the Guardians back in action for Cactus League play this afternoon. They'll be headed out to Tempe to play visitor to the Angels. Joey Cantillo will get the start. And the World Baseball Classic returns to action tonight. Team USA will be facing Team Canada in the first game of the quarterfinals. Logan Webb set to start tonight for the United States. The Giants pitcher started against Brazil in USA's first game of the tournament, allowing only 1 hit and 1 run while striking out 6 through 4 innings of work. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps, Cleveland's sports radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Why not? Why not, Ty Simpson? Welcome to Baskin and Phelps, everybody. I'm Jeff Phelps, my partner over there, coughing already.
You can't hear me coughing.
20 seconds into the show.
Come on,
Boom, he's going already.
My throat. Stop it.
Sandy Baskin.
I am not alone in my
okay?
coughing. Of course I'm.
You need a Heimlich?
No, I'm fantastic. Are you kidding me? This is going to be a great weekend of sports. There's so many things going on. At all levels. It is unbelievable as you kind of look. As we start the show, I got to tell you, I am now a huge Eric Spoelstra fan. I just want to get that out there.
I love Eric Spoelstra.
I love the fact that he is not apologizing for Bam Adebayo's 83 points.
In fact, he's saying to everybody.
I love it. Good for him.
Bam.
Good for him. Why should they apologize?
Oddly enough, we're going to talk about that a little bit later on.
I'm just so excited for him.
As Bam said, I only scored 21 tonight, but hey, and then he said, the other night when he had 83, he said,
yeah.
When I had 70, you didn't think we were going to go for it?
Was it the LA Times wrote like a scathing headline? I was like, you know what? Forget you, LA Times.
Good for them.
Guy's
Coming
a
up on the show
basketball
today,
player. Yeah.
Well, we had big doings over at the MAC tournament.
Oh,
Miami getting knocked off in the first round. Should they go to the NCAA tournament? We're going to talk about that and get the thoughts of Rick Boyages, who has been in college basketball forever.
Yeah, former William & Mary head coach, was one time the interim head coach at Ohio State after Jim O'Brien was an assistant at Ohio State for forever.
Worked in the MAC front office.
Worked in the Big Ten front office for years. He was part of that crew with Paul Biancardi, who a lot of people respect and read and listen to what he has to say, especially when it comes true to recruiting and stuff like that. But Rick knows his stuff, man, and I can't wait to talk to him. He'll have a good feel on whether Miami's going to make it or not.
He's at 11. Our buddy Brian Anderson's going to join us talking baseball. Coming up at noon. Looking forward to that. The
USA Canada, baby.
Browns free agents are talking today, Andy.
Ooh.
We will hear what they had to say a little bit later in the show. Zion Johnson, Elton Jenkins, and Quincy Williams. So all that's coming up. Yesterday, Alabama quarterback Ty Simpson was on the Up and Adams show with Kay Adams. So it's Up and Adams with Kay Adams, which, by the way, if your name is Adam, Adams, you can do Up and Adams.
Why wouldn't it just be
worked.
Up and Adams and call it a day? Why does it have to be with Kay? Obviously, it's Up and Adams. Hi, I'm
Well,
Kay
because it's more pub for her, which, if you're going to sell it, baby.
It could be
Up and Adams with Kay Adams.
Well, it could have been Up and Adams with Don Adams, and we could have heard from Tennessee Tuxedo the whole time, too.
Just a little bit short.
Just a little bit. Hang on, I got to answer my shoe phone.
Well, Ty Simpson was on her show, and he's the Alabama quarterback. He's the Alabama quarterback who couldn't beat out Jalen Milroe, who went in the third round to the Seattle Seahawks, who, by the way, I think is really intriguing still.
Yeah.
But he couldn't beat him out. Milroe
2 years ago.
Milroe
right?
goes in the third round.
Right.
And he sat behind him for 2 years and didn't start at Alabama until his senior year. Was pretty good in the first half of the year, then got injured and his play fell off. But he's considered the number 2 quarterback in this draft.
I don't know why, but it irritates me. Or just not irritates me, it rubs me the wrong way when you say he couldn't beat him out. I mean,
well, he didn't beat him out. I mean, that's just a
but
fact.
I mean, if a guy's a year ahead of you or...
Oh, that doesn't matter. At a place like Alabama, you play the best quarterback.
Yeah, but there's some politics there. It doesn't matter what's going. Jeff, come on, man. There's politics everywhere.
To make Andy Baskin happy, Ty Simpson sat behind Jalen Milroe for a couple of years.
I respect that. No,
paying his dues because nobody liked him at Alabama. Anyhow,
did anybody go to his birthday party?
He was on.
Did they go to his birthday party?
He was on Kay Adams' shindig.
Yeah.
And Kay asked him about, and they started talking Browns. I mean, that was kind of the focus of the thing, and we know we've heard this on the station, previously. But Kay asked him about the idea of playing with Ohio State wide receiver Carnell Tate in Cleveland.
Ooh.
That's something that you got to ask Coach Monk and Mr. Berry. I think it'd be great. They got it going up there. Coach Monk's going to get it right. They got all the right pieces. If I'm able to throw the Carnell, it'd be great. It would be something that we'd always be on the same page, and hopefully we'd take the league by storm.
Take the league by storm.
Wow, that is Bertie Kosar like heavenly sentences about your football team. It is. It's I'm coming to Cleveland.
Am I allowed to read more into that? Because he sounded like Cleveland, didn't he?
Yeah, he doesn't have a choice, though. I mean,
and she asked him about it, and they were going there. But it sounded more to me. It sounded just a little bit more than they're a team that could possibly draft me. Maybe that's the tie to Coach Bunkin.
Yeah, he likes him. I mean, and they like each other.
They know each other. Dads are, his dad's friends.
Yeah,
with Bunkin.
Cool. Why wouldn't you want to talk like that if you've got knowledge and base and just kind of like, okay, we're tight with. I know him. I'd love to be able to throw this star wide receiver from college. I love it. Why wouldn't you lean into it?
They've got it going on up there.
That doesn't make you happy?
We've seen an awful lot about how they have it going on in the last month and a half since they've done nothing.
All I know, Jeff, is that if you bring Ty Simpson in, if you're going to draft him, okay, then
it's the end of everybody else.
It's the end of everybody else who's here except for Deshaun. Deshaun's here for another year.
Probably.
So it would be the end.
The relationship with Todd Monken, and we've been asking since Todd got hired, wonder what Todd thinks of the quarterbacks. Wonder what he really thinks. Jeff Shadell was with us yesterday.
Yeah.
Jeff said, man, I'd like to be a fly on the wall in that office and hear what he really thinks. Well, here's what Ty Simpson thinks about Todd Monken.
He recruited me at Georgia. I had a great relationship with him. And then, him coaching at Southern Miss, him and my dad got to, know each other pretty well. So I've known him for a long time. And then, when I got to meet with them at the Combine and got to meet with them on a 30 visit. It was, just something, there's a, personality about him that, he kind of has that chip on his shoulder to where, he wants to, take the league by storm with his offense. And, he's very genuine and, cares about his players and cares about his coaches. And, the proof is in the pudding when it comes to, offense, right? Like you saw what he did, at Georgia, saw what he did with Lamar, like, it just kind of, I think it's a quarterback-friendly system and a guy who is willing to, change and adapt.
Two real strong comments from Ty Simpson about one of 32 teams that could draft him.
Well, but he's got background with Monken. I mean, there's a family background. There's all this stuff going on there.
Again, that feeds into it.
Yeah,
that's not necessarily why he's saying these things. I think it's really intriguing.
Why wouldn't you want to play for somebody you've known for a long time? There's the expectation. I mean,
he recruited me at Georgia. I liked it so much I went to Alabama to sit. That one did crack me up a little bit.
Jeff, who had the bigger paycheck?
Andy, you're not off on that.
No, I mean, who offered him more money?
One last thought. This is a real quickie, so listen closely. It lasts all of like 2 or 3 seconds. This is Ty Simpson on possibly playing for the Browns.
I'm blessed enough to get an invite. I would love to go.
Of course he would. Now,
I love what he's saying. I just don't. Do you like Ty Simpson over Shedeur Sanders? That's the question. It's really where you're going with this, isn't it?
Or for this year, Deshaun Watson. And it doesn't matter what I like. What matters is what Todd Monken likes.
Jeff, if they draft Ty Simpson, they've got to go out and get another veteran free agent quarterback, and then that's it. And now you're Simpson, Watson, veteran free agent quarterback, and you're going to clear the house on the other quarterbacks that are here.
I would think you're absolutely correct.
I don't know how you couldn't look at it that way.
You want to get really, really clever?
Hit me.
You could even draft another quarterback in the 3rd or 4th round if somebody was sitting there who you liked. You could draft 2 quarterbs in the same draft for the second year in a row.
I would be against that. I would definitely.
Yeah, I would too, but it's something to think about.
You already wasted. I mean, if you send both those guys packing, then you've wasted 2 picks from last year. Although you've got a new head coach, so anything goes.
Now let me throw this out at you. When Jeff Shadell was with us yesterday, when we were talking about quarterbacks, Jeff said, "But quarterbacks get overdrafted all the time."
Well, that's true.
That is true. We're going to go over evidence of that, but also evidence of it might not be a bad thing. Okay? If you want Ty Simpson in Cleveland, and if anybody does, I'd love to hear from you, 216-474-0092. It sounds like Ty Simpson wants Ty Simpson in Cleveland. One of the reasons why, if the Browns want to make sure they get him, they can just flat out take him at 6. Wouldn't that stun everybody?
Yes, I do think.
Browns fans, wouldn't it stun you? But if Todd Monken thinks this kid can be his starting quarterback, why wouldn't you do it? That's the catch.
Draft him at 6 because you don't have to draft him at 6. You're trading out of
Andy, quarterbacks get overdrafted all the time, and a draft position. If you find the right guy, it doesn't matter. Well, if people think he should be the 20th pick and you take him at 6 and he turns out to be your quarterback for a decade, congratulations. You nailed it. Nailed it.
Jeff, do you really – everything I've read, although you can do that till you're blue in the face. The one thing here is – I'm just kidding. There's just no. I don't think you're taking him at 6.
I don't either.
I think you're trading out of 6, going back, picking up another first-round pick, then picking him up,
picking up a second to drop back a few spots, or something.
Yeah, then pick him up. In the teens or late or 20s.
But what if he's not there? What if somebody else makes the move?
Okay, then you got the extra picks, and you're going to get better at wide receiver or some other position.
Quarterbacks get overdrafted all the time.
Yeah, I know the line, Jeff, and I agree with it. I do. I agree with that.
Andy, quarterbacks get overdrafted all the time.
He's not going at 6. It's too high.
If Todd Monken likes him, you okay with him going at 6? You okay with him going a little later in the first round and the Browns either trade back to get him or trade up to get him? Because, in all honesty, isn't this about what Todd Monken wants for his offense? And might he want a guy that he has a great familiarity with and thinks highly of? 216-474-0092. You want proof that it might work? That's coming up next on Baskin and Phelps.
Travel safe.
listen to The Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's Sports Desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Alabama quarterback Ty Simpson. Heard him last segment. He was on Up and Adams with Kay Adams. Thank you for the audio there, Kay. And he said, boy, Browns draft Carnell Tate, draft me. We'll set the league on fire. We'll be on the same page. It'll be great. And he sounded like a guy who knew way too much about the Browns and almost like he was
you're reading into
coming
it, man. Yeah.
Well, we got 4 hours.
I know, but you're very media on this run. Like, I feel very media-driven kind of push.
All right, let me rephrase it. Yeah, Ty Simpson talked about the Browns, but, who cares?
Yeah, it's
we don't want him here.
I'm not saying I don't want him
to be here.
I don't know that I don't want him.
Browns aren't going to get him.
I don't want him at 6.
They're not going to figure it out.
How's that sound?
They're not going to bring him in. We got Shador, we got Deshaun, we got Dylan, we're good.
Wow, I feel like welcome to the Bill Belichick Show. Hi, everybody. Today on the show, we'll talk about groveling.
Now, here's the thing. Andy, I don't know if you know this. Quarterbacks get overdrafted all the time.
Jeff, I've never heard that before in the last 30 seconds.
They really do. And if you overdraft and you get it right, who cares? Keep that in mind. 216-474-0092 is the number to join us. And David called those digits, and he's with us right now.
David?
Hi, David.
Hello?
Hey, fellas. So, yeah. I'm really struggling with this Ty Simpson talk because it's a combination of things, and I think you just hopefully the brain trust are just kind of really, really taking in all of the information as if it's a gamble no matter who you pick. Arch Manning is going to be a gamble next year, but also 2027 is not just an Arch Manning draft. There's 5, 6, 7 guys that have the measurables that I think we all want. I know nobody wants to talk about 2027. Everybody wants to solve the problem.
I do.
This
My
year.
guy Lenora Sellers is in that draft, David.
Amongst many others that are 6'2" to 6'5". This is why we don't need – yes, we need to figure out the quarterback solution. I think it would be another dumb choice, a dumb decision to try to do it this year ahead of a draft that is widely agreed upon as the best quarterback draft that we've had in several years. Yeah, somebody might go back. We do know that. But look, the guys that are available, you've even got a guy 6'7" that's not even projected to go in the second or third round right now that's going to play this year at UCLA and could end up being a top 50 pick with these other guys. So, it's very important to fill holes that we have on this team this year. And another wasted
Wait, you don't think quarterback's a hole on this team right now?
Oh, sure. If I was worried about winning 5, 6, 7, 8 games, I would have went after Kyler Murray. All right, we got rid of Baker Mayfield for a reason, not because of the injuries. There was a cap. There was a ceiling to him. He's a good player, but are you going to win a Super Bowl with him? No. Are you going to bring Kyler Murray in here with our offensive line, with the history that Cleveland has with quarterbacks, and expect to get some kind of miracle that we haven't been able to do for 30 years? No. Thankfully, that bullet was dodged, but I'm not interested in winning 6, 7, 8 games. I want to build a team that's going to be good for the next 10 to 15 years, not the next 1 to 2. We do need a quarterback, and the solution doesn't have to be this year. We've got a guy, he may not work out, but we've got a guy that we're minimally invested into that showed some promise. Give the guy the chance to prove us wrong. He'll either be the guy by the end of this year or he won't be. But I think the fall off, whether it's Shador or Kyler or Mack or any of these guys, I think the wins are going to be the same, whether it's 6, 7, 8 games. We're going to be, out of the early running for a good shot at one of the top picks next year.
All right, David.
Or not a playoff team. I'm sorry.
All right, David. Thanks. I understand.
Kayla, he 6'7" us 5 times in that.
There's no way that wasn't on purpose.
5 times in that phone call.
Fully intentional.
You think so? Okay, I was just
absolutely.
Okay. I don't know if you noticed that or not.
I did.
Okay, I didn't know.
All the kids think 6'7" is really hip and cool.
Yeah, well, at least
for some reason that nobody's ever been able to tell me.
There is no answer.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
that's the point. NFL Draft Buzz. Ty Simpson listed at 6'1", 211 pounds. Not real big. However,
wait, he's over 6 foot, Jeff.
However,
that's the threshold.
They also say he stands as one of the most fascinating quarterback prospects in recent memory.
Not
Todd
at
is
6.
in Chagrin Falls. Hello, Todd.
Not at 6.
Morning, guys.
Hi,
How are
Todd.
you, sir?
Good. So I'm more open, I think, to Ty Simpson than most. I don't like saying next year's the year for the quarterback because they said that last year. They'll say it again
Amen.
next
Can we get a hallelujah? Every year we hear that. We heard that last year. Oh, this is going to be the draft. You are dead on, Todd. Dead on.
So if Ty Simpson, and I'm a fan just like the rest of us, I'm not in the rooms and talking to these guys, but if the Browns think he's the guy, then I want him at 6. I mean, if he's the guy, I don't want him trading back and taking a risk of not getting him. If he's the guy, he better get him at 6. If they don't draft him at 6, then I kind of don't want him. So it's one or the other. He's our guy.
What if he's available at 24? What if he's there at 24?
I don't want.
You don't want him?
If we think, I think it's a mistake if they do that, because if they think he's the guy, then get him at 6. If they don't think he's the guy, then don't let him fall and don't take that risk. So it's one or the other. He's the guy,
Todd,
or he's not the guy.
And that's the thought that I have here, Todd, is just this. And personally, Andy, just to make you feel better, Todd, I understand what you're thinking. I wouldn't take him at 6 because I don't know that he's the guy. But Todd, what you just said is what I said in the first segment. If Monken thinks he's going to be a really good NFL quarterback, then why not take him at 6? Why not?
Yeah,
because you don't have to.
I hate agreeing with Jeff on a Friday morning, yet here we are. So, yeah. Have a good day, guys.
See you, Todd.
Monday through Thursday, are we okay, Todd?
I hate agreeing with Jeff on any day.
There you go, Todd.
There you go,
Yes.
Todd. If he happens to, if they really like him and they think he's going to be really big time, why not?
Because you may think there's a better impact player. I know it's still quarterback, so I'm probably talking on both sides here. But if you felt like you had a better impact player at 6, why wouldn't you take him or trade? I'm trading. So that way your first pick is still your quarterback if you want Ty Simpson.
I'm being completely devil's advocate on this.
Okay.
You know that.
Yeah, I know.
I would not take him at 6.
Okay. All right, good.
However,
if you felt he was your quarterback, why
if
wouldn't
I'm
you? I
Todd
understand
Monken and hey, Andrew, Mr. Barry, this guy is the guy. And if you want me to succeed here, I want my guy. And if Todd Monken wants him, I'm going to get him for him. Now, quarterbacks can be overdrafted, Andy. I don't know if you've heard that or not.
Jeff, I think you said it once.
So I went back and looked at the last 10 drafts. And there's some evidence that if you want the guy, just take him, okay?
Okay.
But this shows you how guys can get overdrafted, which is really why I don't want to take him at 6. Last year it was Cam Ward, and then Jackson Dart went at 25.
Okay.
So I think Cam Ward was overdrafted. In most drafts, he probably wouldn't have been the number 1 overall pick.
Mm-hmm.
But I liked him coming out. I wish the Browns could have picked him up, but they didn't. The year before was the really big-time quarterback draft with Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Drake May going off the board 1 through 3.
Okay.
You could make the argument that Michael Penix was overdrafted at 8. He had the injuries and everything else, had a fine career at Indiana and Washington, but maybe overdrafted. J.J. McCarthy at 10, because he's a quarterback, probably overdrafted.
Way overdrafted.
But now let me give you some evidence here.
That he was way overdrafted?
Nope.
Oh.
Bo Nix was drafted at 12. And a lot of folks thought, well, that's way too high for Bo Nix.
Well, that wasn't, though.
But Sean Payton liked him.
Yeah.
And Sean Payton said, I can win with that guy. And what did he do last year with him? He won with him.
Yeah.
Bo Nix is an example of, well, if you like that guy, maybe you go get him. In 2023, I don't think there's evidence of it. Bryce Young, C.J. Stroud, 1-2. Anthony Richardson, 4. He's been a bust. And Will Levis went 33. Kenny Pickett in 2022 in that bad quarterback draft was the only first-round guy. Here's one that might work In 2021, it was Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, Trey Lance. Wilson and Lance have not done much of anything, obviously. Justin Fields went 11. That didn't work. But Mac Jones went 15. And Mac was kind of a system quarterback out of Alabama. Went 15 to the Patriots. They bailed on him. But Mac Jones can play quarterback in the NFL.
Yes, he can.
So this is the type of thing.
But can he win in the NFL?
Well, now that's another question.
Yeah, it's one thing to be able to play.
But see, we see it all the time. Maybe an example, and this one is so funky that it's weird to me. In 2019, Daniel Jones went 6 to the Giants. Everybody thought they overdrafted him.
Yep.
And he came out of Duke, and everybody thought they overdrafted him. And he wasn't great in New York.
Did they overdraft him?
Hmm?
Did they overdraft him?
Yeah.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But guess what?
He got paid.
Not only that, he kicked butt last year till he got hurt. But not for the team that drafted him.
Right.
He got cut by them, signed by the Vikings, goes to the Colts. He can play. If you think he's the guy, you should probably take him.
Now, wait a second. Your Daniel Jones comparison makes me think don't draft Ty Simpson at 6.
Except for this. He wasn't awful with the Giants.
You can't.
But he was in New York. It's a bad situation. The guy can obviously play.
Okay.
But
wasn't awful.
They probably needed to put a better team around him.
Well, that'll be true no matter where. I mean, that's the other hard part about being somebody who's drafting at 6 is you're probably a pretty crappy team.
Exactly.
To be honest.
Yeah.
And so, but drafting Ty Simpson at 6 seems like a mistake to me. It does.
How about this?
And knowing that if you're going to be bad again next year, although it's a wasted first-round pick if you take Simpson in the first round anywhere, if you think it's not going to work.
Okay.
You're guaranteeing him 3 years if you take him in the first round.
Can I give you
yes or no?
Can I give you a little twist to
Is that
this?
true, though? If you take Ty Simpson anywhere in the first round, you're guaranteeing him 3 years.
Minimum 2, but I would think 3.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah. I won't say anywhere in the first round, though. I won't say anywhere.
I would.
If you
This
took
isn't the
him,
NBA.
if you took him in the top 15, I would think you get him. If you get him late, like if you're at 24 and you trade up 2 spots to take him
At 22?
at 22, I would think he could pull a Jordan Love and sit. And you play Deshaun, you play Shador,
But
and
sit still means 2-3 years.
And you bring Ty Simpson along. Yeah, he'd be on your team for a while.
Yeah.
He'd be on your team. It's just here's another twist to this, though, Andy.
What a chubby checker.
If you were the Browns, and this is beautiful. What Simpson said yesterday. Would you throw a little smoke out there? You know what? We really like Ty Simpson. Simpson. I really like the Browns. Blah 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 blah.
Why wouldn't you?
And if somebody's sitting at 12 and they think Ty Simpson's going to drop to him, they might have to be the team that trades up to the Browns at 6. And then the Browns get a haul. They really didn't want Ty Simpson, let's say.
Sure.
And they played the game well enough to
We're not
create a little
Baltimore.
buzz.
We're a classy organization. We're not like Baltimore, like what they did this week.
Wow, Andy Baskin taking a shot. Pretty good one. Not
They
bad.
earned it. They earned that shot.
I
Everything
won't
I
argue
keep
with that.
hearing makes me think they earned that shot.
Ty Simpson talking all about Carnell Tate. Me. We set the league on fire with Todd Monken's offense because they got it going on up there. Well, they might need to do something because the external veteran option they keep talking about, best one just signed with Minnesota. What's left? And does anything float your boat on what's left? We're going to try and float boats next and wish us luck because I don't think it's going to go real well.
Helping your inner
5. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
The latest conference tournament news and scores every 20 minutes with our 2020 reports. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Yep, you can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 to 10, this show, Baskin and Phelps, from 10 to 2, and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7, live each and every weekday on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free and watch all of the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand now.
It's Andy Baskin. I'm Jeff Phelps. We're talking what if here. And part of the what if is Todd Monken's wishes at quarterback. Part of it is Ty Simpson going on Up and Adams with Kay Adams yesterday and talking all about the Browns and teaming up with Carnell Tate here and setting the league on fire.
Fire.
If you like him and you think he's going to be really good, and I mean, if you like him, I mean you as in Todd Monken.
Yeah.
Go get your guy. I wouldn't do that myself at 6. I don't know that I'd do it at all in the first round. My inclination is still this, Andy. Play Shedeur or Deshaun Watson. Bring in another vet. Gear it up for 2027's draft. And maybe you get lucky in between. That's still where I am. But they have said external veteran option along with all other avenues. Ty Simpson is another avenue.
Right.
And then you have all the other external veteran options that are flying.
External veteran option.
Flying by the wayside. We're going to go over those in a minute.
Not your words.
Not my words. No, those are the words of the guys who are calling the shots. JJ's on the road. He called 216-474-0092. What's up, JJ?
How y'all doing? Good morning,
hey, man.
fellas. I'm gonna start by saying I listen to y'all's show every day faithfully. All everybody's shows, throughout the day. I'm a truck driver. I got nothing else to do.
JJ, we appreciate that. Thank you very
you're
much.
keeping America moving.
Yeah, you got a lot to do. You got to keep it safe.
Yeah.
Listen, I just don't get like we're not even giving. I mean, we're giving Shedeur a chance, but at the same time, we're not. Like I'll be listening to the radio station throughout the day, and the little commercials come on. Are the Browns going to get a new quarterback? We got one, man. Can we get a new receiver or two? Last year, these guys, none of our quarterbacks had nobody to throw the ball to. It's like, we dismissing the kid before he even get a true chance. We was told Kevin Stefanski was this quarterback guru. His offense was going to be so great. He sucked as a head coach. We all know it. We really didn't say it. But he did. He didn't groom not one of our quarterbacks. It didn't seem like he even tried. Maybe Todd Monken is what we need to maybe groom this guy. I just feel like we're not giving him a fair shake. Jeff, you was just like, let's just roll with these quarterbacks and set ourselves up for 2027. Why we can't set ourselves up for 2027 to draft another linebacker or something like that?
JJ, that's the point. If Shedeur plays and he's phenomenal, then you don't have to draft a quarterback in 2020.
Right, but I'm just saying, like us as fans and you guys as the media, like it's like we're already dismissing the kid. But
it wasn't us. It was the team that dismissed it.
JJ,
yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
JJ, thank you. I hope they can develop him into a big-time quarterback. I don't know that they can. Let's find out. There was a reason. Maybe several reasons that it was on the board in the 5th round. The reality of the NFL is 5th-round picks usually don't become star quarterbacks. I hope he's different. That would be, Andy, that would be awesome. That would be awesome. But we'll see what the Browns think about it. Because if they think they can develop him and they think he's going to be a star quarterback, why are they talking about other quarterbacks? Let's all
What is the veteran?
understand
What
that.
is the veteran option that they brought up? Right?
Well, they keep talking about it. While they and talk might be cheap because Kyler Murray was available. He's now a Minnesota Viking. Here's what's left, okay?
Mm-hmm.
To me, none of these guys except one, I think, would make me change my mind about Deshaun, Shedeur. If Dylan beats them both out, Dylan, which I don't expect to happen, and then see what happens in 2026, and you're setting yourself up for 2027 if you need to. Kirk Cousins is out there. He's the one guy that I think if they signed, you'd bring him in and you'd make him the starter.
That's it. He's the last guy left. Last guy standing.
I don't think the Browns, and these are guys who are available still. I don't think the Browns are a match with Aaron Rodgers. He's in his 40s, not the mobile guy that Todd Monken wants. I don't know that Russell Wilson is anymore either. But Russell Wilson might make you think a little bit if you were the Browns.
Okay.
Might. I don't think he would be enough to make me disrupt the plan. I don't. If you brought him here, Andy, I think he would. But I don't think you'd bring him here. I'd rather play Deshaun or Shedeur.
I would too.
Okay. Zach Wilson, you'd just add him to the mix. Tyrod Taylor, you'd add him to the mix. All these guys you would just add to the mix. Flacco, Jimmy G, Trey Lance, Carson Wentz. So I'm not going to add those guys to the mix. You know what I mean?
No. Why would you?
I think the external veteran option who might have a chance to start is down to one guy and one guy only, and that's Kirk Cousins. And I don't think he's coming here. I'll bet he ends up in Arizona, but you never know. I just, at this point, just play the guys we have here and see what happens. Do what JJ said. Develop Shedeur. See if you can.
Again, are you playing this out for next year's draft to see if you want to draft a quarterback next year? Do you believe Shedeur Sanders can be the starting quarterback for the Cleveland Browns for the next couple of years? There are a lot of just intangible. What if, I know you don't want to hear this, what if Deshaun Watson is healthy and looks like a little bit even closer to the quarterback that they actually wanted when they first brought him in?
I don't mind hearing that. If Shedeur was beat out by Deshaun Watson, fine. That means somebody beat him out, and he could sit there with Deshaun Watson, learn, get better, and continue on his path to becoming hopefully an NFL starter and maybe even here. Nothing wrong with that. There really isn't. You know, sometimes guys take a little step back. Are there other quarterbacks around, Andy, that I would still think I'd have some real interest in? And seeing if they could come in and beat him out? Yeah, I'd love to see Anthony Richardson here. I would love to see it.
Tom Withers was in last week, and we talked about the unknown quarterback, right?
Yeah.
That's the quarterback who might be a cap casualty still. I don't know if that's possible. But
yeah,
or somebody
I don't
who's
know that.
Now that we're past the New Year.
I think those guys have all happened. Like Tua.
Unless somebody wants to trade a backup quarterback.
Who you really like.
Yeah.
Joe Milton, Dallas. They just picked up.
But then again, if you pick up somebody's backup, are you bringing them in to be the starter?
Yeah, I know.
They're in a weird spot.
We're
all in a weird spot. Let's be honest.
It's really weird. Chris is in Medina. Hey, Chris.
Hey, Chris.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's going on with you?
Hey, good. Hey, I just wanted to comment here. You know, we have the most accurate quarterback in college football history on our team. We haven't given him a chance. I get fifth round, whatever. He's a first round talent. His dad had a fifth round mouth, and that hurt the kid.
I don't think an NFL team would pass up a quarterback that they thought was a first round talent because his dad is a flamboyant guy.
So if I'm at work and we have a lot of different departments, okay, and if there was a hardworking kid and his dad came up to me and said, "Hey, I want him to work for you, but I don't want him to do this, this, and this like everybody else is," I'm not taking him, no matter how good a work he is. I don't want that pain in the butt. You know what I mean?
I get it, but this is a different piece.
I think they made a point,
Chris.
You know, they made a point with this kid.
This is a different thing, though, than what you do for a living or what I do for a living. It's the NFL, man. If a guy can play quarterback at that level, he would have been drafted. As it was, he was drafted in the 5th round, and he's getting an opportunity. And Chris, thank you. And I don't buy it all the talk. Nobody's given Shedeur a chance. He started half the year, and now he's got a different coaching staff, and they haven't made any decisions on him yet. So nobody can say you're not giving him a chance. He started half the year last year as a 5th-round pick. That's pretty dang good.
Yeah, the other part of it is this is the team that did give him a chance.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Everybody else passed on him.
Everyone wants
times.
to get mad at the Browns for the way they're handling him, but yet nobody else wanted him. I have trouble swallowing that one too.
Yep. Trevor's in Cleveland. Hey, Trevor.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
So what I'm about to say is predicated on assuming that Andrew Berry's actually improving at his job.
Okay.
We had Stefanski and Berry. Berry's the one that's still here. Maybe he learned from last year and realized, oh, I don't need to overload these guys with every single option at quarterback. You have a new staff here. I don't think it matters whoever they bring in for the 4th quarterback via free agency or trade or in the draft. I don't think they're going to be the one that we're talking about come training camp. I think Barry's going to give Monken a chance to get in here, evaluate the guys he's got, and let's see who wins out for this season. Let's go for 2027. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
All right, Trevor. Thank you very much. Gets sticky, doesn't it, Andy?
It's very sticky. Everything's sticky.
Marcus is in Aurora. Hey, Marcus.
Hey,
Thanks for your patience.
What's up, man?
Hey, guys. That's all right. Listen, my first comment on Anthony Richardson is a brief one. Why don't they, if they want to trade for him, why don't they turn him into like a Slash Stewart or a Tyson Hill? I mean, because he's big, fast. He could probably play receiver, quarterback, do things like that. That's just a thought. And as far as Ty Simpson goes, before he had he had some internal distress and he lost 20 pounds, right?
He was really good early, and then he had issues, and his play fell off.
Right. And Greg Cosell, who I value his opinion, really likes him. And, he's kind of a prodigy. He's been breaking down tape since he was like 10.
Oh, right.
So I think he can play the position.
Been on the show.
But, and I don't know. Yeah, and I don't know that the Browns, I don't think they want to pick him at 6, but, Dallas needs help on defense, and I'm sure that Dallas would gladly trade up to 6 to get a player they want. The Browns could get more picks, and if they wanted to take Simpson later in the draft, they could, but I don't know if they're going to do that. But you could use one of those picks to trade for, say, like Mac Jones if you wanted to do that. But the Browns have a lot of options, and I do believe they've probably already talked to Dallas about a trade. They're being mum about it, I'm sure. But
Marcus, I'm sure that you're right. They've talked to a lot of folks because they have a history of being active on draft day, and I wouldn't be surprised. By the way, if you want to reach out to us on social media, at CLE Talking Heads, all of our social media mentions are brought to you by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Rick Boyages, big-time college basketball guy. Rick coached college basketball. He's worked for the Big Ten as a vice president for men's basketball. He's worked in the MAC. He's going to join us next. What happens with the Miami Redhawks? Boyages next on Baskin and Phelps.
Hey, everybody. It's Andy Baskin from Weather Seal Home Services.
YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Want to talk Cavs at 6 a.m.? There's only one place to go. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan.
If you're a basketball fan, this is your time of the year. The NCAA tournament on the way. Conference tournaments feeding teams into the NCAA tournament and also feeding into great debate. Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. I'm Jeff Phelps. My buddy over there is Andy Baskin, a gentleman who has been all over college basketball for decades. Joining us right now on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. He's the former vice president for men's basketball for the Big Ten. He worked in the Mid-American Conference as an associate commissioner. He worked in coaching like crazy, associate head coach at Ohio State, head coach at William & Mary. He's Mr. Rick Boyages. Rick, good to have you with us.
Thanks, Jeff. Great to be with you guys. It's that time of the year, I guess.
Professor, how are you?
Very well, Andy. Very well.
Now that he's spending time, you're at Denison now, right?
Yes, on the faculty actually at Denison University. Yeah,
yes.
Having a blast.
Do you have to wear a robe and a hat all the time?
No, but I'm smoking a pipe and wearing an ascot.
Well done.
Patches on the sleeves.
Nice.
Nice.
Hey, Rick, is Miami going to get in? What do you think?
Yeah, they're in. They're in. Yeah, I mean, I think I still maintain fairly good contacts. I think the fans need to understand this. Mathematically, the chances of them going 31-0 in the regular season equates to a probability of less than 1%. So I think that's the way the NCAA was looking at it. Forget the strength of schedule. You know, you can make all those type of arguments, you know, as you start to put them up against, you know, bubble teams now and things. But what they did is so unbelievable, regardless of the competition. I think that's the best way to, you know, kind of convince the country that they deserve to be there. Dan Wetzel at ESPN had a great quote. He said, "What are we rooting for, the dealer now in Las Vegas?"
It's a great point.
So I think that's the key. You know, the loss yesterday, I think, shows you that it was such a grind to just try to have an undefeated regular season, and I'm sure it was just like a relief in many ways. But I would be not just stunned and shocked. I wouldn't believe it if they weren't in. I think people should get over to see the semis of the MAC, because I think there's a bid up for grabs there, and obviously Akron looks like the favorite, but there should be two great games in the semifinals. And usually what happens, and you know, over there with Massachusetts in it, there'll be some seats and tickets available, and sometimes it's tougher for the outliers in the MAC to travel with their fan base. But yeah, Jeff, you've been there over the years. You remember all the great semifinal games and finals that we've had over there. I mean, it's a hoot for people that haven't gone.
Rick, I am reassured to hear what you said about Miami. Andy and I have been trained, unfortunately. Matt gets one bid. And yesterday, when they lost in the first round, we both thought, wait a minute.
Especially a team that loses in the first round.
Yeah. And we both thought, wait a minute, this could be big trouble. So I'm glad to hear you say that because of the reason you said. They ran the table, Rick. Who does that? Nobody does that.
To think, and not like a 24 game. I mean, 31 games. The other thing is people have to they could go on the NCAA's website and actually see the protocol and the rules for the committee themselves. You know, they've been over the last week, they've been putting teams into the field, you know, quietly, because they have the whole voting structure. So they're constantly voting, and if you get, I think it's all but 2 votes. There's 12 people on the committee, but sometimes anybody that has a connection, like a conference commissioner to one of his teams or an AD to one of his teams, they're not involved. They have to recuse themselves. So let's just say there's 12. If you get 10 of the 12 votes in any given ballot, and they're running ballots, you know, for the last few days, you're in. And if you get, you know, if 2 guys recuse and you get 8 out of the 10 votes, you're in. So once you get voted into the field, you're not going to get voted out because of, these games being played over the last few days. So I think they were on an early ballot, and I think that those probabilities, were shared as far as what they were able to accomplish. And I think they're in the field, and actually some of the prognosticators have them as the last seeded team, in that group of ones that will kind of be in that seed position versus, kind of, last four in type of thing.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if they end up in Dayton, right?
Yeah, I don't think they will. I think that's what most of the prognosticators say. They'll avoid the first four. Yeah.
That'd be cool. Rick Boyad just joining
fans,
us.
Andy, that's that's the last four AQs. So those are going to be the four teams from the weakest leagues and the last four at-large teams.
Gotcha.
And those are typically going to be, the bubble. They could be the, 11th SEC team or, the 8th ACC team versus, I think VCU's hanging in there. So it'll be like Missouri, Texas, VCU, SMU. I think those are some of the teams, hanging out down at the bottom.
Rick, I feel like I ask this every year, but and you know this better than anybody else. It seems crazy to me that the Mid-American Conference hasn't had two teams since '99, and
true. Yeah, and it's amazing that was Serbiak's year there.
It's Charlie was still there, right? Charlie Coles was still coaching that team.
Yeah,
and I think part of it is how does the Mid-American Conference change the perception of the conference that it should be a little bit easier for two teams to get in, especially with this many teams there, and how much of the computer part of trying to figure out these quotients is based on, well, we think this conference is better than this conference, but why? Some of that has to do with history, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think if you look back over the years, there hasn't been somebody that's run the table like this. That's one reason.
Right.
The years that Butler got in at the Horizon League before they moved to the Big East, they'd run the table and either be undefeated in the conference play, or maybe have one loss. And then the Horizon League would put them in an automatic kind of pass right into the semifinal. I think it was the Sun Belt or somebody this year put their two best teams in the semis, and they gave them like a double bye. They kind of rigged their tournament that way.
Sure.
And to be honest, the MAC now takes 8 teams. They used to take everybody.
Right. Yeah.
But they've never put their top seed into the semis. So like Miami loses in the quarterfinals. They take 8 teams. So the way it works, guys, is that the NCAA gives every league an AQ, an automatic qualifier. They do not dictate how you use it. For years, the Ivy League gave it to their regular season champion and didn't have a tournament. Most of the world went to a tournament to generate revenue. But you could do it any way you wanted, really. It's the commissioner's AQ, so to speak, and working with the presidents and the ADs decide how they want to give that out. But I think that there's been parity in the MAC always. There hasn't been a Butler or a VCU that's kind of just run the table for 3 or 4 years. They've messed around with their tournament with regard to how many to bring into Cleveland, but not by putting the team right into the semifinal, those are just a couple of my thoughts.
Rick Boyad just joining us, and Rick with an extensive background in college basketball, both as an administrator and as a head coach and an assistant coach. Rick, the one thing about the MAC to me, I think I'm seeing maybe some of the benefits coming to the Mid-American Conference from NIL and from all the transfer stuff from this standpoint. Maybe a little more stability in the MAC, which means a little bit more veteran team, which might allow them to compete on a national stage a little bit better. Am I on to something, or is that not quite right?
No, I think you're right. I think, listen, if you're looking at the power, 4 and it's 5 in basketball, everyone always throws the Big East in there. You're looking at budgets for their tournament caliber teams. I mean, they're all in the $8 to $15 million range. It's been reported that Kentucky's as high as $22 million as a bankroll this year. So, if you're an outlier in those leagues and you're somewhere between, say, $3 and $5 million, you can't really compete. And so now you look, okay, well, there's 5 leagues. Well, what about everybody else? And I think that with football, the MAC's positioned to have access to some revenue where, I'd say leagues maybe, 6 to 10, it puts them in that ballpark. And you're right, there may be, it might not be a ton of money, but it's more than the other 21 leagues behind them. And they also have access to, like you said, older players, which is where everyone's going now. Most of these rosters, if they're paying, they're looking for 22, 23-year-olds.
Yeah.
And they're passing on young kids. The other thing is the MAC has been able to acquire some really good freshmen that either don't want to go to a power conference and sit for a year or two. And so a lot of the top 50, 60, Jeff, they're not recruiting freshmen unless they're in the top 30 players in America, because they're just not physically ready, as good as they are.
Hey, Rick, who do you like overall going into this tournament?
I kind of like Arizona. I mean, I think they've got great balance of offense and defensive efficiency. I think Michigan will be right there. Everyone's got Duke, but they survived a scare yesterday. It was interesting watching that matchup. Indy, a lot of times, my experience is I coached in 5 of them, and I never lost a first-round game. I was part of programs that I thought we prepped pretty good, and we're always really ready coming out of the gate. But it's always matchups. I try to explain them. I'm actually teaching a class on March Madness at Denison, and we're explaining that.
I'm going back to school.
I'm in.
Yeah. You want to sign up?
Sure.
We made a
Wait,
run
I can't afford it. It's
99.
Denison, man. Are you kidding? It's Denison.
Wow.
Well, we made this run in 99 with the Buckeyes, and we were kind of, under the radar. I mean, we had a great season, but we came off an 8-win, season our first year in Columbus. So it was kind of a Cinderella run. And then we got lucky. We were supposed to play probably UCLA in the second round. They got upset by Detroit. And then everybody else we matched up with, the matchups were great for us. We played with 3 guards. We shot a lot of threes. We had the nation's leading shot blocker in Kenny Johnson. We just had a style. And then the next year, I think in the second round, we lost to Miami, and they had big guards. It was just like a tough matchup for us. And then we had, guys thinking about turning pro and things like that. Like, every season's different. The matchups are different. The styles of play are different. And I think there's been a consensus that, there's been 5 teams there all year, Michigan, Arizona, Duke, UConn, and Florida, and then everybody else. But it's just being one and done in this type of an event is crazy. And you see styles of plays like that, or a team that hasn't seen zone all year much, or some teams hold it a little bit more, than others want to play faster tempos, factors in. The question is, with NIL, is it going to eliminate the Cinderella runs and the upsets from the low mid-major conferences? That's kind of what happened last year, and it's yet to be seen. We'll have to see after half a dozen years what it looks like on the upset side.
Just real quick, because I only got about a minute left here.
Yeah.
Was that that 99 team with Michael Redd and Scooney Penn and Jason Singleton and Ken John and George Reese, who I'll probably see here do high school stuff here pretty soon. Was that one of the most special teams you were ever on, or memorable?
Oh, yeah,
that run was awesome. It was so much
we
fun.
We only won 8 games the year before.
I know.
And then
well, you were still at St. John too, right? Last year.
It was the last year in St. John Arena. We only won 1 Big Ten game. And really, we had a couple freshmen coming in, Brian Brown, Boban Savovich, but Scooney Penn was sitting out. But you wouldn't think that Scooney would have that type of an impact. It was only Kenny Johnson's first year of college basketball, and in that first year where he won 8 games, he was a prop 48. Back in those days, he had to sit out a year. So it was just a crazy thing. We just got on this run, and Pat Riley calls it an innocent climb, like when a team that hasn't really experienced success gets on this run, and no one cares about who's playing minutes, who gets the shots, just so into winning. And we found a really amazing, like a fun style of play, and we were just kind of off and running. And then we got some breaks. Like I said, we got a good draw and just kept advancing. And then the Buckeye fans went to Indianapolis the first 2 games and then kept going and met us in
Florida at the end.
It was Tennessee, actually. It was Knoxville for the next 2. So we had almost like home crowds at every game, which when I go back and look at the games, I showed some of my students the games, and the crowd was unbelievable. It was like we had home games.
It was awesome.
So yeah, it was a blast, and I still see some of those guys around. And then the last thing I'll tell you guys is, for the fans, couple things. A number 5 has never won the tournament. I was doing my research. Number 1 seed has won 27 times. Let's see. 6 number 11s have gotten to the Final Four.
Wow.
There's never been a team seeded 12 to 16 that's got to the Final Four. Some of the things to think about. And when you look at the percentages, 11s and 10s have won, over 40% or close to 40% of the time. And 9 has beaten 8 48% of the time. So those are the numbers to kind of take a look at over the next half dozen years to see what the impact of NIL will be. But, everybody wants a couple, tidbits before they fill this bracket out on Sunday. And you can kind of find those things online or look at the history of the event. And there's some interesting numbers. And then people will talk about, if you're looking at a net of like 35 or higher, I think it's plus 35 or higher in the way they do the point systems. A lot of those teams have gotten to the Final Four, and some have won championships. So everybody's always looking for their
edge.
But always fun to catch up with you guys.
I feel like I just took your class at Denison.
I did. We're stealing money.
Well, to those that think we're just in there watching games and stuff, I mean, we go over the history of the event. The first tournament was in 1939, and the NIT was in 38 started, and you could play in both actually in the early years. People don't know that. We look at all this bracketing stuff, the seeding stuff. We look at all the analytics. There's so many different analytical metrics involved. So there's a lot of math that data science.
We don't do math on
the show. In trouble there.
Yeah, remember we went to
tie that into gambling. There's going to be over $3 billion bet on this event here in the next month. We look at officiating. I'm sure you guys will be happy to know that we're scrutinizing officiating and how that works.
Always good.
We look at the unit distribution, how the NCAA pays out. That's about $2 million per unit for every time you win a game in the event, and it pays out over 6 years. So it's like $360,000 for 6 years, so the schools can budget. They know the money that's coming in.
Wow.
Although a lot of that goes to the league office, and then it's profit shared. Like the Big Ten, they'll pool all the money. Last year, the SEC led the country. They had, I think they had 30. How many units did they have? They had about $70 million worth of units distributed over the next, 6 years. So there's a lot to talk about because it's such a almost global event now, and we kind of get with the students to look at all aspects and operations. How they select the venues and the sites. There's a whole bidding process that involves visitors bureaus and sports commissions in these cities, and Columbus will host the Women's Final Four next year. So, like the Greater Central Ohio, Sports Commission, Columbus Sports Commission, and those people are involved. Cleveland was involved when they hosted the women. Awesome. There's all kinds of things going on because it's just such a huge economic driver too,
Yep.
But,
all right, Professor, we got to roll here.
It was great, man. Appreciate it.
You're the man, Rick. Thank you.
Always our pleasure.
Talk to you later.
Rick Boyages joining us on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline.
Man,
we get in the show now. Why are we smarter?
Are you kidding?
Absolutely.
The 11 and 10.
Rick says Miami's in. Is that the way it should be, folks? 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
patience required. Offers end March 15th. Some exclusions apply. Coupons and Kohl's Cash do not apply to Sephora at Kohl's. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
This is the only place to trust for Cavs talk anytime you want. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The chances of them going 31-0 in the regular season equates to a probability of less than 1%. So I think that's the way the NCAA was looking at it. Forget the strength of schedule. You know, you can make all those type of arguments, you know, when you start to put them up against, you know, bubble teams now and things. But what they did is so unbelievable, regardless of the competition. I think that's the best way to, you know, kind of convince the country that they deserve to be there.
It was Rick Boyages on our show minutes ago. And Rick, former Big Ten administrator in athletics in men's basketball, worked for the Mid-American Conference, coached, head coach, William & Mary, assistant coach, and he says Miami's in. And other folks are saying the same thing. Yep. Andy, you and I have been programmed.
Oh, for sure.
The MAC is a one-bid league, and you lose your first game, you're in big trouble. It was so reassuring to hear Rick, and you know, I'm no Miami fan, but I'm pulling for him like crazy to get in because, as Rick said, they went 31-0 in the regular season. They did not lose a game in the regular season, and they had several really, really fascinating, entertaining, you know, wins at the buzzer. They deserve to be there, and I think and let's hope they do. It's what everybody seems to think now, but it shows, Andy, what sometimes is wrong with the NCAA tournament, that there was even a question. You go 31-0 and you wouldn't get in. That would have been a disaster, I think, for the NCAA. So,
well, hang on. There's still time.
I know, but hopefully they have it right.
We're from Cleveland. Let's not forget this.
I thought that it was interesting that Rick said, forget the strength of schedule, because what they pulled off was such an amazing accomplishment. And see, that I agree with him in that regard. That's why they should.
So my
be
question is where do they go in and what seed are they now?
Well, does it matter?
Yeah, because if you go in as a 16 seed, you're done.
They won't be a 16. They're expected to be around a 10 seed.
That sounds right? Because you're an at-large team coming in.
Yeah, I would think they might be. I could see them being lower than that, though.
12 is never a bad number.
I could see a 13 or a 14 seed.
Yeah, I could see that too. And maybe, Akron's. We were talking about Akron's numbers. If Akron wins this thing, where do you think they land?
Same area.
It'd be nice if one of them could get in as a 12, because that 12-5 matchup always seems to be crazy.
Some 5 always gets beat.
Yeah.
Well,
how about the percentages he was telling us that 11s and 10s advance past that first round 40% of the time, 9s, 8s, 48.
Don't you think
the 9 beats the 8 48% of the 9 beats the 8 48% of the time.
Don't you think it would have been embarrassing for the NCAA? And again, as you said, they're not in yet. There's still time. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if they don't put a team that ran the regular season in the tournament?
Who are they knocking him out for? That's the question.
Well, that's why a lot of folks are apparently nervous.
Yeah, let's not forget that money drives all things. And if there's a school that draws well, that spends a lot, that has a lot more money, and
maybe you knock the 8th or 9th best team in the SEC out.
Oh, that's blasphemy, Jeff. Are you kidding? The worst team in the SEC is better than the first team in the Mid-American.
Maybe the 9th best team in the Big Ten doesn't get in.
The 13th team in the Big Ten doesn't get in.
I hope.
That sounds so funny.
I hope Rick's on the money. I hope the reports that are out there.
Yeah, I'm reading some of the headlines.
They're in.
NBC Sports, Miami, parentheses, Ohio, should be celebrated in the NCAA tournament. USA Today, is Miami a March Madness lock? And they make the case for the Redhawks in their argument.
But see, to me,
Newsweek,
Andy,
will Miami still make the tournament after losing to UMass? The other thing, too, is no matter how you want to look at it, I think more people know UMass than know most of the Mid-American. Even though they're in the
sure.
UMass has a name, which is not. I don't know. No one. Most people are saying, "Oh, UMass was the 8th seed." I don't think people are saying UMass.
Yeah.
outside of Northeast Ohio. That's all. Or outside of Ohio.
Outside of the MAC.
Yeah.
I just think it would be a disastrous situation for the NCAA tournament to leave out a team that went 31-0.
Sports
and
Illustrated
then ends up with one loss.
Sports Illustrated, Red Locks, Miami, Ohio must be in the NCAA tournament or college hoops is broken.
And that's exactly it.
It's true.
It's sometimes, I think, sometimes you just need to acknowledge accomplishment and make sure that those people are rewarded. And that's Miami. Now, Akron's not in the same situation. Zips went 17-1. The only team to beat them was Miami in a road game for Akron. And Akron plays Kent State tonight at 7:30. UMass plays Toledo at 5. So those are the two men's games going in the Mid-American Conference tournament tonight. In the other part of this, to me, Andy, is if you're Akron and you have much better numbers than Miami when it comes to the things that Rick said don't matter here because of what Miami accomplished going undefeated at 31-0, and I think he's right. Akron's not going to get credit for anything that happened. If Akron's not going to get a bid if they don't win the tournament. And you could make the argument if Miami had won the tournament and Akron had lost to Miami in the championship game, could the Zips have become a team that gets a second bid for the MAC? I think because of what we know about MAC history in 1999, I think they'd have been hard-pressed. And to me, that goes back to the big picture here. Akron played a really tough schedule. They did very well in that schedule, 26-5 right now and 17-1 in the conference. The only team they lost to in conference was an undefeated team. But I'll bet you Akron wouldn't have got in had the
if
Miami,
they make it to the finals and lose.
If they made it to the finals and lost to Miami.
Oh, to Miami.
I'll bet they still wouldn't have gotten in, and I think that's a problem. To me, that's a problem with the NCAA tournament. Well, and it could have been Toledo, it could have been Ohio, it could have been Bowling Green, could have been Kent, could have been any of them. But that second team's not going to get rewarded in a conference where they play really good basketball, and they're very competitive. And Akron had some good out-of-conference wins. I think it's more fun, more entertaining. Now, I'm a MAC honk. I'll tell you that.
Right.
It's the conference that we went to MAC schools. We follow MAC schools. But to me, it's a lot more fun than watching the 8th or 9th best team, 7th best team out of a bigger conference.
So, are you pulling for UMass now? They play Toledo tonight first.
No.
First of all, again, and whoever they play, if they play Kent or Akron, there's no way I'm rooting for UMass over either one of those schools. So
no,
that's a rooting thing, though. But is it better for the conference if UMass wins the automatic bid?
No, I don't think so.
You've seen them play, right? Did you see UMass?
Yeah, I thought they were really good.
Okay,
actually, I saw them play at Akron, and I thought this team's tough. But see, I honestly, when we had John Gross on the show, I mentioned that to John. I said, there are a lot of teams that came into your building and were pretty darn good. I thought Central Michigan was really good. They didn't make the tournament. But MAC had some pretty good talent this year, and it goes back to what Rick was talking about with guys who have been around a little bit, and the MAC getting some pretty good freshmen who might not be going to other schools because the NIL dollars aren't there for them,
right?
Because they're going to older guys.
Yeah.
We've had some doings in the NBA this week, and doings that make you think, "Are you kidding? That happened?" And we had another one last night, and this might be the most amazing thing. The most amazing record, maybe, in the NBA. And it was broken last night. You might not know about it, but you will. Stay tuned. We'll tell you all about it next on Baskin and Phelps. you kind of think, wait a minute, he did what? And that might be what Shai Gilgeous-Alexander finished off yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Finished off. He scored 20 points. Not a big deal, right?
No big whoop.
Nothing drastic. At least 20 points. But he scored 20 points last night for the 127th consecutive time.
That's insane.
Home game against Boston, and he hit a 20-foot jump shot with 7:04 to go in the third quarter. 127 consecutive games of scoring 20 or more points.
I didn't see it. Did they stop the game at all? Or no.
I don't believe they did.
Okay.
He did get a standing ovation next time out and all that stuff. But 127 games. That breaks the NBA record. That was 126 games held by Wilt Chamberlain.
Wow.
Think about that, Andy. 127 straight games of scoring 20 or more points.
It's been a big week for Wilt.
Well, it started on November 1st in 2024. So it's going back almost, 2 full seasons, almost. And during the 127 games, and here's kind of cool, he averaged 32.5 points a game. It's not like he was averaging 40, but he averaged 32.5. That means consistently, night after night, This guy's going out and cranking out 20-point games. That's not easy to do in that league, Andy. We made a big deal, because it is a big deal, about LeBron's consecutive scoring 10 or more streak. That came to an end. But this is 20 or more points for an NBA record, 127 consecutive games. Now, the thing about this, he doesn't have a lot of company there. Wilt's streak ended at 126 because he was thrown out of a game in the first quarter. So who knows how long that thing might have gone, but it ended at 126. So Shea now has the record at 127. Wilt's at 126. Third most, Wilt at 92. So he had 2 of these streaks. Remember, he averaged 50 points a game in a season. It was silly. Then it's Oscar Robertson at 79, and Michael Jordan and Kevin Durant at 72. Only 2 guys have ever had more than 80, and it's now Shea Gilgeous-Alexander and Wilt Chamberlain. But you know you're on a good list when you're on the list with guys who you know by either initials or one name. Wilt, True. Oscar, Michael,
Shea,
and KD.
Yeah.
And now Shea.
So in his at 514 games, because I think he's at 517 now. He's got 300. He had 365 games where he scored 20 or more. That's an entire year of scoring 20 or more in a game. So I think he's at 517. So that would give him plus 3, 368 straight times. I'm sorry, 368 times in his career. 368 times in his career, he scored more than 20. And now you talk about the current streak.
Yeah.
That's pretty amazing.
You think so?
Yeah. In his entire career, you've had more than a 50-50 chance, more than a 50-50 chance of seeing him score 20 points in the game.
I don't want to get Mennigan mad. He's not listening, so I won't get him mad.
Why would you get him mad?
Because the Cavaliers passed on him and took Colin Sexton instead.
Well,
is that going to make you mad?
I guarantee you someone will make a mistake on someone in this year's NFL draft too. So.
I'll bet that's right. Yeah. The one thing you might need to remember about Shea, he came into the league, he was young, out of Kentucky, but he was with the Los Angeles Clippers, and they made a trade. Oklahoma City picked him up, and Paul George went out to the Clippers. Yeah, and that was one of those deals that was just Oklahoma City has just fleeced the league numerous times.
Oh, fantastic!
The way they have built their team is just phenomenal, and I give them a lot of credit. This was the trade, the Paul George deal, and this is how things can happen in the NBA. He was traded by the Clippers with Danilo Gallinari, a 2021 first-round pick, a 2022 first-round pick, a 2023 first-round pick, a 2024 first-round pick, and a 2025 first-round pick. And some of these were pick swaps. And 2026 to Oklahoma City for Paul George and a pick swap. But that's how you rebuild a franchise. And if they had just traded Paul George for Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, it would have worked out in Oklahoma City's favor anyway. But instead, they got all the first-round picks. So congratulations to him. 127 consecutive games of scoring 20 or more. Tonight, he'll go out and have 19.
So, yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen. And you said this before. I thought it was interesting. And one of my buddies, LW, just texted me and said, that streak was stopped because the Wilt streak was stopped because
he was thrown out of a game.
And so then
first quarter,
he got ejected for that, and then he went on to have 20 more, or he had another run of consecutive games over 20 right after that.
Let me give you some silly numbers real quick.
Okay.
Wilt Chamberlain, if you're not familiar, just go look at some old film. Wilt was the most dominant force ever in the NBA. Now, was he the best player? Probably not. But was he the most dominant force ever? Yeah, he was incredibly athletic incredibly strong, incredibly gifted. He scored, are you ready, Andy?
Yep.
He owns these records. Wilt scored 30 or more points, 30, in 65 straight games.
Say that one more time?
30 or more points in 65 straight games.
That's insane.
He scored 40 or more points in 14 straight games. Wilt Chamberlain scored 50 or more points in 7 straight games.
How many assists did he have in that, though?
Now, remember, he averaged 50, and then he had 60 or more points in 4 straight games. Isn't that unbelievable?
It's amazing. I would have loved to watch those guys play in their prime.
Well,
but think about this, okay? So when
I saw Wilt play late in his career, and Wilt changed his game to fit in with the Lakers, and was real good.
Yeah, but
real good.
Okay, so put those games up against,
By the way, he averaged 2.4 assists per game when he averaged 50.4 points. You want sillier numbers?
I wonder how many of those games are blowouts, because now I'm just kind of thinking back and.
Does it matter? Dude averaged 50, Andy.
No, I know.
Does it matter?
I know. That's why. But that's why I think the Bam Adebayo story is even more interesting.
Let me give you one more Wilt Chamberlain thing.
All right.
His rebounding totals were just absolutely silly. He averaged 23 a game in his career. Averaged. And his first 4 years, he averaged at least 24 points a game. I had the pleasure of covering one of my favorite events ever, and it was the NBA all-time top 50 player team.
Mm-hmm.
And then they added 25 more years and did it again, top 75 players. But Wilt was here for that. And he came to town, and you walked in, it was over at Stouffer's, over on the square. And you walked into this great big ballroom.
Yeah, still there. Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And the 50 greatest players
I remember.
were each sitting at a table, their own table. And it had a little sign on it, who it was.
Yeah, I remember this.
And you went over and you could talk to these guys. And Wilt was there. And he was wearing a tight black T-shirt, black shades, because he just looked so intimidating,
right?
And like black pants.
Okay.
And he looked like he was ready to kick everybody's butt,
right?
And put the microphone in. We're talking to Wilt, and a bunch of people are there. And Wilt Chamberlain, who you always heard, Wilt was this bigger than life guy. He said, "I am so honored to be a part of this.
Wow,
it's just a great honor, and to see all these great former competitors and friends, and this is just what a wonderful thing to be recognized." And he couldn't have been more humble. And I thought, that's not what you kind of think of with Wilt Chamberlain, because he just kicked everybody's butt, right? Well, his big nemesis was Bill Russell. Bill Russell's there. So after I hear Wilt Chamberlain, and Wilt was sweating profusely.
Wow.
I don't know why, but he was sweating profusely. And he couldn't have been more humble and happy to be there. Go over to Bill Russell's table. And Bill's standing there. And he was sitting there. He's always kind of a funny guy.
Right.
Great sense of humor. But this wasn't humor. This was legit. A young lady reporter said, Mr. Russell, what do you think about being named one of the top 50 players of all time? And he said, me? And she said, yeah. Oh, I knew that. And I thought, well, so did we, but that's really funny.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say.
I thought it was so funny.
I can't believe you went over to Chamberlain before you came over to me. That's what I thought you were going to say.
It might not. It might have been the case, actually. Bam Adebayo had the 83, the other Wilt record that was approached. Still 17 points away from it. Didn't you love what Eric Spoelstra and Bam said?
So Spoelstra said yesterday, I apologize to absolutely no one, period. And I was good with it. Like I said, Jeff, I was going back and forth between the Washington feed and the Miami feed. And I was just kind of like taking it in. And when I first started watching on Washington, they were kind of like, they're up by 30. I don't know why they're still trying to get them the ball and blah, blah, blah. And I was just like, and then they were kind of toying around with the unwritten rules of the game. And then I was like, I don't want to hear this. I want to see this guy score.
Yeah.
I'm watching a game that I absolutely do not care about, but I care because I want to see if this guy can get close to 100.
And stuff like that, like Miami going 31-0.
Yeah.
Those things are cool. And the comment that Andy just said that Spoelstra made was after their win last night. Adebayo had 21 points in that game.
Oh, weak.
But everybody talked to him about the game before. Bam said this. I've got 70 points with 9 minutes left in the game. You think I'm not going for it? Who would be like, coach, just take me out? Yeah, right. You can't be mad at that. If you're mad, I don't care. Because a lot of people, if they did play, they never had a chance to get that close to chasing greatness. And if you get that close to chasing greatness, that's the point of chasing it.
Yes.
So you can surpass it.
Yes.
He's right.
Good
for them.
I wasn't a huge Bam fan until I watched the other night. I was watching him do this. The way he reacted, his embrace with his mom afterwards was
cool.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, really
and it
good.
just kind of reminds you that there's so much more to this game than just putting that ball through the hoop. Although,
Absolutely.
if you can do it enough to get to 100, that's pretty impressive.
That's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Well, if you take 43 shots and 43 foul shots.
Someone's got to give you the ball, though.
That'll help. Brian Anderson, Rays color analyst, former Indian pitcher, Pride of Geneva, coming up next on Baskin and Phelps.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The two bubble teams people can't stop.
That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Michael Markoch.
The NFL landscape can change at any moment. Free agency is open for business, and this is the place to talk about it. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
You know what else is open for business?
Baseball.
Major League Baseball. Spring training well underway. Regular season starting soon. Can't wait. To get us ready, there's nobody else we can talk to other than this man. Is there, Andy?
No. No one.
He's the guy. He's on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. He went to Wright State. Pitched for the Indians. He pitched for the Angels. He pitched for the Diamondbacks. And now he's the color analyst for the Tampa Bay Rays. He also pitched for the Royals. I don't think I missed anybody. He's Mr. Brian Anderson. Hello, B.A.
B.A.
Hello, gentlemen. I just want to warn you that the end of this phone conversation could get a little awkward. So I'm on my way to pick up the kids. They had a half day today as they get ready for spring break, and it was field day. And so I don't live that far from the school, and pickup is between 12:15 and 12:30. So as this phone call is starting to wrap up, I will probably, the kids will be right there. My point in saying all this is I have told them, listen, when you go to field day, you will sweep all of the running events and you will sweep all of the throwing events. And if you don't, then you will run yourself back home. I don't live that far from the school. So if indeed those questions are asked at the very end, you may hear live on TV that either Harper, Baker, or both may be running home from school if they did not sweep their events.
Wow, that's some good parenting
that's
there,
man. That's the way to raise them right there.
Those are elite athletes.
You've
already got them on their way.
All about the experience, Andy. Results don't matter.
The question is, if they were hitting, would they shake hands with the catcher?
No, they would not. They would absolutely not. Listen, I love Randy Arozarena. Absolutely love him. He's one of my favorite Rays. Obviously former Ray now.
Right.
But I don't mind at all what Cal Raleigh did. There's a lot of, I remember when I played for Cleveland, my last trip in, I became friendly because we were basically the only two veterans on the team with Bob Wickman. And then I got traded later that year to Kansas City. And so I'm in the outfield in Kansas City during our batting practice. In Cleveland now, they have come out to start playing catch and to start loosening up for when they're going to hit.
Yeah.
And I know the no fraternization thing. That's just something that is, the guys don't do that. They do now. There's lots of hug-a-thons out behind second base 5 minutes before a game's going to start. And for old school guys, that's just not what that's not what you wanted to project to the fans. So there were rules against that. And I remember being out in the outfield.
Unwritten rules against that, yes.
Unwritten. I think when my first year with the Diamondbacks, it was not unwritten. It was Buck Showalter saying you are not going to be playing grab butt out there with the other team before the game, especially with people in the stands. So that was just not going to be put up with. But all that to say, there was a ball that got hit down into the corner, and I was shagging in the outfield, and I went over to get it, and I was close to Bob, and I kind of walked by him and went to start a conversation, and he didn't even look at me. He said, "Don't talk to me out here." He said, "You know how it goes." As he's playing catch, and he's not even looking at me, he said, "We'll touch base and, under the bells of the stadium when batting practice is over, but run along," basically. And that's just kind of how it is. And that's kind of how
I'm so surprised. I'm just absolutely shocked that you had that conversation with Bob Wickman.
I know. He could be a little prickly, but we, like I said, being basically the only two veterans on that team, we hit it off. So I understood what he meant, and I just, hey, listen, I went and did my thing, and we caught up later. So when Randy goes out there to shake hands with Cal, I have zero issue with Cal saying, just step in the box. We'll be friends in a couple weeks. Right now, we're competing. Let's go.
Wow.
I love it.
That's fun. That's fun. How big of a deal are spring training performances for young players when it comes to making the team? In this case, or what we might expect. In this case, I'm thinking about Chase DeLauder in particular for the Guardians. He's having a good spring, but I would think unless he fell off the face of the earth, he's starting in the outfield somewhere, B.A.
Well, yeah, I think that for a young player, I think it's most important for them You want to head through spring training and feel good about your game as you're getting ready for the regular season, whether that be at the big league level or whether you get sent to AAA, AA, doesn't matter. You want to finish spring strong. You want to have a good spring, and you want to feel good about yourself as the season gets ready to start. Also, you want to impress as a young player. You want to impress the big league brass. You want to impress the front office. You want to impress the coaching staff. You want to leave a mark. And ultimately, you want to make that team. And so I think all of those things are important. I think when you start to break down performances, you have to look, especially when you're talking about spring training, if he's having a good spring and he's hitting well, who's he hitting well off of? Is he hitting well off of number 98 with no name on the back of the jersey? Or is he hitting well off of big league established pitchers? I think that all needs to be taken into account before you crown anybody. And even then, it doesn't matter because you're going to see it year in and year out on every team. Guys that have a big spring and you're like, oh, wow. And then the regular season starts and slowly but surely they disappear. That happens every year, and it happens just about to every club. So it's great that he's having a great spring. Absolutely love that for the kid, and hopefully that translates into an opening day assignment of being a starting big league outfielder. That's great too. But again, you've got to also look at where is this production coming from, and and take some of that into account. But listen, all you can do is go out there and compete against whoever is out there on that mound, or if you're a pitcher, whoever is stepping into that batter's box. If it's a minor league guy or a non-roster invitee, that's not up to you. You just have to do your job, and it sounds like he's doing it quite well, and good for him.
BA, 8 o'clock tonight, USA Canada in Houston, Texas.
Yeah, I'm calling it 2-1 USA win in
Really?
extra innings. Just keeping up with the hockey thing.
Oh, good call. Good call. Didn't even think about that. Who will lose teeth in this game? Let's go there.
Wow.
I don't know, but you can't do that in the Olympics. But when they got together for that four-nation tournament and they threw down 3 times in the first 9 seconds of the game,
awesome.
Tell me that was not the best.
It was awesome.
They were just going at it. I love it. Absolutely love it. I'm going to tell you right now that I love hockey. I love USA, Canada, the men's in the four nations, in the Olympics, all of that. But I'm going to tell you what, one of my favorite events to watch, and you get to see it maybe once a year, once every 2 or 3 years in really meaningful tournaments, but it's the USA, Canada women's hockey teams. They're the best in the world by far, and they cannot stand each other. Those games are absolutely knockdown, drag out, amazing events, as we just saw in the Olympics. So those are some great, some great things to watch. You just sports at its core. Where you are out there laying everything on the line, to win for your country, and we get another opportunity to see that tonight, even though obviously there's restrictions in place as far as usage of players and all of the things. But you can tell these guys really care about what they're doing.
All right, so I'm going Aaron Judge to lose his teeth for USA. We'll go Bo Naylor. I'll stay home here for us.
Listen, you got to be wary of the Canadians. But I will tell you this: the USA team's got some size. You start throwing, Judge is 6'7", 285. He's a rush end, and then you've got Schwarber. I mean, they got some boys that could throw down. So
6'7", 285. That's an outfielder. Goodness gracious.
Yeah, 6'7", and yes, I am doing it with my hands right now. 6'7", 285.
There you go. That's the way. That's the way.
10th time that's come up on the show today.
Right there. When you watch the WBC, BA, and there's a lot of initials I just threw in there. I apologize for that. When you watch the WBC, these guys are obviously having a ton of fun. You're seeing a little bit more of that in the majors, I think. Like guys get home runs and they get a crown on their head or they're wearing a cape or whatever. Should there be more stuff like that in Major League Baseball, more of the camaraderie and fun, or is 162 games so much it's just all business, or mostly business?
You know what? There is I think that there can be a happy medium. I've been one of those guys that I never like to see a hitter, bat flip and all of those things. The generation that I played in, if you pulled a stunt like that, you were going to wear one in the ribs next time.
Yeah.
And that's just the way it was. I mean, and you understood it. If I do that, a good chance I'm going to get dosed my next at bat, and you just accepted it. I don't mind some of the showmanship of today's game. It's a different generation. They've grown up playing the game a little bit differently, and it doesn't bother me like I thought that it would. Now, some of this stuff gets a little absurd. I mean, let's be honest. There are some of the celebrations that we've seen, not calling anybody out, Dominican Republic, but some of these celebrations have gone a little bit too far. However, I don't mind it as much. I really don't. But at the same time, if I'm a pitcher like, and I saw him do it, Grant Balfour. You remember Grant Balfour, the closer. He closed with the Rays, with the A's, a couple of different teams. He was with the Twins. But I've seen him yell a guy off the field after he punches him out, throw the glove, and basically tell him, so if the hitters can do it, then okay, big strikeout in a big spot, let them know. Let him know. Walk him, leash walk him right back to the dugout if you want. But yeah, no, I love the attention that the game is getting. It's getting a lot more national attention this particular season with the WBC, and I don't mind the showmanship. Like I said, if it goes too far, and we all know what that looks like, but some of the other stuff just doesn't bother me as much as I thought that it would. But at the same time, if a pitcher wants to, like I said, he wants to walk you back to the dugout, I've got no problem with that either.
Did you ever play for Team USA or get a shot to try to make a Team USA?
You know what? I played on I went out in 1991. I went out for the Pan American team. It was my freshman year. It was after my freshman year. And Coach Ron Nischwitz at Wright State, unbeknownst to me, sent me down there as a walk-on to try out. He said, I want you to go down there and do that. I had no idea that was on the radar. And I'm like, well, I'm not going to probably make that team, but okay. So I went down there, and I survived the first few rounds of cuts. I ended up being down there for a couple of weeks. And then finally, when I got cut, all of a sudden, guess what? Alaska League calls. The Cape Cod League calls.
Wow.
So what he did is he wanted me to get some national exposure, and it did open up those doors to be able to go up and play in the Cape. And then in 1992, and this is a funny story, and this is probably what we'll have to end on, but I was a preferred walk-on. So they were going to pay for 40 collegiate players to go down to Millington, Tennessee to go out for Team USA, and that was the Olympic year, Barcelona, 1992. And so I was a preferred walk-on. We're not going to pay your way, but we definitely want you down there. Ron Frazier was the head coach, University of Miami. By the way, they ducked me that year. I was supposed to pitch against them. There was a 15-minute rain shower in the middle of the afternoon, and they called the game.
Don't hold any grudges. Don't hold any grudges.
Yeah, well, they didn't want to lose to Wright State on their home field, which is exactly what they would have done. However, Ron Frazier ended up, asking me to come down. So I show up. And you would show up and, you fly down there and you'd wait for an hourly white van to take you to the barracks where you were then going to train. So there was a group of us sitting there, players from all around the country. And I asked this kid, I'm like, so what's your name? He tells me. What position? Shortstop. Oh, okay. What year? Freshman. And I'm thinking there were a lot of really good middle infielders that year. And I thought there is no way that this kid is going to make the team. But good for him that he's going to come out and try to get some exposure. He's asking me the same thing. Well, I'm a sophomore, starting pitcher, Wright State. By the way, I looked like I was 12 years old. He later was telling me, while I was telling him, my background, he was thinking, no chance this guy's going to make the team, whatever. So we go down there. There are hundreds, 200 of us. And we go through all the workouts and the inter-squad games and all of that. And they end up cutting down to like 10 guys. And I made it, and so did this other gentleman.
Wow.
So we were one of the 10 that they kept. Now here comes the 40 paid. So now there's 50 of us going for 25 spots. Same thing. We break off drills, inter squad, boom, 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 boom. They name the 25-man roster. I make it. So does this other cat. And I'm like, you have got to be kidding me. And we're both laughing, telling the story like, I didn't think you had a chance. Yeah, I didn't think you had a chance either. You know who that guy was?
We do, but you can tell us.
I'm guessing.
I think we guessed, and I think we do.
It was Nomar Garciaparra.
Yeah.
He was a true freshman at Georgia Tech. They had a weekend series against the Miami Hurricanes. Ron Frazier, of course, the Olympic head coach, was the head coach of Miami. We've established that. And he went off on Miami. Just went off on them all 3 games over the weekend. And Ron Frazier said, young man, I'd like you to come to Millington, Tennessee this summer and try out for Team USA. And that son of a gun, not only did he make the 25-man roster, we then traveled the summer playing different countries in different major league venues. We went to Cuba for 4 days down to Holguin and played the Cuban national team down there. I got to start against the Cuban national team on the 4th of July in Mile High Stadium out in Denver in front of about 68,000 people. It was insane. It was absolutely insane. You remember when the Browns play, the AFC championship games out there, they had those metal bleachers that they would pound. And while they were doing that, while I was on the mound getting ready to start the game, beautiful sun-soaked afternoon on the 4th of July, and they're pounding those metal bleacher seats, and the rubber underneath my feet was vibrating. You could feel it. It was insane. But anyway, I was one of the 5 that got left behind because in the Olympics, and I didn't have any idea about this, in the Olympics, it was only a 20-man roster for baseball.
Really?
So, yeah, 20-man roster. So we traveled and played the summer with a 25-man roster, but then 5, unfortunately, were not going to make it. And I was one of the 5 that got left behind. Nomar made it. And he was one of the finalists to be able to carry the American flag in for the opening ceremonies. He didn't end up doing it, but he was one of the finalists to be able to do that. So that's how we met, and that's kind of where he got started.
That's funny. You know how Nomar got his name, right?
I do. That was one of the first stories that he told me, that his father was named Ramon, and they just flipped it.
Ramon backwards is Nomar. Awesome.
There you go.
BA?
Yep. Wait. Are the kids in the car yet? How'd they do?
You know what? Well, hold on. I'll text you, and you can feel the audience. I did not really want to put them in that position, so I've just been sitting in the
We'll give an update. The other thing you got me thinking, did you pitch against Danny Baez when he was in Cuba? But we got to get off the air, Brett.
No, I did not.
Okay.
No. The Cuban team that I faced was before they started defecting, and that was a major league team with aluminum bats. It was not.
Wow. Okay, ooh. Thanks.
Ouch. Thanks,
Thanks, buddy.
All right, boys. Have a great weekend.
Brian Anderson joining us on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. And you want good stories, BA's your guy.
Oh.
And Nomar's dad's name was Ramon. They just spelled it backwards.
Danny Baez's story is still incredible to me. Like, never, ever appreciated living here and
so
the
many
easy life.
Players.
The easy life that so many of us have just to be here after talking to Danny about coming over from Cuba. Oh.
Stephen Vogt yesterday, I think, showed us what's coming this season. We'll explain it next on Baskin and Phelps.
website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Brian Anderson just with us. Getting ready for baseball, Andy. Here we go. Getting ready.
I'm ready for tonight. USA, Canada. USA.
There are going to be some things to watch tonight. You got USA, Canada. You have Kent State, Akron. Little Mid-American Conference basketball.
It's going to be a great weekend, man.
Yeah.
Great weekend. State wrestling down in Columbus. You got state hockey in Columbus. You got girls basketball in Dayton. You got boys basketball regionals.
It's a great time of the year.
Oh, I love this time.
It's a great time of the year. And why? I just get pumped up with the start of the baseball season getting going. So I'm looking forward to that. I know you're looking forward to that, Andy. I'm sure the Guardians are looking forward to that. And I'm wondering if Stephen Vogt kind of gave us a hint yesterday about what's on the way. And I mean it from this standpoint.
Yeah, what do you
Guardians played the Milwaukee Brewers. Guardians won the game 1-0. So, it's an exhibition game, preseason, Grapefruit League, Cactus League. We know the deal.
Yeah.
So they don't count. But you can learn things. I think the lineup that Stephen Vogt used yesterday screams, this is our lineup.
Even with Bo out?
You'll insert Bo.
Okay.
But to me, this seems like the lineup. And he subbed for everybody. The only guy who didn't get subbed out was Rhys Hoskins. But the starting lineup yesterday, I think, really resembles what we're going to have this season for the Guardians. He had Stephen Kwan leading off and in center field.
Okay.
By the way, the Stephen Kwan to center field, we might give that a try. Doesn't that seem like it's an absolute lock?
Yeah, it's a lock now. There's no way it's not.
I think it's several years overdue, but I'm glad they're finally doing it. Stephen Kwan led off, was in center field. Chase DeLauder played right field and hit second. And batting second has become a big deal. It used to be you were hitting guys third and fourth. Well, now you're moving those guys up to number 2 in the order. And
more at-bats.
Yep, more at-bats and more power up top. So it's Kwan, DeLauder, and then Jose was hitting third. That makes perfect sense.
Okay.
Kyle Manzardo hit fourth.
Okay.
Rhys Hoskins was the DH and hit fifth.
And had a hit.
And he's up to 227. Then here's where I think you'll have a little bit of an adjustment when Bo Naylor comes back.
Okay.
But he had Gabe Arias then hitting sixth and playing shortstop. Brian Rocchio batting seventh at second base. Austin Hedges hit eighth and was in center field. And Angel Martinez started in left field yesterday and batted ninth, even though he's hitting .417 this spring. Nice job, Angel
So just
Martinez.
sub out Bo for Austin.
Well, I would think you might do this. You might move Bo up behind Hoskins.
Okay.
And then drop down.
Arias, Rocchio, and
whoever's playing in left field. And I would assume it's going to be a platoon between Angel Martinez and maybe George Valera, because Martinez is a switch hitter and Valera hits left-handed. So I would think that Martinez is going to get some at-bats. I think he should get some at-bats. I thought he did a nice job last year. But he actually played some center last year, Andy, was pretty good.
Okay.
But the fact that Kwan is in center field now just screams, all right, he's going to be in center field, and that's it. So you could move Naylor up in the order.
Okay.
Or you could bat him eighth where Hedges is. But I think Naylor's batting at the end of last year improved enough that they think there's some upside there.
Sure.
I'll bet he gets moved up in the order. And that gives you a middle of the order let's go from 2 on down. DeLauder, Ramirez, Manzardo, Hoskins, Naylor, if Bo can find the bat again. And then I would think Martinez or Valera could move up in the lineup, and Rocchio and Arias could move down. But I think that's your lineup. Kwan, DeLauder, Ramirez, Manzardo, Hoskins, Arias, Rocchio, Hedges, Martinez.
But there's a concern then if you think that's the order.
What do you mean?
The concern is 4 hits yesterday from those guys.
Well, it was a 1-0 game. It's no concern. It's a Cactus League game.
Yeah, but if you were,
my friend.
Oh, I'm just saying, if you're approaching that like it's a regular season game, then you got to go into
it's a regular season lineup. It's not a. I mean, the guys all got yanked late in the game. All the starters got 2 or 3 at bats.
Manzardo had hits yesterday. Not many. Manzardo, Hoskins, Arias.
You know that doesn't matter.
Well, if you tell a team that we're going to play this like we're going to play it during the regular season, it might matter a little bit.
Well, you didn't tell him it was a regular season game, but
all of those guys got. I mean,
what I'm saying
Fox
is
came in at center. Walton came in at center.
That to me looks like the lineup. That looks like the lineup to me.
Okay.
What do you think?
I don't want to sit here and look at a lineup that's hitting less than 200. A month into the season, everybody.
Well, but Andy, this is what they have.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, what the hell are you going to do? Forgive me. These are their guys. I think the way he had them in the batting order, I think that's the way it's going to go. I love Quan in center field. Again, sorry. He played center field in college. He played it in the minors. They moved him to left field when he was up here. You don't think he can go back and play a good center field? I'm sure that he can.
There were only 7 hits in the whole game. They only had 3.
Would you get the results of one game out of your head? We're looking big picture here,
I am
friend.
looking at the big picture. Tells me
big picture.
That
this is your lineup.
Your guys,
ladies
that
and
you're
gentlemen,
your
2026 Cleveland Guardians.
4 hits yesterday, exhibition ball where the weather's perfect.
Victory, 1-0.
Where the weather is perfect.
Victory.
Great. Oop, 10th win of the season.
You're 10-9.
That's right.
That rate, you'll be 10 games over 500 and knocking on the playoff door.
Jeff, you're 10-9-1.
That's beautiful, Andy.
It's even better. And you're 6-4 at home. Doesn't get much better than that. How many more of these godforsaken exhibition games do we have left?
Not enough, Andy. They're fun. Aren't they fun?
They're fun when you're there and you're sitting in the outfield and you're drinking a beer. Otherwise, you're here. Although a bunch of these games are on TV coming up, too, so that'll be okay. MLB TV, MLB Net, all this stuff coming up. So
Thursday, March 26th gets going for real. So you know what that is, Andy? 13 days away.
12 games left.
13 days away.
12 games.
In Seattle against those pesky Mariners.
Oh, they're not home for St. Patrick's Day. That's the best day of spring training. Everybody turns their uniforms green. I love it.
You're so amused.
I still have my Indians green St. Patrick's Day
That's
stuff.
great. That's great.
Indians. That's right. I said Indians.
You're so amused by the minutia of life.
I just see bigger picture stuff. I
was going big picture. You were like, oh, they got 4 hits in a preseason game.
Well,
Cactus
it's
League,
not
only 4 hits.
Jeff, it's not that they only got 4 hits.
I was going, this is your lineup.
I know you're very excited about that, but if that is my lineup and they only had 4 hits
in one game,
not very excited.
Andy, did they win the game?
Yes, Jeff, they won the game.
Stop.
Jeff,
that's all you need.
Do you really want to sit here again and look at a lineup that is like less than 200 across the board?
Aaron Judge isn't walking into that locker room, my friend.
You do see my frustration, my aggravation.
All right, so fix it. You've got 13 days.
All right. I'm going to go to the bank. You say, can I have a little
They're
cash?
already signed. Everybody else is signed. You can't sign anybody else. This is it.
Maybe I'm trading somebody.
It's Norman Dale from Hoosiers. My team's on the court. Stephen Vogt. My team's on the turf.
Yeah, it is. Hey, can we get a bat? What do you got? Cash considerations. Oh, that's fun. Woohoo. Player to be named later. You got it. That's great.
13 days
left. Hey,
left
you going to make a trade
here?
Of
the regular season, and Andy wants a new lineup.
I'm not saying I want a new lineup. Wouldn't it be nice if we had someone that had 2 hits in a game?
Maybe Chase DeLauder could be that guy.
Okay, well, it didn't happen yesterday as you got all excited about what you think.
It was a Cactus League extravaganza.
Yeah, but for them, it wasn't, Jeff. You said this looks like the lineup they're going to put on the field opening day. Correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I believe it.
Excite me, Jeff. I'm not excited.
Chase DeLauder's hitting 389. You pumped?
Yeah, I'm a little bit pumped for him. I'll be honest with you. I watched his first at bat yesterday. It was online.
I think he's the key to the whole thing. We'll explain it next on Baskin and Phelps.
He's your Evan Mobley. Hey, everybody. It's Andy Baskin for Choice Cabinet.
Yeah, move along, would you?
Talking about my friends at Choice Cabinet. Jeff's not my friend, but Choice Cabinet. My friend, your friend, everybody else's friend. Been talking for about 2 years now about Choice Cabinet. What a great job they do. They're local. I can't say that enough. They're local. Showroom right here in town if you want to check it out, 4856 Richmond Road, 4856 Richmond Road. And, the great thing about Choice Cabinet, whether you're a homeowner or you're out there with a contractor and the contractor says, we're going to take care of everything for you. They work fast, they work smart. And you know what? The contractor can help you out on this too. So tell your contractor you want Choice Cabinet. Get those professional grade quality, factory direct pricing that I've been talking about for a while here. And why would you want to wait 6 weeks or more for your cabinets? Why? No reason. When there is a gigantic warehouse in Solon waiting for you with your new cabinets. So tell your contractor you want Choice Cabinet, or go to the showroom at 4856 Richmond Road and get that dream project started today. ChoiceCabinet.com, or visit one of their business partners.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Hey, don't be pressured when it's time.
Cavs try and bounce back tonight as they are in Dallas to take on the struggling Mavericks. No Jared Allen for the fourth straight game. He'll be out with knee tendonitis. Tyrese Proctor and Max Strus remain out as well. Tip-off from the American Airlines Center will be at 7:30. Want to catch highlights from the Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite the Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments, headline sports news every 20 minutes here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Michael Markoch.
Sign up to be a part of the Fan Club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 923thefan.com.
Coming up at 1 o'clock, we're going to hear from the new Cleveland Browns offensive linemen. Two of them, anyway. Elton Jenkins, Zion Johnson. Met with the media today. We will hear from them at 1 o'clock and at 1:20. We're going to hear from Elton at 1. And you're going to want to hear what he has to say about his knee injury that caused the Packers to fail his physical, which made him available, and the Browns signed him. You're going to want to hear what he had to say about that today. That's coming up at 1 o'clock. I'm Jeff Phelps.
Doesn't happen in the NFL, does it?
The guy is Andy Baskin.
Yeah. As always, you can listen to this show or all of our local shows on The Fan, on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Always good to know.
Simple.
We just went over, I don't want to get you mad again. We went over what looks like to me the lineup that Stephen Vogt's going to roll out most days.
It's not that I'm mad, Jeff. I'm just like, okay, 4 hits out of that lineup yesterday.
Well, that's what they're going to roll out, Andy.
Okay.
They don't have other options.
I've seen them make moves this late in spring training before. They've done that before. They'll do it if they feel the need.
I would think that's true, but I think what they think this year is it's time for the young guys to play. And maybe that means at some point Travis Bazzana. You know, if Travis goes down to Columbus.
I'm ready to see him now.
Well, if he goes, I would think because he's missed time in spring training because of the World Baseball Classic, I would think Bazzana is going to go to Columbus. And I would think by the end of April, if he's swinging the bat well in Columbus and Gabe Arias or Brian Rocchio aren't swinging the bat well here, they'll make a move. And Bazzana will go to second base, and the guy who's not hitting will go to Columbus, and the guy who is will stay at shortstop. I would think that happens. So I think at some point we're going to see Bazzana here, and that's going to be a key thing for the team because that's a key piece moving forward. And so is the guy who hit second yesterday, and that's Chase DeLauder. Now, Chase is only 24 years old, and it's still young for a Major League Baseball player. You get to be 25, 26, 27, so now's his time. And I would assume that now is his time. If they thought highly enough of the guy, Andy, to have him make his Major League debut in the playoffs, I would think there's no problem with him starting the season in right field this year. And I would think that's what's going to happen. Brian Anderson was on the show at noon, and we asked Brian about Chase DeLauder, a young guy for spring training. Is it important for that guy to make an impression in the spring? What's the value of it? Because DeLauder is having a real nice spring right now, hitting close to 400 for the team. Here's what BA had to say.
I think that for a young player, I think it's most important for them. You want to head through spring training and feel good about your game as you're getting ready for the regular season, whether that be at the big league level or whether you get sent to AAA, AA, doesn't matter. You want to finish spring strong. You want to have a good spring, and you want to feel good about yourself as the season gets ready to start. Also, you want to impress as a young player. You want to impress the big league brass. You want to impress the front office. You want to impress the coaching staff. You want to leave a mark. And ultimately, you want to make that team. And so I think all of those things are important. I think when you start to break down performances, you have to look, especially when you're talking about spring training, if he's having a good spring and he's hitting well, who's he hitting well off of?
That was BA, Brian Anderson, and talking about Chase DeLauder in particular there. And Chase has had a nice spring. I think, Andy, I don't think there's any question, he's going to be the starting right fielder, barring disaster. And disaster for Chase DeLauder would be not staying healthy. And that's been an issue.
Mm-hmm.
The Guardians drafted him out of James Madison University in 2022. And in 2023, for the Guardians organization, he played in the Arizona League. He played in Lake County. He played in Akron. So he quickly made his way to Double-A. Problem was he played in 57 games. Then in 2024, he played in Columbus and he played in Akron and he played out in Arizona and he played in 39 games. And then last year, he did okay. Hit the ball well enough. Played for 2 teams. Played in Arizona, played in Columbus, and played 42 games. Andy, this guy's had no luck with injuries, but at some point, you either get luck with injuries or you're completely injury prone and you're never going to make it. So I would think this, and he's 24. That's not too old.
No.
But now's the time for Chase DeLauder to go play 120 to 150 games in a season. And he's going to get that opportunity. And if he produces, it'll be closer to 150, and he'll be out there all the time.
Yeah, he just has to stay healthy. I don't know. There isn't. How much more is there to him other than saying, "Look, we got to keep you. We got to keep you healthy. I mean, first round draft pick, 16th overall. Even in spring training,
good defender, has a big arm.
Yeah, I'm just looking at his spring training numbers. He's 3 extra base hits, 7 hits total. So, played in 7 games. He's had 18 at bats. So
I would think he is going to get every opportunity as long as he's healthy to play.
Sure.
And if I don't think this will happen. If he's hitting 220, good, send him out again. If he's hitting 215, good, you're in the lineup again today. Just as long as he's healthy, Andy, he's going to get a ton of at-bats. And it would be a successful season, period, if he gets 550 at-bats. If he hits 207 and gets 550 at-bats, it'll still be a successful season for him because for the first time as a pro, he would have stayed healthy.
That's the key.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know that there's any other thing to label him on, and just other than if he's healthy, is he producing? And if you get that, then you've got a winner, and that's one less spot you got to worry about in the outfield. It seems weird that this team has to worry about the outfield positions as much as we have over the last couple of years.
I would think he completely takes care of one of them.
Yeah.
But now, see, here's the other catch.
And they want him to.
Yeah.
Let's be honest.
Here's the other catch. If he doesn't stay healthy, what's plan B?
I don't know. The outfield doesn't feel real good.
George Valera and Angel Martinez?
Martinez. I think he's...
I would think so, too, except you could play Jonathan Rodriguez out there again. In other words, you could basically roll out the same thing you had last year and hope that George Valera stays healthy and hits in left field. I mean, if you had to, you could play Martinez and Valera, if something goes wrong with DeLauder. But, or have you given up on Jonathan Rodriguez? I don't know if you have given up on Jonathan Rodriguez, but I don't know if they have.
Or what middle infielder is going to move out to the outfield?
I don't think that's going to happen anymore.
You think they're done with that?
I think they're. You know why I think they're done with that?
Why?
Stephen Kwan's playing center.
Okay, so that's one spot.
Yep. Well, that's the spot. Is it not?
The spot for an infielder to move out? You're saying center field is the only place you would do it?
No, but it's what they did. They put Martinez out there. He was an infielder. Put Tyler Freeman out there. He was an infielder.
Yeah, when you bring Bazana up, you're going to have another glut up the middle, right?
No, because you're going to send somebody down. Bazana comes up when he's ready and when Arias or Rocchio falter. And if one of them doesn't falter, well, then they're going to make a decision. Best case
I think Bazana's
scenario.
Here sooner than later.
You think so?
Yes.
Well, you know what? I hope so.
Yeah, I do too.
I hope so. Because that means he will have come back from the World Baseball Classic in fine shape, healthy, and would have gone to Columbus and played well for a while. I just think going to the WBC, they'll start with Rocchio and Arias. I don't think there's any question. And then when Bazana shows that he's good to go, he's going to get a look. You have some guys. You have Nick Kurtz, who's already tearing it up. You have Jack Caglione, who's looking pretty good.
I know. That's why I keep thinking that he's coming up sooner than later.
But Andy, they're not going to bring him up if he's not ready or not hitting well. The last thing you want to do is bring up a guy who's not hitting at AAA and say good luck in the majors. He's got to, and that doesn't necessarily even mean batting average. Batting average isn't always telling. How are you swinging the bat? How are you hitting it? How's the ball coming off your bat?
Yeah, he's not on the 40-man yet either, so they got to make some room for him there.
The cool thing about the Guardians right now, at least I think it's cool, is there's been a little change in the way they do business. As we saw last year in the draft, they loaded up on bigger position players who hit for power. And kind of what was on the board and kind of a change in philosophy. They didn't draft, 5'10", 170-pound middle infielders, at least not too many of them. And when you look at their top prospect list right now, it's dominated at the top by position players. It's MLB's list. Travis Bazana is their number one prospect, then Chase DeLauder, Angel Anao, and it's Genao, but his name is Anao. It's how you pronounce it, I believe. Ralphie Velasquez is the big first baseman outfielder, Andy. Ralphie might not be far away.
Bojorquez? Yeah.
Not Corey Bojorquez.
Oh, sorry.
He's not on the list.
You sure?
And then a name to keep an eye on is Cooper Ingle, catcher.
Yep.
So we'll see what happens with Cooper. He did a nice job in AA last year. But you hope that they can start developing position players while continuing to develop pitching. And you would think that's the case. A guy that we're going to see, I would think, by midsummer, the guy they picked up from Toronto, Cal Steven, I would think he ends up here in if somebody gets hurt in the pitching staff, I would bet he ends up here in this pitching.
Yeah, I wonder how long. You go back to Engel for a second. I wonder how long before he's up, because I've read some stuff about him coming up this year too.
Yeah, the thing I don't know if it's scary or not about him. He's 5'8", 190. He screams Craig Biggio to me.
Catcher, though, right?
Well, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Biggio was a smaller catcher, and they ended up turning him into an infielder. But Engel weighs close to 200 pounds. Maybe that's a good thing for him. But he's a guy who's hit throughout the minors, and that's good because they can use a guy behind the plate who can hit. Can they not?
Yeah, you wonder what Bo Naylor's future is going to be too, a little bit, don't you?
Well, I think Bo needs to have a good year. I think he's got more than a year, but I think if he wants to solidify everything that everybody thinks about him, he needs to have a good year. The Browns introduced their 2 new free agent signings on the offensive line. We're going to hear from them coming up here in the 1 o'clock hour on Baskin and Phelps.
Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin for FanDuel. Right now, new FanDuel customers can get up to $300 back in bonus bets every day for 10 days if your bet loses. Here's how it works. Place a tournament bet using the token. If it doesn't win, then you'll get up to $300 back in bonus bets every single day for 10 straight days. That is 10 chances to play all tourney long, from game props to money lines to spreads, totals, futures, and even more. And you can even mix things up with same-game parlays for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to fill out your bracket, you know what? FanDuel makes it easy to stay in the action day after day. So visit FanDuel.com/local to sign up today. FanDuel.com/LOCAL to sign up today. FanDuel, it is time to dance. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 92.3 The Fan.
21 plus and present in Ohio. Must apply select token each day. Bonus bets are non-withdrawable and expire 7 days after receipt. Tokens are received in increments of 1 per day. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-MY-RESET.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Boston Celtics might have lost last night in Oklahoma City against the Thunder, but I walk away from that game feeling really, really good about Boston. No Jason Tatum in that game, and yes, no Jalen Williams for Oklahoma City, but the fact that Jaylen Brown went toe-to-toe with SGA, making that fall-away jumper at the end to tie it at 102 before OKC won it, I think speaks very well to Boston's chances in the playoffs. I'm Nick Costos. I need a little
There's a new flavor in town, the Jalapeno Ranch Club at Chick-fil-A. With that juicy Chick-fil-A original spicy or grilled chicken, a buttermilk ranch bun, candied bacon, pepper jack cheese, and jalapeno ranch sauce. It's got big ranch vibes with a little heat. Chick-fil-A's new Jalapeno Ranch Club. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
If you need a new appliance, this is your sign. Shop at Lowe's now to get up to 35% off and next-day delivery on hundreds.
7:30. Get all the latest Browns content filtered right to your phone this offseason by following the Browns playlist in 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Michael Markoch.
The NFL landscape can change at any moment. Free agency is open for business, and this is the place to talk about it. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
As always here on Basket and Phelps, our social media mentions are presented by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. I'm Jeff Phelps, my partner. To my right is Andy Baskin.
Yo.
It's been a big time this week with free agency and the new league year beginning in the National Football League. And the Browns went into it needing at least 4 new starting offensive linemen. And by golly, they picked up 3. So that worked out for them. At least they hope so. And a couple of those guys chatted with the media today. Elton Jenkins and Zion Johnson coming over from the Chargers. And so you get 2 guys named Jenkins with Tevin Jenkins coming back.
Right.
And you get Zion Johnson, and that works out well, and you get Titus Howard. So you're bringing in new guys.
Yep.
Jenkins is a guy who's made a couple of Pro Bowls as a member of the Green Bay Packers. And he made those Pro Bowls playing left guard and splitting time between left guard and right tackle. Now, he played center last year and then suffered a really bad injury, fractured his leg and messed up his ankle and some ligaments and stuff, and played in only 9 games for Green Bay last year. But he has shown versatility throughout his career. A couple of years at left guard, 1 year at left tackle. He's played right tackle, and now center. So they can basically play him anywhere on the offensive line. We're all assuming center, but we'll see about that. But that's what we're all assuming right now. Issue here might be he failed his physical with Green Bay, and they chose not to re-sign him. And they kept the guy who filled in for him last year after he was hurt.
Mm-hmm.
But Elton Jenkins introduced to the media today in Berea, and let's listen to what he had to say.
Hey, Elton, going back to kind of what happened with Green Bay, were you surprised that they cut you? And what sort of happened there at the end?
No, I wasn't surprised. I mean, we was in talks about the situation and how we was going to do it moving forward.
Does something like that motivate you as you move forward? Just sort of, I don't know if proving them wrong is the right way to put it, but does that motivate you kind of moving forward here?
I mean, it definitely motivated me. A team you've been with for so long, and they got to go a different route. But that's the nature of the business, though. So just glad to be a Brown and ready to win some games.
Can you just tell us where you are right now, sort of from a health standpoint, and what you think you'll be able to do when the offseason program begins?
Right now, I'm rehabbing, doing everything I can to get better. But I do feel good. Every week I see process. I see progress. But yeah, I'm feeling good. And OTA starting in the next couple of April 6th or whatever day it is. And I plan on being here with the team. Going through my rehab process, but being ready for the season when they come up.
Okay, and then my next question was, were you able to see, in the game that you guys played against the Browns last year, that this is, like Zion said earlier, kind of a team that maybe has more to it than what the record may have shown last year?
Oh yeah, most definitely. Especially playing our defense. Y'all definitely kicked our butt. So just having the top 3 defense, and then just the guys, the skill positions, as far as receivers, the running back, just seeing Kushan run the ball last year, it was very motivating to come here and just have a running back like that, that run with such confidence, power, and the speed he got. So I definitely think the record last year doesn't show the team that we have. And, it's our job to come in and expect to win and do that.
How much conversation took place so far with the Browns as to where you're playing?
Yeah, we talked about it. And I told them I want to keep an open mind moving forward. The more guys we got, the better. They can play different positions. But obviously you don't want to play musical chairs and stuff like that, but you do want guys that's able to fill in if a guy go down or if we need a guy this week and things like that. So I'm definitely open to playing anything and what's going to help the team.
So you seem to be like a wild card as they remake this offensive line. They still have some uncertainty at center and at left tackle. If you were to be designated the starter from the offseason program at one of those two positions, do you feel comfortable about having a Pro Bowl year at either of those positions?
Yeah, for sure. I just right now it's just getting healthy and making sure that I'm getting the reps at whatever position they want me to play. But I definitely feel like I still can play. I'm still gonna play this game at a high level, no matter what position it is.
Hey, what do you think about the rest of the moves that the Browns have made on the O-line with Titus and Zion and bringing back Tevin?
Yeah, I feel like they're gonna be I feel like Zion. I've trained with Titus in 2018 coming out. We went to the Senior Bowl together. Got a good relationship with him. Just met Zion. He like a good guy. Feel seeing some football on him. So we definitely got the pieces. They definitely brought good pieces in to help us solidify the O-line. So I'm excited about that.
And did you know Todd Monken before this? And if not, what have your early conversations been like?
I know they recruited me for a little bit, just a little bit when he was at Southern Miss. But not too. I didn't know him too much, but excited to meet him and get to know him.
So if I got this timeline right, the Packers released you, I think, on Monday with a failed physical designation. Did you have a physical with the Browns before you signed this contract?
Yeah, I did.
When did that happen?
Today.
Okay, so you didn't have it before you signed. Oh.
Well, I mean, technically I did. I just signed, but yes, I did.
And so where are you in your rehab process?
We're doing good right now. Right now we on pace where we need to be at. Make sure we're working hard, just staying at it. But making sure we see progress every week, honestly, though. That's one of the main things that my trainer that we harp on right now, just seeing progress throughout. But we right where we need to be at.
And so your goal is to be ready for when?
Week 1 for sure.
What do you know so far about Shedeur Sanders and Deshaun Watson? And I know you probably know by now that those two guys probably are going to be the ones competing for the starting job. So just wondering what your thoughts are on those guys and how do you feel about kind of, heading into a quarterback competition here?
Yeah, I seen, me being on another team, I seen both of them play some real good football. So I'm just keeping everything competitive. Whoever win the starting spot, we're gonna be there for them. Or whoever don't, we're gonna the one or the two, we're gonna be there for them. But I guess just keeping it competitive and just being there for both of them when they need it. But they very good football players, and I'm excited to work with them.
Elton, how close are you to Rasheed Walker? Do you think he's staying in Green Bay or moving along?
Man, Tony, your guess is better than mine. Hopefully we can hopefully we can get him in the Cleveland Brown uniform. But I feel like the sky's the limit for Rasheed. Honestly, he got a lot of football ahead of him. He's still young, so we can get him in here. I'd love to have him here. Been knowing him for the last 4 years and just seeing his game and seeing him mature as a man and as a player. It's been very special. So, if we can get something done, I'm with it. But, best of luck to him wherever they may be.
That's Elton Jenkins, the new offensive lineman of the Browns. And my biggest thought on that, Andy, open-minded on playing any position on the offensive line. And that could be really beneficial because Andrew Berry acquired starting offensive linemen. You brought in a guy who primarily has played right tackle in Titus Howard. You've brought in a guy who primarily has played left guard in Zion Johnson. And then you have Jenkins, who in his NFL career has been a starting left guard. He's been a starting left tackle. He's been a starting right tackle. And he's been a starting center. So the only thing not really covered on his resume is right guard.
Did you get a feel for where he wanted to play?
Didn't sound like he cared.
Yeah, I don't think he cares either, but there's got to be a preferred spot.
All right, my hunch?
Yeah, center?
He's your starting center.
I think so too, yeah. Because if they don't get a left tackle, it's going to be Dawad Jones. Even if they get a rookie left tackle and don't draft them in the first or second round, Dawad Jones is probably going to be your starter at left tackle.
Though Elton has played on the outside at the tackle spots, he primarily has played inside during his career. So I would think he's either playing guard or center.
Yeah,
And remember, Joel Bitonio's situation is still up in the air.
Don't you think they'd leave Howard at right tackle too? So
Well, you would think so.
So like right now, you're probably looking at Elton Jenkins, center, right next to him, Tevin Jenkins, which is going to be confusing for anyone who's looking at the back of the jerseys. And then Zion Johnson on the other side. So Johnson, Jenkins. And then at right tackle, you're probably looking at Titus Howard. And then DeJuan Jones at left tackle. And then what are we going to do with Zach Zinner or Luke Whippler?
We're going to wave to them.
You think so?
As they sit there on the bench. And now,
you would hope that one of them would break through.
One thing you've done, though,
Zinter in particular,
you've thrown Tevin Jenkins into the starting lineup.
Yeah, I have.
Remember, they're going to bring in somebody at 6 or 24. We know that. Somewhere in the first round, I would think Tevin Jenkins becomes your super sub. He becomes the first guy off the bench. And if he's limited to a position, well, Jenkins isn't. Elton Jenkins isn't.
Yeah, no, you're probably right. Yeah, I just think if they could just, if Titus Howard would just change his last name to Howard or something like that, we could have all J's across the line.
Yeah, which would be really beneficial.
It'd be 5 J's. It'd be the Jackson
really
5.
beneficial.
No, or the J5.
Would be really great for everybody.
It's all about marketing, Jeff. It really doesn't matter how you play.
I would think the right side of the line is, in pretty good shape. The questions are on the left side. It's DeJuan Jones. It's Joel Bitonio's position. What are you going to do?
Still don't know what Joel's doing.
No, we still don't know. The other aspect of this that I think is also something to keep in mind, and we're going to hear from him coming up in just a little bit, Zion Johnson. Though he has played left guard, he was a starting right guard his rookie year in the NFL. So either guard spot he can play. So you have two guys in Jenkins and Johnson who have versatility, which, Andy, is so essential. And I think Elton said it really well. He said, hey, I'm willing to play anywhere, and if something comes up, it's nice to have the versatility to, you can move somebody to another spot. So think about that. In theory, they could play him anywhere. And if you think that's a bad idea, maybe it is. Maybe it is. Here, evidence that it maybe isn't.
Right.
Now, this guy was a Hall of Famer, but Clay Matthews' brother, Bruce, made the Pro Bowl at tackle and at guard and at center when he played for the Houston Oilers.
He was good.
And if you can play offensive line, for the most part, you can play anywhere on the offensive line. Like Mekhi Becton didn't do real well at tackle for the Jets when they drafted him. Well, they moved him to guard, and he wins the Super Bowl with Philly and did a nice job there. So if you can block and you can play on the offensive line and show a little bit of versatility, it's huge for a team that might bring you in, like the Browns just did to Elton Jenkins and Zion Johnson. And we'll hear from Zion coming up next year on Baskin and Phelps.
Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin for FanDuel. FanDuel is giving all customers a profit boost every single day through March 15th. From now until the final 68 is revealed, you're getting a daily profit boost for a chance at boosted winnings on your college basketball bets. So you can trust me, you don't want to miss a single day. Build the same game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout, or try live betting and jump on in after the tip. It's so simple. Best of all, with FanDuel, you get paid instantly when you win. Just visit FanDuel.com/local to get started. That's FanDuel.com/LOCAL, local, to get started. FanDuel is the official sportsbook partner of 92.3 The Fan.
21 plus and present in Ohio. Must apply select token each day. Bonus bets are non-withdrawable and expire 7 days after receipt. Tokens are received in increments of 1 per day. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-MY-RESET.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
My car smells fresh, always so fresh every day. My car smells fresh, so fresh, like I cleaned it yesterday. Got that Febreze car on the vents, living life with that just clean freshness. Febreze car, if you know, you know. Up to 40, there's a scent on low. My car smells fresh, so fresh, always so fresh every day. My car smells fresh, so fresh, like I cleaned it yesterday. That's right, breathe happy Febreze, la 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 la.
Bomber Sports Cards is your go-to source for the best trading card selection in Cleveland. Shop online at bombersportscards.com or enjoy a full-service hobby experience in our beautiful new store on Route 82 in Broadview Heights. The Bomber Sports Cards team has over 100 combined years buying, selling, and collecting cards. A trusted source by hobby enthusiasts for drop-off, grading, and consignment services, fresh hobby boxes, memorabilia, and electrifying live breaks. Bomber Sports Cards, igniting the collector in you since 2013.
Hey, don't be pressured when it's time to shop for an engagement ring. Stop in and see Josh at Bookman & Son, where jewelry shopping is made easy and comfortable. BookmanandSon.com.
If you're looking at new trucks this month, the choice is easy, and the choice is a Ram truck. And right now, the Ram truck deals at every Northeast Ohio Ram dealer are phenomenal. And I've seen the Ram side by side with the so-called competition. I drive the Ram. I bought the Ram. But let's get into that idea of competition. For power, there is no competition. You can choose from Ram's award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7-liter Hemi V8. When it comes to power, you get what you pay for. So why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with a 4-cylinder engine? For merging, for durability, for anything. In a 4-cylinder engine? For comfort and easy-to-use technology, Ram wins again. With Ram's 5-link coil suspension, all it takes is one test drive to feel how much smoother a Ram is. So the choice is easy. Pull into your Northeast Ohio Ram dealer today. The Ram truck deals are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. Dollar for dollar. There is no competition. There's only Ram truck. Tell them Nick Wilson sent you.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
real game.
That's sad.
Back in the day, it was like, what's that?
It's like the Ohio Cup,
supposed
man.
to go to the Akron, Kent winner, whatever.
How about the
But
Ohio
remember,
Cup?
back then, Akron wasn't in the MAC.
No, I know.
They didn't necessarily play all the time.
Yeah, it was like the big rivalry game they played outside of the MAC, right?
Well, if they ever even played. We're hearing from the Browns' new offensive lineman. Elton Jenkins, signed from the Green Bay Packers, spoke earlier. We heard from him last segment. We're going to hear from Zion Johnson from the Chargers in just a second. Andy is in Westlake. Andy, you there?
Eddie, it's Eddie. Yeah,
Eddie,
how you guys doing?
Sorry, Eddie.
Hey, Eddie.
Hey, what's up, Eddie?
Hello.
You can talk. You can talk now.
Hey, no, I was just letting you guys know that I was real happy with what we did with the free agency.
Cool.
It's a lot of versatility with these guys. They can play multiple spots. If they do decide they want to start Whippler and they want to start, Zion and also the other Green Bay guy, they could do that.
Jenkins?
Agreed.
And it just gives them a lot of versatility. I think for Andrew Berry to finish this up is for him to get one of these. To me, I don't want to be relying on a rookie tackle. And the kid, they seem like they're real high on, that Georgia kid. He seemed like he got a lot of ability and everything, but I don't know how the Rasheed Walker deal was working with, like, they're talking about him signing a 1-year deal or Taylor Decker and still drafting a tackle later.
That would be an approach, Eddie. And when Taylor Decker got let go by Detroit, I thought, I wonder if he could fit here.
I thought the same thing.
And then Walker in Green Bay was a 7th-round pick who developed, and now he's going to get paid. And I could see that. If you decided, Andy, that you wanted to go in other directions, defense, quarterback, wide receiver, with those first couple of picks, you could, in theory, sign another offensive lineman. Joel Bitonio could come back, and then you could pick up an offensive lineman in the 3rd, 4th rounds and maybe have somebody who you're going to develop if you're comfortable enough with the guys that you bring in. But right now they've brought in 3 guys, Titus Howard, Elton Jenkins, and this guy, Zion Johnson, who's only 26 years old, was a first-round pick by the Chargers, drafted by Tom Telesco there, who's been consulting with Andrew Berry. So that's kind of interesting here. He started out as a right guard. He has played left guard the last couple of years, but he's now a Cleveland Brown at the age of 26, and here's what he said to the media earlier today.
What was sort of the sales pitch they made, Andrew, and others made to you? Did they give you sort of an idea of what your role was going to be here in terms of left guard, right guard, any of that sort of thing?
I mean, I think the pitch for me was clear. I mean, looking at the team from outside in, for me, it looked like a team on the rise. Like, there's a lot of pieces. The front office is very, hell-bent on improving the offensive line, improving the team as a whole. And, my role was just to come in, play whatever position is needed, whether it is left or right, to help the team in any way necessary. But, the draw was clear for me. I could see the potential and the talent on this team.
Is there much difference going left guard to right guard?
I think for someone who's played one spot more predominantly than the other, it can be a little bit of a switch, just having to flip everything, like in terms of how you view scheme, your perspective as the player on the field. But, a lot of us train movement going both directions. So I think for, a lot of offensive linemen, that's something that, is a reality for us, that, you might have to play left or right. So we train both positions to, be able to switch more fluidly.
Yeah, Zion, just wondering, do you know Joel Bitonio at all? And there is some thought that maybe he might come back to the team. And I don't know, if that's going to happen or not going to happen, but if you had a chance to play with him and work with him, what do you think that would be like for you? No, personally, I don't know Joel Bitonio personally, but, I think every young guard knows who Joel Bitonio is. He's played at an extremely high level year after year after year. He's the, kind of pinnacle on the level that a lot of young guards aspire to play to.
So, to have the opportunity to be around somebody like that, to learn from them, to play next to them, I think anybody would love that opportunity.
Hey, Zion, you mentioned the Browns being hell-bent on fixing the offensive line. So just what have you thought about the other moves, starting with Titus and then obviously Elton as well?
Yeah, I mean, both of those guys I've watched a lot on crossover. As offensive linemen, we love to watch our peers see things that they do well, see things that we can steal for our own game. And both of those guys are really, really good players. Titus, when he was with Houston, and Elton when he was in Green Bay. Those guys, are just consistent, and I'm really excited to get to play next to them, to really grow with them and see what we can become as a unit, because I think we all have a lot of unique strengths that we can, add to this offensive line unit, and things that we can enhance in each other as well.
And then following up on what Mary Kay asked about Joel, would it be, I don't know, daunting at all if he does retire, doesn't come back, to move into left guard and fill a spot that he's, filled, gone to 7 Pro Bowls at that spot for this team?
I mean, like I said before, Joe Patonio, he played at an extremely high level for a lot of years, but, I have a lot of, faith in myself and my own abilities to help this team win, to do what's necessary and required for the team. So, it's an honor to be able to play that position after somebody like that. And, it'll be my job to hold that standard in my time as well.
Hey, Zion, just to go back to something you said up top and the pitch they made to you and the investment they're making on the line. Like, I think from the outside looking in, remaking an O-line like this seems daunting, but it sounds like for you, it was a draw to come in and be a part of building this up. Can you just explain that a little bit more and why it would be a draw for a player?
I mean, I think looking from the outside in, this team has a lot of, good pieces, a lot of talented players. I just remember, during the season, I was watching one of the games, I can't remember, that the Browns was playing. And, I saw this young running back that just looked electric. And I thought, man, like, if I had the opportunity to block for somebody like that, the sky's the limit. So, and having the opportunity to come here and just seeing, the pieces that we have, and, the other veterans that have come in on the offensive line as well, I just feel, really good about our room. And I think that, we have the potential to be something very special.
Obviously, this team is going to be going through a lot of decision making when it comes to the quarterback, as a guy that's there to protect him. You might be faced with different opportunities, different guys, and it might be kind of fluid, especially, throughout the summer. So what's your mindset going into this as the team approaches that, having to maybe be a little bit more versatile in how you block and how you scheme things for whoever may be there under center?
I think our job is, whoever's under center, to give them the best opportunity, the best chance to be successful at what they do, whether that means protection, whether that means, making the run game efficient to provide some cushion for the quarterback. I think our mindset is, we're going to do whatever we can to, help put the quarterback in a position where he can be successful.
You have not missed many games in your career. Why has it been so important for you to be on the field, and how much pride do you take in the fact that you're kind of always there to answer the bell?
Yeah, I mean, I take a lot of pride in it because, you can't help the team, from off the field. I mean, sure you can through practice and whatnot, but I think the way that I add to the team, the way that I fill my role and do my job is being out there consistently, doing my job, giving everything I can, whether it's my body or whatever, to the team. So I take a lot of pride in that.
What do you think so far of Shedeur and Deshaun, and the two guys that are going to be kind of battling it out here for the starting quarterback job?
I think both of those guys are very impressive guys. And, I think it's, like I said earlier, our job as an offensive line to let them display that. And, that's what we're going to do.
That is Zion Johnson. And Zion, the 26-year-old guard signed by the Browns from the Los Angeles Chargers. And you heard a comment about his durability. He's missed only 2 games in 4 NFL seasons.
I feel like I want to say, Zion, what should I do? Should I put my money in a money market or T-bill or what? It was impressive.
Sounds like he knows his stuff, doesn't he?
Yeah.
But he's only missed 2 games. That's great. He's played left guard. He's played right guard. That's terrific. You have Elton Jenkins, who has played guard. He has played tackle. He has played center. And you have Titus Howard, who has played tackle and guard. So what did Andrew Berry do? He went out and he brought in 3 offensive linemen who, for the most part, have been durable. And until this last year for Jenkins, when he had the bad injury, he's been durable throughout his career. And Titus Howard, the last 2 years, has missed only 1 game each season. So there's durability, there's flexibility. All 3 of those guys are able to play multiple positions along the offensive line. So I would think it's going to be up to George Warhop after draft day to see exactly what he has and figure out who fits best where. And I do think that's a puzzle. I don't think you can just flat out slot these guys into spots. You know, did you draft a left tackle in the first round? Okay, well, that's your left tackle. Did you not? All right, well, then who is your left tackle? You know, is it going to be DeJuan? You're going to let the young guy develop? Does Joel come back? If Joel comes back, does that mean you have a right side of Elton Jenkins, Zion Johnson, and Titus Howard? Quite possibly. I would think the one thing that's missing from the group of players that they have acquired and still have is a starting left tackle. And I say that just wondering, can DeJuan stay healthy enough to play left tackle if that's what you need to do? Otherwise, you're drafting one. And you might draft one anyway.
Do you make a run at Taylor Decker? That's my other question.
I don't know.
It's a lot of money. It's going to be a lot of money.
I would think not, to be honest. You have the 6th pick in the draft. You have the 24th pick in the draft. I would think you're drafting your left tackle. My own thought.
I've read a couple things that I get kind of excited if they would go after.
There are
Taylor
guys
Decker.
out there. Andy,
I mean, he's a straight out cap casualty, right? I mean, like
his
Taylor Decker
his
can
play
play.
was not up to his usual standards.
Maybe he just had a little bit off last year.
Maybe. I like him.
I do too.
I like him, but my thought is,
what if you got him and Batonio and then drop? I don't know the ramifications.
I think you need to add some young talent to this offensive line, and I mean young, like draft a guy and make him your left tackle for years to come.
I'm not
more ahead on Baskin and Phelps.
7:30. And Team USA tries and take advantage of their new leash on life in the World Baseball Classic as they will play Team Canada in a quarterfinal out in Houston. First pitch is at 8 o'clock tonight. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Michael Markosh.
Spring training is underway. Get the biggest news from Florida and Arizona here. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Andrew Berry's work so far in free agency and trade season. Mr. Baskin.
Jeffrey.
You've added 3 starting offensive linemen.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say well done. I think you did a pretty nice job. 216-474-0092. There's still more to come.
Well, he also added a blocking tight end, too, Jack Stoll. So
true. I'd be stunned if we see him a ton during the season, but he'll be out there. So, so that's true. But
I mean, you're solidifying that line. If Fannon's not on the field and you want to block, and you know you're going to pass, or
you still have.
Although I still want Fannon on the field. Maybe you're going to do a 2 tight end set, but
you still have work to do. And you have to figure out who goes where, and then they have to mesh, and they have to play well together, and you have to hope that the question marks surrounding all of these guys aren't that big of a deal. They all have question marks. You know, Zion Johnson, who we just heard from, part of a line in Los Angeles that didn't do a great job of protecting Justin Herbert. Titus Howard in Houston didn't do a great job. Their line of giving C.J. Stroud, his play has regressed a little bit, giving him the time that he needed. And Elton Jenkins has serious injuries that he's coming back from. So those questions have to be answered. But young guys with upside, versatility, health, you roll the dice and you sign it. And here's the thing. You had to.
Yeah.
You didn't have a choice.
No.
You had to do, if you can't wait to the draft to make that happen. So I would think the approach on this is this. Okay, we signed these 3 guys. We're going to get somebody else in the draft, probably to play left tackle, you would think. And if we like all 3 of these guys, they're back next in 2027. They're here to play offensive line this year. And then you can always tweak it, Andy. You don't like somebody? Okay, you can release him and you'll bring in somebody else. We know how cutthroat the business is. But for 2026, they appear to be on the way to a pretty solid group of veteran offensive linemen.
Yeah.
You're hesitant on a rookie left tackle?
It's just rookie left tackle.
Why?
I just don't think it's that easy to jump into the left tackle spot. And I don't know the best way to do a transition. We've been pretty lucky with the left tackles we've had here in Cleveland, and spoiled if you think about it. If you want to even just go back to Joe Thomas. But you've seen how hard and how difficult it has been for this team to replace Joe. It just doesn't. It hasn't worked yet. And so I don't know. I'm a little hesitant on, unless it's the number 6 pick overall and you feel like it's an NFL ready left tackle that can step up and instantly do the work of, not only manhandling guys his own age or younger, but now taking care of men on the end at the left tackle spot. I just don't think it's that easy.
All right. Well, let me ask you this.
And now you're going to throw me a bunch of guys that came in as rookies and never left the position.
No, I'm not.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to throw this at you.
Okay.
Are you better off drafting a left tackle first round somewhere? I would think. Let's just say first round.
Yeah.
Either 6, 24, or somewhere in between. With a trade.
Right.
Or after already committing over, I believe it's about $120 million in contracts, not all guaranteed, but to the 3 guys that you brought in on the offensive line.
Right.
Are you better off going into the market and signing, according to ESPN,
right,
2 of the 3 best free agents still available to play left tackle? Number 1 on their list of available free agents, not by position, but overall, left, Rasheed Walker, who Jenkins was asked about, and he's only 26 from the Green Bay Packers.
Right.
Young guy who's developed himself. He was a late-round draft choice.
Packers East, here we go.
Or Taylor Decker, who got cut by the Lions. He's 32.
Right.
Could come in and be a guy who plays the position for you for a year, maybe 2, but would cost you money. And so would Walker. mean, you've committed a lot of money to that offensive line. By the time you'd be done, I would think to sign Walker, you'd probably have to. Your commitment to the offensive line would be pushing $200 million.
Okay.
Now that doesn't necessarily mean because you can cut guys. And
Here's the other part.
What would you rather do?
The more you talk about it fiscally, I think you're going to end up with a rookie at left tackle.
I think so,
not
too.
that's not.
But that's Andy. You might draft a guy who's really good and really good right away.
Right, and then you're good for 5 years there on that spot.
This tells you about where it is, though. The 10th player, best player available, according to ESPN, still in free agency,
right,
is Cam Robinson, who played left tackle here last year, who team has moved on from.
No, yeah, I see it.
If you're looking for free agency, the only two guys to go get are the two guys at the top of the heap.
The other
Walker
part of
and
it
Decker.
too is if Joel doesn't come back, you still got a $23 million cap hit that you got to take from Joel because he extended out his contract. And I don't know how that would affect maybe trying to go out and getting a free agent left tackle. If they brought, here's the thing,
Taylor Decker for a year makes a lot of sense,
especially if you draft a guy at 6.
Well, if you
don't feel like there's a need,
Andy, if you draft a guy at 6, he's going on the field.
Probably.
If you waited until the second or third round, you might be able to not have that guy go on the field. But you're not spending the money on Jenkins and Zion Johnson and Titus Howard to have them sit.
Here's the other thing. You better make sure you got the quarterback behind these guys because now you've spent all this money on rebuilding an offensive line that you feel like they're pretty good. And if you don't have a quarterback that can distribute the ball and you don't feel like you can move down the field, although I did think it was interesting when Zion was talking about Quinshon. I thought that was interesting.
Well, we assumed he didn't say it was Quinshon.
I'm assuming it was Quinshon.
I'm assuming it was too. But
I thought it was.
Remember, he played with Rocket Sanders in camp out with the Chargers.
So you are high on Rocket Sanders.
No, he's here, and he's a big, strong guy with a great background from college.
I look at this and okay, you've got all this money committed now to offensive line, but it's not all long-term money. That's the other thing too.
Well,
that's important.
Rarely is it in the NFL.
But it's not long-term money. It's not Joe Thomas.
It's a lot of guaranteed, and it's a lot of short-term.
There's so many questions about this team. I wish I would love to feel like everything was going in the right direction. But I do think that they've made some rock-solid moves on the offensive line. Let's see how it plays out and go from there. I just don't know. If you put a really weak offensive line in front of the two quarterbacks you currently have coming back, I mean, you're bucking again from the top 4 or 5 picks.
It would appear that's not going to be the case.
It doesn't look like they did that, no.
To me, the question is, okay, who goes where? How do you sort it out? How quickly do you mesh? Because offensive lines work as a unit, as opposed to more so, I think, than any other aspect of a football team. An offensive line works as a unit.
Yeah.
So they've got to figure it out. But, hey.
Well, that's the other part of it, too.
They're professionals. They've been around. They're making a lot of money. They'll figure it out. I'm not concerned about it. I am.
You still got to
wondering
figure out
what's
how to play
next.
together. That's the other thing, too. 5 is 1.
I've heard that.
Yeah. Where's Thumpkin? I don't know. That's the problem.
We'll get it fixed.
Yeah.
There it is. I think that's the case completely. Moment of the show. Michael Markoch, welcome. You joined us at noon.
We do have a moment of the show. It comes from our conversation with Rick Boyages earlier on about whether or not Miami should still be in the NCAA tournament following their loss yesterday.
The chances of them going 31-0 in the regular season equates to a probability of less than 1%. So I think that's the way the NCAA was looking at it. Forget the strength of schedule. You can make all those type of arguments, as you start to put them up against, bubble teams now and things. But what they did is so unbelievable, regardless of the competition. I think that's the best way to, kind of convince the country that they deserve to be there.
Agreed completely. Would have been ridiculous. We'll see. Could still be ridiculous. You go 31-0 and you lose one game and you're not going. That would be, I think it would be a travesty. So good luck for Miami when the selections come out on Sunday. Why Are We Smarter? Brought to us by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call, 216-770-5488. She was behind the glass today. She did a phenomenal job. She's Kayla Coljohn.
Hi, guys. I'm smarter today after the show because now I know how to disconnect and reconnect one of these microphones on the fly during a show.
Nice
live
job.
broadcast.
We'll go behind the scenes. I look behind the glass. There's Kayla in there with Fearless Leader and Dan, our ace engineer. Congrats on the promotion. And they're like throwing things around in there, and Kayla was kind of hiding while at the same time playing sound bites from Ty Simpson.
Wow, that's impressive.
It was really good.
Impressive.
Mark Koch.
I'm smarter today from hearing from the new offensive lineman for the Browns and some of the reasons as to why they came here, and also about how flexible they are to play on either side of the line. I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, I think that's one of the key aspects of this, and I agree with you on that. Andy.
I'm smarter for our conversation with Rick Boyages, but I'm very much looking forward to this weekend. Big 10, Big 12, SEC, Mid-American Conference downtown, the Players' Championship. Man, you've got state championships in wrestling and girls basketball, hockey, regional basketball for the boys. You've got the Cavs in Dallas. What a great weekend. And the World Baseball Classic. Are you kidding? A back-to-back with Dallas, too. I hope I said that. With the Cavs.
There you go.
Yeah.
I'm smarter today after our conversation in the first hour about Ty Simpson and available quarterbacks for the Browns. After Ty basically going on Kay Adams' show and saying, Cleveland, I love Cleveland.
It was awesome.
I love Todd. This would be awesome together. We'll be fabulous. And also the fact that after everything is settled already, the only obvious guy who we think might be able to be brought in who could be a starter ahead of Watson or Sanders would be Kirk Cousins or maybe Ty Simpson. But I'll bet not even Simpson. I'm Jeff Phelps.
Hey, everybody, have a great weekend. Enjoy what you're doing. I'm back-to-back maybe, but they have a home and home with Dallas. They play tonight and Sunday. I just want to clarify that. Be a hero. Be a real hero. Be an organ donor. Lifebank.org. See you, Cleveland. See you. We will talk to you Monday at 10. Up next, the afternoon drive. wore his Wicked Hobby shirt today. We're here for a good time.
It's a Halloween shirt. I'm wearing it in March because I almost said Steve. That wouldn't have made sense.
Well,
hey,
sometimes.
you can be ugly and still have sexy eyes.
Oh, that's the part that I was missing, I guess.
Looked right in the camera there.
Gave him the old 1 and 2.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive. Happy Friday. Happy Feel Good Friday. Happy F Off Friday. That open courtesy of Jack's on the board. Yes. We've got Jake Murray, man in the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. I don't know why I said YouTube that way, but you guys can watch us all show long. Don't forget to subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. It is free after all. Ring that bell. That's what we're saying. And like our videos, we like to be liked around these parts. And Michael Marcott's with us on 2020s till 5. James Bridges coming up on 2020s later today. Hi, JP. How you doing?
Hello. How's it going today?
We're doing good. We're doing
That's
good.
good.
We're feeling good.
That's good. It feels like it just feels like a Friday.
I like the way you're thinking there.
Yeah, it definitely feels like an F-off Friday on top of that.
We got some press conferences. We got Elton Jenkins.
Did you miss the press conferences?
I don't know. Did you miss Baskin and Phelps? Because I'm sure they played all 7 of them.
No, not that. I miss them just being in our lives again. I feel like it's been a while since we've had. I mean, we had the coordinator stuff a week ago. Now we get to have some of these guys come back up and just basically lie to us and tell us that everything's awesome, or like how Zion was like, this is a team that's on the rise. This is that. I need to join this team. They're on the rise. Okay. All right. You took a lot of money.
Yeah.
I know
that's what he meant.
It's not a great press conference if you just say it, but like you don't have to lie to us.
That's what he meant is his check is on the rise, and so are the Cleveland Browns.
His checking account is on the rise.
Yeah.
That's what he should have said. Yeah.
By the way, how dare you? They've gone from 3 wins to 5 wins.
Yeah, so I guess
That
we
is
are
on the
climbing.
rise.
We are climbing.
I mean, who knows? Next year you can get 7 whole wins.
I think we might. I think Vegas has us at 6.5.
Yeah.
And so if 7's the number, then we're doing that thing the Cavs did for a couple years where they kept advancing. They went from the play-in game to then the first round to then the second round, and they kept talking about how this is linear growth. Mm-hmm. That needs to be the message that the Browns send. Linear growth was the term.
The second pick to the 5th pick, and by golly, if we really try enough, maybe we'll get the 10th pick next year.
Maybe we can dream.
Yeah,
a kid can dream.
Listen, that's where we're at here on a Friday. But obviously, yesterday in the 6 o'clock hour, Kyler Murray announcing he is signed with the Minnesota Vikings. And it's interesting. Every time something does or doesn't happen with the quarterback position, people immediately pivot. And by the way, I understood that it wasn't a likelihood that Kyler was going to sign here. I just thought they should have tried to sign him, and I would like to hear if they did at least talk to him or not, right? I think it's funny, though, on days where nothing happens with the quarterbacks, people go, I guess it's Shador and Deshaun. When things do happen with quarterbacks around the NFL, it's just, I guess it's Shador, Deshaun. It's like, we're like 4 days into the NFL offseason. Maybe, maybe not.
Maybe, maybe not. No one's taking Albert's advice of letting it play out because it's just not the world that we live in. And so I understand that. But we are getting to a spot, though, where the amount of quarterbacks that could come in and threaten Shador to take his job week 1 or whatever the setup is, we're running far away from these amounts. Like I think about it. Like, what is it, Mac Jones at this point? Mm-hmm. Maybe Mac Jones. Would he be the one? Like I'm trying to.
Are we just defining guys that would definitively start over Shador or guys that would compete with Shador?
Guys, I think you would definitively start over Shador.
Oh, then I don't think there's anybody out there.
Then okay, so then like that's you see how the conversation has kind of moved a little bit different than at least when Kyler was involved here, because Kyler was the guy that if he came in here, Shador didn't have a chance. That was Kyler's job. I don't know that we have anybody else.
So now I think it depends on the price, which I think is a significant part of this for any quarterback you trade for. Because if you trade a second for Mac Jones, well, it looks like Mac Jones is starting next year. If you trade a 4th and Dylan Gabriel for Mac Jones, I think you can have some wiggle room there, just giving up a 4th rounder, right? J.J. McCarthy's another name out there. Do the Vikings really want to have this quarterback competition,
Or are they just saying that so they can offload J.J. McCarthy in the next month? I think that's fair to question. So J.J. McCarthy for the 39th pick versus the 70th pick.
I take a pith.
I usually do before the show.
In the NFL draft.
But with a 4th-round pick, I think price matters. But that's only if you're trading for guys. Financially, well, much like the people talking about the price of the guards that you have, no, that's just the cost to get them in the room.
Yeah, for sure. But we've seen this quarterback list. It's dwindled down in a way. And so I feel like the amount of people that are in the Shedeur versus Deshaun camp, if you started there and now you're living there, you got to feel pretty good about those odds of those two being the one.
We'll see, because I still think there are interesting quarterbacks out there. Like, I honestly don't know what the price is going to be for Mac Jones. He probably becomes my number one behind Kyler Murray as Kyler very little tiny legs off to Minnesota.
Yeah.
I am glad that I will tell you.
It would have been weird if you had a really short quarterback after all the Dylan Gabriel jokes we had.
Yeah, the shorter quarterback than Dylan.
Yeah.
By like an
but like
inch.
it excused the idea that Kyler Murray legitimately might be one of the most athletic people Earth has ever created.
Yes.
Like, it just kind of ignored the idea that not only was his college insane with winning the Heisman and everything else, but he also was taken 9th overall in baseball. If Kyler Murray was 6'5", he legitimately would be in the running for being like the most athletic human ever live.
So this is the way I look at
legitimately.
it. I can overlook your height, and yes, that's a height joke. If you've ever been any good, if like you were an elite prospect and you've ever been any good in the NFL, Dylan wasn't an elite prospect on any level, and he kind of looked what I thought he would in the NFL
the height
last
thing
year.
in general, though. I mean, I've looked it up before. This last year, out of the top 20 passer ratings, 2 of them are under 6'2". Top 10, there's only one, and it's 6'1". Yeah, no, but it was 6'1". Brock Purdy was the only one in the top 10. Like the idea that there's just the NFL is littered with a bunch of short quarterbacks just isn't true. In many ways, the NFL has shown you throughout recent years that you got to be tall. It was a guessing game for a little bit. It got in vogue in there for a little bit with Tua and with some of these other guys and Kyler Murray and all these guys. But the reality is the only ones having success are all tall.
So I think my list starts with Mac Jones. I don't know how realistic J.J. McCarthy is.
And by the way, I don't want Mac Jones. We need to make this abundantly clear. I'm out on Mac Jones. I don't want to go through
Even
that.
as like a competition for Shedeur, because that's where I am.
No, not really interested in general.
I think we need a safety valve for Shedeur. And I think that's what maybe Shedeur fans miss in the 90-second videos we post, is my message has never been, I want to replace Shedeur. It is, I want to foolproof the quarterback room so that if Shedeur starts and he doesn't succeed, I have something to go to in season that can at least be competent. And I think the struggle with last year is, I think Shedeur was your most competent quarterback, and I still think he fell short of the bar. And it makes sense. He was a rookie. There were a lot of things that going against him, but he fell short of the bar you need to have a serviceable offense. And it's not really his fault. I will give that I think a lot of that was circumstantial. When he went in, the state of the offensive line, the investment that Kevin Stefanski didn't have in him until late in that season. But I think I keep looking at this offensive line, and I'm like, I think Mac Jones would, and I don't want to call it Shedeur-proof, because that's not fair to Shedeur.
You're trying to help out Deshaun is the idea, or the buffer between Shedeur and Deshaun.
Yeah, I'm basically, here's what I want. If Shedeur win, and maybe this is the better way to look at this. I don't get, if you're a true Shedeur fan, why competition upsets you for him.
It's not competition that's upsetting me. It's the idea that.
Oh, I don't mean you. I'm talking about to the
kind
of general.
I'll just speak broadly about it though. Like why I'm out on Mac Jones, or why I'm not really as interested in Mac Jones for a price, for a second rounder, or fourth rounder, whatever that ends up being. We've haggled in between what it ends up, but I'm not interested in paying for him because my thought process is simple. If Shedeur starts for 7, 8, 9 games, whatever that is, and the wheels fall off and it doesn't work, first off, I'd hope he'd get 7 or 8, 9 games to try to showcase if he can or can't do it. If they rip the Band-Aid off and they're like, nope, done with this. The quarterback that replaces Shedeur, I'm not having that guy come in to win a bunch of games. I know you want him to be serviceable. We just look at this differently. At that point, I'm rooting for the 2027 draft and the 2027 quarterback.
I'm not just protecting myself in the event that Shedeur comes in, starts week 1, starts through week 10, and then doesn't do well. I'm protecting myself against Shedeur not being ready for this opportunity. And I think that is another thing the Browns have to do. I think that's why I look at this and go, I'd rather use a 4th-round pick and a player on a Mac Jones or a J.J. McCarthy or whatever veterans out there that you might be able to get. I'd rather that than Drew Aller, who I would love in some situations, just not this one. Or, oh my gosh, Carson Beck, who I think has some value, just not in this situation. And even like the Trey Lance idea. I'd rather Trey Lance than with Anthony Richardson. I think they're the same guy. With Trey Lance has a little less experience, but I actually kind of trust the fact that Trey's been through the ringer enough that he'll realize this is his last chance.
Yeah.
I don't think Anthony Richardson realizes how much he's fumbled his career to this point. I think he might need a little while to breathe on that.
A little bit of a wake-up call, probably.
Yeah. And I think how does that go? You go to a place where you see how a really good quarterback does it, and then that's your focal point for the rest of your career. So, but to bring it back to Shedeur, like to the Shedeur fans who every time you bring it up, it's like, just shut up. It's just going to be Shedeur's job, and that's it. And my response is, that's not good for Shedeur. Like Shedeur, whether anyone wants to believe it or not, there weren't 53 guys that believed in Shedeur throughout 100% of last season. That doesn't mean that a majority of guys didn't like him. It just means that there were guys who he had yet to win over, and maybe he did the final 7 games of the season or not. I don't know. I wasn't in that locker room at the end of the season. But I do think Shedeur's best way of earning that locker room is beating as much competition as he can out for the week 1 job.
No question about that.
Him beating out a guy who I already think is a bit of a joke in Anthony Richardson, I don't think that helps him in a locker room gain trust. Like it's almost. I get
what you're saying.
It almost is like having somebody do the same job you do at a worse clip because it makes you look better.
Sure.
I do think whether that person's just naturally worse than you or whether they're on your level and you beat them out, I think there's a huge difference in the NFL locker room.
I just don't know that Mac Jones is the one where it's like, whoa, he beat out Mac Jones. This solidifies him.
That's a former first-round pick and a guy who played some good football last year. I think that has more credibility. I bet you has more credibility in an NFL locker room.
Well, it's got more than Anthony Richardson does, but that's not the debate. That's not really the question.
But my point is, you want somebody that's a real challenger to Shedeur, even if you still want Shedeur to play. And I think that's where you are. Like the Shedeur insurance, or really it is, and you're right on this, it is Deshaun Watson insurance. If Shedeur fails, and whether that's out of the chute, meaning like he doesn't even get to week 1, or whether he fails after 9 or 10 games, the last thing I want to do is open up the can of worms with Deshaun Watson, no matter how close it gets me to the number 1
pick. And that's the
pick.
difference in this convo, is that as much as you and I both don't want to see Deshaun Watson out there, it seems like the Browns are setting this up as if they're very comfortable with Deshaun Watson. Now, we'll find out. Maybe that's just maybe it's all one big red herring and they never have a plan for Deshaun, and it is what it is. But right now, the way that they're describing this, or the way that it appears, and this could change, obviously, it's Shedeur and then the veteran role that you'd have with one of these Mac Jones-type guys or anything else in between, that's being occupied by Deshaun Watson. That battle you're talking about is being occupied by Deshaun.
216-474-0092. Are the Browns out of attractive quarterback options? On the veteran side of things, I think J.J. McCarthy, if he's available, big if, is an attractive option. I think Mac Jones is an attractive option depending on the price. I even think a guy like Kirk Cousins, as long as he's not your 1A, makes sense as, again, Shedeur and Deshaun insurance here. But 216-474-0092. And Nick Wilson says, at J. Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Quick hits at 2:40. JP Acosta of CBS Sports HQ coming up at 3:20. Jeff D. Lowe of Barstool joining us at 4 o'clock. A lot of Browns talk, a lot of Cavs talk on your way. But 216-474-0092. Are the Browns out of attractive quarterback options? And I will rebut what has been said about what I said about Ken in about 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Auto
goodbye failing furnace. Hello Haven, goodbye electrical issues. For the best HVAC, plumbing, and electric, just say,
Haven! Could the Browns have a new quarterback before the draft? Don't miss a minute of Browns offseason coverage. The radio home of the Cleveland Browns. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2. Afternoon Drive. Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Quick hits coming up in about 20 minutes here. We do have J.P. Acosta of CBS Sports HQ. He would have been on board with Kyler to the Browns. We'll also get his tired, wired, and inspired options for retread quarterbacks for the Cleveland Browns. And I just think it's as clear as I would like another veteran in that room to push Shedeur and to push Deshaun Watson out the way. Like, I think that's...
I get the motive, and I like that. I agree with you in the sense that I don't want to see Deshaun Watson play on the field either. It's just as of right now, I don't get the sense the Browns see it that way.
I just think it's incredibly early to be definitive. I'm not saying you're
for sure.
being...
No, for sure.
Because actually, we're going to play the Ken audio here in a second. And I think there's a lot of people saying the same things with different intents. So like you and Ken actually agree on the idea of what will be.
Yeah.
And so yesterday, I don't even think I took a shot. I just said that I disagree with Ken. I think Ken's very smart. And I think Ken's putting weight behind this idea of Shedeur versus Deshaun. Ken did rebut that today on his show. I almost said with the Morning Boys. On his show with Danny Cunningham.
Guys, you're denying the truth. This is the plan. To say that we've been anesthetized by it because the Browns have hit us over the head with how bad their offense is, yeah, we see it every Sunday. You know who else saw it every Sunday? Or you know who else saw it over the offseason? Malik Willis, Kyler Murray, Aaron Rodgers, if you wanted to go down, Kirk Cousins, if you wanted to go down there. I mean, who are the other guys? Tua Tagovailoa. They all saw how bad it is. They don't want to be a part of it. Guys, this is the plan. For better, for worse, and always it usually is for worse, I've been the one who I feel is telling the truth here. I'm not selling any false hope. This is what it is. You put the kid out there, he either sinks or swims. There's not a lot of talent around him. He needs a lot of talent around him. There are deficiencies there. He probably sinks. It's the way she goes. But at least people will be interested in seeing him.
One, it's 5 days into the off season, so I do think speaking this definitively is foolish, no matter what your Brown sources might be telling you. Two, I don't think you're doing this because I think you're kind of putting you're kind of putting the devil's advocate to what I'm saying.
Well, I'm also just kind of telling you how I think it is as of right now, while understanding the NFL changes every single 2 weeks.
I think there's what the team will do, which is maybe what like Mary Kay's job is to report what the team is thinking and what the team is. And then I think there's what our job is, which is to say how it should be. And so I think... And I don't know that this is what Ken is intentionally doing, but when you get stuck behind, well, this is what they're going to do, it's your job to question it. It's my job to question it. And so I'll be honest with you, this iteration of the Cleveland Browns, this brain trust, doesn't get the, well, this is what they're going to do, and I guess we'll just have to live with it. No. I'm not a reporter. My job is to critique a team and assess what a team does. And I'll be honest with you, 99% of the NFL wouldn't have the balls to put Shedeur and Deshaun out there. And again, this is about Deshaun. It's really not about Shedeur. And say this is a cogent plan at quarterback. And I get, like, I have the freedom. I don't draw a check from the Browns, right? I have an amount of freedom that I can say whatever the hell I think, and I don't have to worry about checks and balances. But there's what you think should happen, and there's what actually is going to happen. And so when the Browns are telling everybody out there, hey, it's probably going to be Deshaun versus Shedeur, I think just, I don't know, aping that and running with it,
I don't know that it's
I think it's a cop-out.
I don't know that it's aping it.
I haven't heard what Ken thinks they should do. Because if Ken thinks they should go with Shedeur and Deshaun...
I think he thinks that they should go with Shedeur and Deshaun, right? Isn't that part of that?
Because he's doing the I was right bit before he was right. He's doing the I'm telling you how it's going to be versus this is how it should be.
Well, and obviously we got to see it play out. There's still a big component to that we have to see it play out. But you can think that it's going to be that while also then expressing it's probably what the Browns are going to do. While also the other door of this is it's not as if you sign up to think that this is going to clear all the mistakes and make everything all good too. Well, like there's a reason why I said I'd go after Kyler Murray. Right? There's a part of me that really would have loved to have seen the Browns go in that direction. Either Kyler Murray clearly didn't want it or the Browns didn't want it, but we got to that conclusion.
And I think it comes back to the idea of, and this is why I'm probably less interested in the Anthony Richardsons and the Trey Lances. Who was the other guy we talked about? Zach Wilson's. Because I do need an element of proven in that room. And it goes more for the camp battle or the lead up to the camp battle than it does what's going to happen in the regular season. Because there's a decent chance the Browns get through many camps and they go to name a starter and they go, well, Shedeur just doesn't have it, right?
It could happen, yes. I'd be surprised, but it could.
I don't know. I'm hopeful for Shedeur, but I don't know. Because I don't know what they've told him is like his path. I'm assuming they went to every quarterback in that room and said, here's step by step what you have to do to be the starting quarterback heading into training camp. Because that's, to me, what smart organizations do. You give each player the path, and then you see who sticks to the path that you've given them. I think Shedeur is smart enough to listen to that path and follow it. But that's what this offseason's about.
Well, what they should be doing is telling him and laying it out very simply. We're focused on the 2027 quarterbacks. We're building the whole entire team, because this is how I just see it. You're building the whole entire team as much as you possibly can, and then in 2027, you're trying to fit the quarterback that you draft into that. But hey, Shedeur, we're going to give you 17 games.
Yes.
And if you can go ahead and show us something, fantastic. We'd love to have you be a part of it. Hey, it saves us a first-round pick if you can do this. We're not banking on that, but like this is your reality. Go out and do something about it.
The only verbiage I would change is we're not going to give you. We'll give you the path to earn that. And I think that's what's incredibly important. The thing that I think was frustrating was watching three quarterbacks get a path to earn things last year until the ass fell off of last year when they said, well, just throw the kid out there. Right? That it never put him in a position to succeed the way they did the other three quarterbacks. So I want that for him this offseason. That doesn't mean I'm banking on it. And I think that's where maybe Shedeur fans lose me just a little bit, because there is, hey, this is the most desirable outcome here. And then the young player, and again, it's not his own fault, but now you got to prove you can do it.
Okay.
And so that's where, to me, there's like a quality assurance. That maybe is what the backup quarterback, in my opinion, is, or the competition for Shedeur is. It's quality assurance. Kirk Cousins, I'm not a big fan of at this stage of his career, but there's a quality I can get from him that I'm pretty sure I can get from him if I can't get it from Shedeur. I would probably say the same thing about Joe Flacco. I would say it about the other two quarterbacks, McCarthy and Jones, too.
And I get what you're saying. I just think the Browns look at it a little bit different. I just think they look at it as Deshaun is that quality assurance to them. And I think we both think that's awful. But the way that the Browns are, as of right now, treating this, that's the impression that I get. And again, until they give me something else to go off of, because I'd love to push back and be like, it makes no sense to make Deshaun Watson your backup quarterback. But if they don't really care about the quarterback spot for this upcoming year anyway, then you look at it, it's Shedeur, and then it's Deshaun. And honestly, if Shedeur doesn't take off, they just want a warm body back there. They're not really trying to accomplish anything.
But I think that's what drives me crazy, is every other move you've made has been in pursuit of winning this year. Right? Quincy, if you didn't care about winning, you wouldn't replace Devin Bush with Quincy Williams.
I think would have
replaced him with Mo Diabate on a very short-term deal.
I'm looking at it more like everything they're doing is for 2027 and the future quarterback that you draft. I'm not looking at it for 2026.
Well, yeah, but that raises your floor. So by building, by putting, $100 million into an offensive line this year.
They also needed to. I mean, they had 5 bodies that were going away.
Well, yeah, you could have found any 5 bodies. You didn't have to spend $100 million.
But I think what they're doing is they're trying to find enough of an offensive line to give Shedeur enough of a chance, while also then understanding that this is probably a gift for the 2027 quarterback.
But if it's all about the 2027 class, you're threading a needle you don't have to. You could have gone much cheaper in all of your offseason moves. You could have waited till second wave of free agency at every plan. Still probably could have found guys, at least to say you tried.
But I think the pitch is, and I don't know, this is not just how I see it, that they're getting everything together and all their ducks in a row and trying to get as many parts of this, not to do it in one offseason for 2027, but to do it over multiple offseasons.
But the downside of that
but then it helps out everyone else. Obviously, having a better offensive line helps out Judkins, helps out some of these younger players.
But the downside of the plan is you're just good enough to be out of range for the quarterback you want. and Shedeur doesn't work out and Deshaun doesn't work out.
Yeah, there's a hellacious middle that exists for the Browns.
Well, but with every good player you add, including whatever you do in the draft,
that is part of,
players.
but that is part of the bet on this, is that if you give Shedeur this chance where he actually has an actual offensive line and he's got an actual run game because you have an offensive line, then you have a real chance to see if he can be that lottery ticket that takes off. Like there's a semi bet attached to this that is associated with whatever quarterback is under center this year.
And I understand that bet. I think the problem is, again, Shedeur could be just good enough to take you out of range of getting the quarterback that you need, using up a lot of resources then to move up to get him.
Sure. That's a possibility.
And so I think my point is, I think when people talk about this year, they view it as this sunk cost, lost year. It's another transitional year. And it's like 7 wins is not a transitional. Like, that's what I look at the Browns as right now today. With Shedeur, assuming a good outcome for Shedeur specifically, because I don't think Deshaun's going to take you anywhere anyone wants to go. I think he's going to take you the same spot that you've been, which is very mid with him. But assuming 7 games for Shedeur, there's a chance you look at that and go, well, he was fine, but I don't know he's good enough. Like this idea that we're going to get a 1-year answer and, praise Jesus, hallelujah, he's the best quarterback I've ever seen.
We might not.
Might not. That's the biggest possibility. The possibility is you come out of this year thinking better about Shedeur, but not thinking definitively about Shedeur.
Yeah, and that's on them. They have to figure that out. They have to make their assessment on whether or not that's somebody you can grow with at the cost of not having to spend another pick and then seeing everything that you can develop with Shedeur, or cutting bait and saying, okay, we need to go after 2027 in the draft. But I think they're just trying to get everything in order as much as they possibly can, while also they're not fixing everything under the sun either. Like, there's still moves that this team can make. They still need wide receivers. They've actually only changed
that's
out.
what the draft's for.
Well, we have to figure out what the draft is, but then it's a rookie wide receiver. It's not as if you've all of a sudden taken care of having a number 1 wide receiver on the team.
Yeah, but I think the point is you're fixing the things around the quarterback that sunk the team last year offensively. And again, to me, I love the idea. I now cannot remember who damn said it on the airwaves, but it was that you've raised the floor of the offensive line. That's what you should be doing in every room. Like, I don't know that there's a wide receiver out there right now, veteran-wise, that actually interests me. But if there was a wide receiver that maybe isn't number 1, but could raise the floor of that wide receiver room, I'd do it because it makes sense. I don't understand how you're raising the floor of all your real problem spots from last year, except at the most important quarterback position the most important position in the game. And I want to go back to something you said, because you had said about Deshaun specifically, maybe they feel differently. Then shame on them. Like, this goes back to...
But I think that's the reality.
Well, but no. But this goes back to how they view it versus how they should view it. And I don't believe them. Just point blank. I don't give a rip who in the organization, be it a ball boy, J.W. Johnson, Jimmy himself, Andrew himself, whomever watched Deshaun on the field last year and thought in his 21-day practice window, and thought that's the best quarterback we have, I don't care. And I don't know why you do either. And the idea they can't see the forest from the trees on Deshaun playing this year and how really nothing good can come out of it means they might still be clinging to the idea of trying to get something out of him, which is asinine after 4 years, 19 games, a shoulder injury, and 2 torn Achilles.
Yeah, no, we all agree with that.
Well, no, but that's the point. Is not enough people are saying that because they're just going, well, people think Deshaun's going to start. No, you can call back. Like, this is a team that has listened to this town before. And I'm not saying you're doing this, but I do think there's a lot of people going along with the plan.
I've hammered Deshaun.
That's why I said you're not.
At some point, there's no. What else can I do in this equation?
You can keep hammering it.
Well, and we will. I'm with you on the air. We will do that.
Yeah, but not enough people are.
But it is what it is.
Like when I go back to people being anesthetized and people not questioning it, when a team wins 8 games in 2 seasons, you should question everything they do. And somehow we're still treating them like the team that won 11 games twice in 4 seasons. They have not earned that respect recently. As a matter of fact, they've done a lot of things that have blown up in their face, and not enough people, too many people are hiding behind what they will do as opposed to what they should do. I felt good.
I'm glad it felt good. It seemed like you ended on a positive there for
Felt
yourself.
like a little bit of one of these. That's a pen drop.
I mean,
I'm not going to drop a microphone because Dan Vlodman would try and drop
I mean,
me.
but ultimately, at the end of the day, and like I think this is where maybe myself, where I reside, because it seems like if it's Shedeur versus Deshaun, Shedor's going to win that out, and I'll be able to watch Shedeur play football and be given a chance under a better offensive line. And at that point, I just can't stress over who the backup quarterback is when the only way he sees the field, in my estimation, if they think it's Deshaun and they actually go through with that route, is if Shedeur is just not it 8-9 games in. And then Deshaun can all but guarantee me I'm going to have a chance to take a quarterback in the 2027 draft, which is what I would want to do anyway.
216-474-0092. The Browns can't seem to make the good plans go right, and they can't make the bad plans go wrong either. And like whatever the intent of their plan is, it usually goes the opposite way, and that's generally how I feel about the Browns, especially when it comes to quarterbacks. Let's get to quick hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
only $50.
Why do you care so much? It's not your money.
This is time for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Don't trust anybody with your Cavs coverage unless they have sports in their name. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
JP Acosta, CBS Sports HQ, coming up in about 40 minutes. Things get a little heated on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube chat, going back and forth with some of our friends.
I like
Liz, Devrian, oh my gosh, Candace. I do like it, though. I don't mean like heated in a bad way. That's like a little debate there.
I like embrace debate. I like them getting after it. Is Cornholio still active in the chat or no?
I do not see, oh gosh, what's his name?
Cornholio?
I don't think it's Cornholio.
Drop those corn emojis.
Corn.
Get dropping.
Oh, darn. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure.
Cornlito.
Cornlito's way. Suck it, Cornlito.
Suck it, Cornlito.
But I don't
Where
know.
you been hiding, Cornlito?
I didn't see that. But no, we're having some fun. Yeah, we had somebody today that like very respectfully rebutted me on Twitter.
Oh, that's nice.
And they apologized up front. I'm like, I don't think you understand. I like this. Like, I like when people disagree with me. That's why, like,
your eyes got very intense when you said that.
Why? I do. I really love it.
You did like, I like when people disagree with me.
I do. I know. I like
okay.
when we disagree. I don't.
We do a lot of disagreeing.
Well, no,
so I'm
like,
glad you're having a good time.
It's funny. Like, I will tell you. Like, it would be very frustrating to talk with somebody that doesn't have opinions.
Yeah, I feel the same way. Yes.
I'd like to. It's kind of the whole point of the thing. So when people have opinions, I like it.
Well, that's what's funny about like a couple days ago when we had that 520 segment, whatever that was, and I left, and I like on the inside, I was just genuinely really happy, and like that shouldn't be the reaction to that. That's a Donnybrook. That's a big back and forth, and I'm like that just I don't know. I enjoy that too much.
Yeah,
I like that too much.
It's kind of like my favorite part about being a sports fan is sitting around with your friends arguing about stupid stuff.
Yes,
that's kind of sports talk in a nutshell.
That basically, yeah.
Or you can just run with the thing, team-friendly narratives, and
you need to stop that because I have that narrative right now,
you can just
and
run
it's not because I'm team-friendly.
Because quite frankly, we can all hide behind what they will do versus what they should do. I'm not saying specific to anyone. Would never do that.
You got to start putting Ken's name on it because right now Ken and I share the same thought, and that's not great for me because you're taking way too many shots.
I think you have different intents.
Way too many. Well, I hope that's at least acknowledged.
Yeah.
I hope so.
I acknowledged it. I acknowledge you.
Thank you. Thank you for acknowledging me.
Let's get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Go Angel!
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry!
It's Quick Hits.
Sounded like such a tricky learning therapy along the way. Like I acknowledged you.
Yeah, Devrian on Twitter was like, get some therapy, and I'm like, I have had it, and let me tell you, it works wonders. Yeah, no, it's you may be right, and this is one from Parenthood, the old Craig T. Nelson show.
Yeah,
I hear you, and I see you. Two really useful bits of, hey, JP, I hear you, and I see you.
Yeah, you might do it too much, though, where I just tune it out when you do that. I'm like, he doesn't actually hear me or see me. I'm just going to yell louder now.
The I don't recall thing, his Ray started to do that for Vanessa. Anyways, the USA plays Canada today in the WBC quarterfinals tonight. Much was made of Mark DeRosa's comments before the Italy loss, in which he didn't seem to know that they didn't already have a pass to the quarterfinals, which DeRosa challenged yesterday.
Yeah, it's just an overly confident statement on hot stove, period, the end. And it's my fault. I felt good about where we were after Mexico. Listen, us hanging out in the clubhouse is everything I ever dreamed of creating. For those players to invite the coaches in and for us to spend time together and enjoy a huge win that we hadn't had in 20 years was something that go out and play well against Italy. I think there's a couple false narratives out there, but no, I was well aware that we had to win that game based on all the scenarios that could take place. I mean, they went in 2-0, we went in 2-0. We knew they were playing Mexico the next day. We knew there was tiebreaker rules involved. And you're just trying to piece it together in real time.
Are you buying his rebuttal?
No, not at all. I always thought Mark DeRosa was a Muppet. Now I think he's a lying Muppet. I don't know what I expect the answer to be. You can't turn around and be like, yeah, my bad. I didn't know the rule. But we already knew you didn't know the rules. When Vasgersian and Harold Reynolds didn't correct you and just let you sit in it, the understanding was you didn't know what you were doing. And I just think it's abysmal. It's embarrassing is what it is. I don't know how you coach a team and not understand the rules of the tournament that you're playing in. Like 12 under baseball teams. The coaches know what rules they're playing in that weekend. How does Mark DeRosa, Team USA manager, have no idea? What a muppet.
So it's hard for me to disagree with you or play devil's advocate. Because the only thing missing from that was this is what the media gets wrong and just blaming it on the media. No fake narratives out there, Hoss.
No, unbelievable. And you can't, there's no way he could just simply go out there and say what everybody knew, but also, if I were him, I know he works for the MLB Network and does a lot on there. Maybe stay away until the tournament's done. Maybe until you get that gold. All right. Do they even give out gold medals in this thing? I don't think you even get a gold medal. It's a WBC.
What is that? Oh man, I'm trying to forget what it was. The national respect.
Oh yeah. Yeah. You know what's going to get this country back right? A WBC championship.
That's what people are saying.
All right.
Make America respected again.
Stop it. Mike Tannenbaum on Get Up today went a little bit far on the Kyler Murray one-year deal with the Vikings. Here we go.
This may be the most consequential transaction in the last 5 years in the NFL. To get a starting quarterback at 29 years old and to pay a starting quarterback, presumably at 29 years old, $1.3 million, that's incredible value. And if it doesn't work out, there's very little downside.
I would imagine a lot of Browns fans would disagree with the assessment that this is the most consequential transaction in the last 5 years in the NFL. But are we not putting enough weight on Kyler Murray to the Vikings?
No. Yes, we are putting the right amount of weight. And can we get Tannenbaum canceled? Can we find something problematic? I've never heard that guy say one thing in the media that I've thought, well, that's thoughtful or insightful.
You know what? He's taking like the NFL's Kendrick Perkins role is what he's been taking, where he just kind of
big, dumb, and aloof.
Well, I wouldn't say that. I wasn't gonna. That's not real. I mean, it's kind of what I was driving at, but I wasn't as blunt about it as you were.
I just put words to it.
Yeah.
You call Mark DeRosa a muppet,
a lying muppet at that.
Muppet. Which one?
Listen,
wait, Jackson. No, I'm gonna need the referee to get in here. Which one was a more blunt
big, dumb, and aloof is not as bad as a lying muppet.
Lying muppet.
Lying muppet. Lying muppet's pretty bad.
Listen, I understand the humor attached to the idea that I can throw out those words and then also turn around and be like, I can't believe you said big, dumb, and aloof. What was Kendrick Perkins?
What was the latest dumb Tannenbaum trade?
It was the Myles Garrett one.
It was Max Crosby for a player in 2 seconds. It's like, what? Why? Why would the Raiders do that after just getting 2 ones? Like, you're just basically saying the Raiders should trade Max Crosby to trade Max Crosby.
You see how he's filling the Perkins role, though. He's like, the guys on the table that won't say anything like that, he'll just come out and say,
yeah,
I'm on to you, Tannenbaum.
You know, maybe he should lead it by saying, I'm going to say something that nobody else should say, which is usually either something that gets somebody canceled or something that makes everyone think, what an idiot.
Yeah, it very rarely follows up with a whoa. That was a game changer.
Whoa!
You really
we got
shaped,
Socrates in the building here.
You shaped the conversation.
Omaha. Oh, it's mine.
That's you. Yeah,
that's how it works. The Heat top the Bucks 112-105 last night with Bam Adebayo following up his 83, I'm a little dyslexic there, 83-point performance earlier this week with a solid 21-point night. He was asked about criticisms and charges that his 83-point performance was unethical basketball.
First of all, y'all are blaming me. You should be blaming the head coach. I was not the one letting me go one-on-one the whole game until I had 70, then you started to send a double. And that's the thing that's crazy when they talk about the unethical part of the basketball. I'm like, if I have 70 with 9 minutes to go, who would just be like, coach, just take me out? Yeah, right. Anybody in my shoes with 9 minutes left, yeah, I'm going for it. You can't be mad at that. You can watch the film. I was legitimately getting fouled every time. So I went to the free throw line.
Eric Spoelstra, when asked about the detractors, said point blank, bleep them. Your thoughts on Bam and Spo's responses?
Yeah, I think they got the right response. I've not understood the backlash with this at all. Even down to like the Kobe. I think the Kobe narrative is very weird. I get that was Bam's favorite player and was for a very long time, but the idea that he should have done something out of respect to Kobe, I think, is ridiculous. And I don't think there's an honest way of getting to 83 to begin with anyway by just playing through a normal game. So it is what it is. This is if you accomplish enough in the first 3 quarters, that's how the fourth quarter is going to be played.
Yeah, I think I thought there was a lot of disrespect for Bam Adebayo over the last 48 hours, and I'm not even a Bam fan, but what he did deserves serious respect. And the fact that there were sitting NBA coaches, that there were sitting NBA players saying that it was disrespectful to Kobe, or saying that he should have checked out at 81 points. Not only is it lunacy, it's beyond stupidity. And it is insulting to Bam Adebayo. That was an incredible night. Again, I didn't watch a lick of it, but I can look at 83 points and go, that's an incredible accomplishment for anybody. And in a win, unlike, what was it, when Devin Booker had like 70 in a loss? No. That's a nice game. It is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I guess, like, I don't find, scoring a bunch of points in games all that impressive, but, like, you have the second most points ever scored in an NBA regular season game. That's damn impressive. And it should have been said that way instead of the just farting into microphones that, like, half the NBA community did about it. Also, Kobe fans, get with reality, for the love of God.
Your hatred for Kobe and Kobe's fans is really funny to me.
It's not Kobe, because I will tell you that his passing made me respect and understand a little bit more about what Kobe meant. But if you're a grown-ass man calling yourself a Kobe fan and hating on somebody else for scoring more points in an individual game than Kobe did, talking about unethical basketball, when Kobe's last game he took about 50 shots to score 60 points, you are just,
well, that's the funny
you
thing
are
about
beyond
it.
a fanboy.
That's the funny thing about it, is that Bam has routinely said his favorite player of all time is Kobe Bryant. Like, there's a part of Bam that when he was going for this was probably like, I bet Kobe thinks this is awesome.
Oof.
Also, Kobe would not have, I think we know Kobe well enough throughout the years, Kobe would not have
checked himself out at 81 points.
No,
out of respect for whoever
not at
had
all.
it.
And I think he would have vomited at the idea that somebody would check themselves out at 81. I think he would have hated that idea.
Sounds like a lot of Kobe fans don't have Mamba mentality, is what I'm hearing.
They're missing the Mamba mentality. You're exactly right.
Cavs Talk, 5 minutes from now on 92.3 The Fan. If you're
for the last 3 seasons, and they were at the top of the league in many, many key categories. And, of course, it takes a Lamar Jackson to do a lot of that. But he brought over a veteran staff, so I think these guys are going to be able to hit the ground running. And let's see what Todd has.
Listen for Mary Kay Cabot from the Plain Dealer in Cleveland.com. Thursday mornings at 8:20 on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We got JP Acosta, CBS Sports HQ, in about 20 minutes to talk the Browns offseason, getting better, what are we going to do in the quarterback room, and so much more. But if you guys missed a moment in our show, use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. We also have Jeff D. Lowe coming up in 1 hour's time at 4 o'clock. A little bit of Cavs talk, a little bit of Browns talk. He's a movie buff. We'll see if anything comes up.
Yeah, I still haven't watched the Chalamet movie that we discussed with him last time. It just hasn't made it. I don't buy movies on TV. I just don't. I wait for them to come in one of the apps and become free.
Yeah, no, that's the right play.
There was a time in my life, maybe a decade ago, I would hit the purchase button on like a 1999 movie, and I stopped that completely.
Yeah, we had to slow that down too. Yeah. It's just because again, like it's a digital
it's
copy.
Really addicting.
And it's, yeah. You can,
it's really addicting.
I'm just a little Chalamet out. Like everyone's all surprised that the guy's got takes on opera and ballet that are kind of D-ish, and I'm like, I think I was ahead of you, ahead of everyone. That he was a little bit pretentious.
There was articles that were done about that, but I never actually saw what he said. What did he actually say about the ballet?
He just completely said he just thinks they're just not a thing, just shouldn't be a thing.
Well,
he doesn't have any respect for them. Is a better way to put it.
He's an extreme ball knower. That Chalamet. There's a reason why when he goes on like game day, for instance, all he does is just flex the amount of sports that he watches. Yeah. I would imagine the crossover between people that love and care deeply about sports and then care deeply about ballet, very minimal.
Well, as somebody who cares deeply about overactors, I also have a problem with Chalamet. But Cavs have a home and away with Dallas this weekend. They're in Dallas tonight. I know because Fedor posted a beautifully
I did see that
framed picture of some Texas barbecue, which is smart. You want to get into? You're not a Texas barbecue guy?
I love Texas barbecue.
Okay, just making sure because you live in Houston. That's what I was going to say.
There's nothing else I can do but love Texas barbecue.
And then they'll be back on Sunday. But because much has been made of people saying because I've been critical of the Cavs or because I'm not impressed by regular season basketball, that I want to be right about the Cavs more than I want them to win. Or they've just flat out said they think I want the Cavs to lose. So I want to have the discussion. And anyone can jump in on this, 216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, if you want to tweet at us as well, at J. Peterlin. I want to know what me being wrong about the Cavs looks like so that when it happens, I can put the hand up and say, I was wrong.
All right, so there are layers to this, right? And this is just my viewpoint
like
on
onion.
it. Well, I don't want you to get offended at the first thing I say. Because you've heard this before.
So wait, this is an upfront apology?
No, I'm not apologizing for anything. I'm telling you the biggest blow is coming early, and then we'll try to make it nicer as we move along with the conversation, okay? But you've heard this before. This shouldn't sideswipe you. This isn't anything like, oh, whoa, Jonathan, way out of left field with this one. I've said it before. I'll say it again. You're already wrong about the James Harden trade. Okay. Like, that's it. Like, you, in my eyes, you exist in a world of wrong where you'll never be right. And it's off the idea that you were never accomplishing anything with Darius Garland, and at least in going for it with James Harden, even if they flame out, whether it's for this year or then also set up for next year, you at least did something that was not just settling for flaming out and being done. And so in my eyes...
But what if they end up flaming out over the next 3 years?
No, but at least they changed the math for right now. And so over the next 3 years, like in each successive season, if it just doesn't work,
what if they
were
just
already
don't...
accomplishing that anyway by just standing still.
Yeah, I don't think we know that, though. I think it's easy to say that we would know that because of how the last couple of years have gone. But I don't see a difference if they flame out over the next couple of years.
These are my parameters.
Okay.
My parameters is they were not doing.
I'm wrong there.
Well, you can deny my parameters. You can deny them all you want.
I'm denying that specific parameter.
Sure, but
you're already wrong first.
Where my head is at is the idea that you were doing and accomplishing nothing with Darius Garland. They had to make a move. They did, and so I'm not going to sit there and punish them for it. But you start with the idea that wrong there. But What I find interesting is how deep of a postseason run they have to make in order for you to be wrong for this calendar year and for this season in particular. And I think that answer for myself is the Eastern Conference Finals. If they make it to the Eastern Conference Finals, then I think you are wrong. If they make it and they have a flame out in the second round, and that just is and all it is, then what am I do? Hammer you for that? I'm not going to hammer you for that. It just is what it is.
So I do think the path matters. You can't control health, and right now, I really am torn on would injuries be an excuse or would they be a valid reason? Because when the Cavs came out of last, and Darius coming out of last playoffs going, if we were healthy, we would have been in the NBA Finals. That ended up feeling like an excuse post hoc, right?
For sure, yeah.
So I think you're less healthy right now going into the stretch run than you were until you got into the playoffs when the injury started popping up. But again, I don't know, as of today, whether that's an excuse or not. I think path matters to me putting my hand up. If you face the number one seed in the second round and you go through them, if you face a quality team in the first round and you go through them, and then it's a really, really competitive Eastern Conference Finals. It goes 6 or 7 games, 6-7. And, you look like a team that is the better team in half of those nights, or even in one of the losses, there's going to be a part of me that goes, well, that's not just better than what you've done, because really at this point, all you've done is you've either struggled or a little struggle in the first round of the playoffs, and then you've been non-existent in the second round.
Right, and that's the key on this. The key is getting out of the second round. So,
no, but how you go about it. I think if Detroit gets upended by Orlando, and then you get past you get past a 6 seed or a 7 seed, 6-7. I do think that's you've got to beat somebody of quality, somebody that I respect in the postseason.
I think the difference where we are going to have a little bit of a difference of opinion on this is the idea that when you get to the Eastern Conference Finals, at that point it doesn't even the Eastern Conference Finals doesn't have to be the most competitive thing in the world, and I still think you'll be wrong.
I come back to this of
it could be a Celtics 5-game series, and I'll still feel like you were wrong.
If I'm under the guys that I think you are, that you've got to impress LeBron. And LeBron watches the Cavs sail through the first 2 rounds of the playoffs, and then it's a gentleman's sweep in the Eastern Conference Finals. I don't know if using the idea that LeBron has to be impressed by what you've done, I don't know how that would impress LeBron.
Well, you're the final 2 in the East, and so
but
LeBron,
if you get skunked in the first round or in the final round,
not saying
how close are you really to Boston?
Well, I think LeBron would think adding LeBron is going to be a difference maker in that. I would hope LeBron would have that confidence in himself.
I think the path matters. I think you really have to be convincing in the Eastern Conference Finals, or you need to make it to the NBA Finals. You didn't make this trade to be where you've been, which is when facing a better team in the playoffs, you get pantsed.
I think a lot of the people that have postseason question marks on themselves, tagged on themselves, the way Donovan does, I think making it to the Eastern Conference Finals starts to alleviate some of that, and I think that's the main goal. The main goal on this is you make it to the Eastern Conference Finals, and then you go into the offseason, and then you keep building, and we kind of move from there.
But doesn't it have to feel like progress?
I think it would feel like progress. In my eyes, it would, because they've never done it. They've never made it to the Eastern Conference Finals.
I think you were soft on this Cavs team. I think you were so.
I don't know. No. This is the NBA's Final Four. This is the Eastern Conference Final 2.
But Atlanta made an Eastern Conference Finals with Trae Young and the Hawks. We look back on that and say what a fraudulent run that was.
There are exceptions to the rule, obviously. I wouldn't look at this Cavs team and look at them anywhere close to what I looked at that Atlanta team.
But you also don't look at this Eastern Conference and think it's a gauntlet.
No, I don't think it's a gauntlet, but I do think Boston's really good. And because Boston is really good and they exist,
but
and by the way,
think the Cavs are really good?
Well, yeah, they can both be good at the same time.
Well, no, I think my point is if you have confidence in the Cavs, good on good should be compelling, and that should matter.
It should be, but I'm giving some leeway to the idea that if you end up in a 5-game series or something happens in that series and all of a sudden it's 5 games, Eastern Conference Finals, that's more than checking the box for me.
5 games? A gentleman's sweep?
I'll take a gentleman's sweep against Boston. Yeah, these are my parameters. This is what I'm working with.
I'm pushing you because I think you're too soft on them. If I'm too hard on them, you are Charmin soft on the Cavs.
I don't think Eastern Conference Finals is soft at all. There's an expectation that you don't get out. They've never done it.
You don't respect Detroit.
Yes, but Detroit's still a 1 seed, and they're still a team. If you beat them, that's still an accomplishment.
But you don't respect them.
No, I also don't respect the Knicks either. It doesn't mean it's not an accomplishment.
I think you would respect a win over the next way more than the Detroit one, right?
Probably, but
Okay.
it doesn't mean it's not. Either way, it doesn't mean it's not an accomplishment one way or another. Like Eastern Conference Finals still means you are the final two in the East. That's that's an impressive thing.
I just thought they traded for James Harden to try and push for a championship, not getting pantsed by Boston in the Eastern Conference Finals.
No, because remember when we talked about trading for James Harden, your thought process, you didn't even want him on the team. Because if the expectation was NBA Finals, then it would have been a no-brainer to add Harden to the mix. It was not a no-brainer for reasons that we're discussing right now.
But everybody yelled at me, though. Like, this is the move to get you to the finals. And when I say get you to the finals, it doesn't literally mean get you to the finals. But you have to be a true threat to make it to the finals, and that is defined by your path to it, including the Eastern Conference Finals.
But by proxy of making it to the Eastern Conference Finals, you are a threat to make it to the NBA Finals. That exists.
No. How you play in that third round is a huge definer of whether you're truly in the mix or not.
No, you're up
giving
against
them the Peterlin pass of just making
it's not
it
a Peterlin pass.
Like, that's not the goal.
The Peterlin pass.
You didn't trade for Donovan Mitchell 4 years ago, so maybe you could get bloused by the Celtics.
The James Harden trade wasn't just meant for this year. That's the other part of this equation. You're acting like it's like a 1 year or bust reality for the Cavs, and that's not it.
That's the most recent thing we're going to have to judge them off of.
But it's also,
and that's going to judge them based off our faith on them in the future.
But it's also then going into what they do this offseason and then adjusting from there. And obviously, this is a stepping stone more than it is we need everything, the chickens to come home to roost type season.
216-474-0092. What does me looking wrong about the Cavs look like? I've had people say that I want them to fail. I've had people say I want to be right more than I want them to be good. All of that, I think, is hogwash. And I think if you're spouting that nonsense, I don't want to call anyone a Muppet. I really do think.
I like using Muppet.
Yeah,
we can make it just my term.
I just disagree with you. I know there are people. Mike Tannenbaum is a Muppet. That is biggest Muppet on the planet. I don't want to call.
Listen, I don't think you're rooting against the Cavs.
I didn't think you did. Yeah.
No, I know you're talking about somebody else.
Nor do I think you are a Muppet.
And I thank you, I guess.
Yeah.
Thanks for that.
I wouldn't want to work with a Muppet.
I wouldn't want to work with a Muppet either.
To constantly worry about where somebody's hand is, it's just not great.
It seems awkward at times.
I do think the point is, I think now that we've gotten, 14 games into this thing, I think there are a lot of people starting to lower their expectations. I think we should have a finals or bust mentality.
I never have with this.
With wiggle room. Yeah, but here's the thing.
I think the Eastern Conference Finals is incredibly impressive.
Given James Harden and the experience of James Harden, the quicker you go farther into the playoffs, the more likely you are to have more time with James Harden, which I think is part of a happy Harden, rather, which is, I think, part of the goal. Because remember, he can't opt out this year.
I'd much rather take an extended run than not, obviously, and that's going to be the goal with them. That's I don't know why it would be anything but that.
Is Jonathan being too soft on the Cavs? 216-474-0092. The real topic is what does me looking wrong about the Cavs actually look like? I think if you make it to the finals, I will put my hand up and say I was wrong. If you are incredibly competitive, not 5 games. If we're talking a 6-7 game series in the NBA Finals, or in the NBA Eastern Conference Finals, we're right there with me holding up my hand and saying I was wrong about the Cavs. Just getting there, it's a start, but I got to see how you look and I got to see who you go through. JP Acosta has a tired, wired, inspired move or series of moves for the Browns at quarterback. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Say hello, hey.
content filtered right to your phone this offseason by following the Browns playlist at 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Michael Markoch.
There's Cavs and there's NBA news that happens while you're at work. Baskin and Phelps, weekday mornings starting at 10.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. We got Jeff D-Low of Barstool coming up in about 40 minutes here, but Browns still need a quarterback. And I'm the only guy in town willing to say it. And JP's also willing to say it sometimes. But
only if it's Kyler Murray. And outside of that, we're good here.
But to have the Browns conversation about where they are right now, how much better they are, quarterbacks, we head out to the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. You know him from Pushing the Pile. You know him from CBS Sports HQ. JP Acosta joining us now. JP, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me on.
Well, it's great to have you on here. Now, I did see on Twitter you play Tired, Wired, and Inspired for Browns quarterbacks, and you went J.J. McCarthy, Anthony Richardson, and Will Levis. Walk us through it, my friend.
All right, so I did Tired, Wired, Inspired by least likely to most likely to happen if I were the Browns. If I were the Browns trying to get another body into this quarterback competition. I don't think the Vikings are going to move off of J.J. McCarthy at this point because they're going to have him compete with Kyler Murray for that starting job. And even if Kyler Murray does beat out J.J. McCarthy, someone's going to have to be the backup. We have seen how Viking seasons have unraveled because they haven't had somebody at the backup that at least knows the offense or has experience within the offense. So I think that's less likely to happen right now. Now, come 2027 offseason, who knows what will happen. But I think that's least likely right now. I think, in my opinion, trading for Anthony Richardson would be the best move that the Browns could make if they want just a low-risk, high-reward situation at the quarterback spot. I think Richardson is sort of on his way out of Indianapolis, especially with Daniel Jones signing his extension, with Riley Leonard playing fairly well in his final game with the Colts last season. I think that there's at least some smoke to the fire that Anthony Richardson's probably not going to be a Colt this upcoming season. Now, it depends on how much they're going to be asking for him because he is still a former top 5 pick and still on a rookie deal. So we'll have to see how much they offer for him. But I do think the most likely one to happen is Will Levis. I mean, Levis is not a former first-round pick. I think he has the athletic marks and measurables that I think Todd Monken will want for his offense. I think he can operate play action. And he is reckless. He is very reckless. But he does know how to use his legs and create outsider structure and is a willing runner when given that situation. So I think I rank those based on least likely to most likely, but also by funniest scenario.
All right. So where does Deshaun play into all this?
I don't think Deshaun Watson plays very much into the Browns quarterback situation right now. And be completely honest, I don't know if Deshaun Watson is even factoring into Todd Monken's plans at the quarterback spot. I mean, the quarterback is going to be coming off of another traumatic injury. He hasn't played in a long time, and he is going to be on the other side of 30. How many guys at the quarterback spot have been away from quarterback as long as he has due to injury and come back to be at least starting level? I don't think there are a lot of guys that are like that, and I don't think Deshaun Watson is going to be a guy that makes that same jump to the quarterback that we saw in 2020. I mean, that is now like 6 years ago. That is a long time ago. So I don't really think Watson plays much into the QB conversation, especially for starting for the Browns. But anything can happen with QB competitions. I just don't think that is very likely.
So the way I look at it, I'll be honest, I think Anthony Richardson, I know it's like a lottery ticket. I think it's such a low probability event because he just was he was just unplayable in the time that he did start. I almost view him like a Trey Lance of I need you to go somewhere and sit for a while that I look at kind of Deshaun as your lottery ticket, see if NFL offseason, not Deshaun, excuse me, Shedeur, as kind of an NFL offseason. Let's see if we can get you up to starting caliber. So I want to vet. I want like quality control in that room in case Shedeur just can't get there before training camp. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that definitely makes sense, especially with how young the QB room is in Cleveland right now. Both Shedeur and Dylan Gabriel, they are both entering their second years in the NFL. So it makes sense to want a veteran in that room. The problem is how many veteran quarterbacks are going to be available. I mean, you could go out and sign Kirk Cousins. If you really want to go and sign a Kirk Cousins, maybe that's the guy that you want to go and get to help like bring the veteran presence to the room. I mean, you could go and get a Tyrod Taylor if you want, but he's also going to be 37 years old. I don't know how many games you want him to start, but there's also the idea maybe of Russell Wilson at this stage. The backup quarterback or the veteran quarterback pool right now is very slim when it comes to people that I think will actually fit the Todd Monken offense.
Okay, that's interesting. So what kind of season are you expecting out of Shedeur?
I think for Shedeur, it depends on if he's named the starter or not. If he's a starting quarterback for the Browns, I do think the Browns offense will look less like the Ravens, obviously, but I do think it has potential to be at least passable. It can be a passable offense if Shedeur makes the correct steps in his growth this offseason when it comes to pocket management, when it comes to sack avoidance. I think the ball placement can continue to get better. But I think if the game continues to slow down for him, I think the offense can be passable. I think the offensive line has been upgraded to at least from with the Browns, you're going to have to replace all 5 starters. But I do think the moves that they've made in free agency along the offensive line have at least been a positive step forward. So I'm curious on what the offense would look like with Shedeur at quarterback, but I do think the offense could potentially be at least passable if Shedeur makes the correct steps in his growth.
So let's look this through here. Obviously, they've made the 4 offensive linemen acquisitions, although Tevin Jenkins was a holdover. And then, of course, they signed Quincy Williams while losing Devin Bush. Is there a move in free agency that you think could help maybe continue to push the floor up of this offense before we even get to the draft?
I think adding to the receiver room just to raise the floor a little bit could be really helpful for this team. They need another veteran presence. I think a bigger body at receiver could really help. I think some of the receivers that they currently have are a little bit on the smaller side. They need somebody that can play a little bit more of that boundary receiver type for them. The problem is there's not really a lot of those right now. I think it might be it'll be expensive, but I think Jawan Jennings will make a lot of sense. I think DeAndre Hopkins has experience in Todd Monken's offense, won't be a long-term deal, but he'll provide just a boundary presence for that receiving room. I think Noah Brown could make a lot of sense, Tim Patrick, but somebody, a bigger body, a veteran that can really help, like you said, sort of raise the floor of the offense because you can go to the draft to raise the ceiling.
Are we wrong to just assume that the defense is going to be as good as it was last year?
I think with the defense, there's always some volatility in year-over-year defensive trends, but I do sort of think this defense can still hold over to being very good to great this upcoming season. I like their defensive coordinator hire, pulling the pass game coordinator from Atlanta, where Atlanta was really good in mixing up their coverages, changing a lot of their looks, and obviously that defense was completely revamped in 1 year. So I think the defense can continue to be very good, especially if you get another jump from Mason Graham on the interior, which he played pretty well to finish out the season. So as long as you have Myles Garrett on the team, as long as you have Denzel Ward, and you get the growth from the young guys, I think the defense is going to be just fine.
What do you think is most important year one for Todd Monken to establish him? Because, again, like he was kind of thought of as one of the lesser or weaker hires What's like the number one thing to get him established and on good footing going into year 2?
I think the most important thing for him is establishing an identity on offense. You're the offensive guy. You know that this roster doesn't have a lot of high-end talent offensively. It's going to be a long-term rebuild. It's going to take a couple years. But what this offense needs is identity. It's going to need to know what you're doing. You're going to need to know what the idea is behind this offense. What is the goal? Because then going into 2027 and the 2027 offseason, you can either A, find a quarterback that you know can fit that identity of the offense, or continue to go and get the high-end players that'll help fit with the identity and what you want to be offensively. So I think for this season for Todd Monken, we know, like we just said, the defense is going to be fine. Offensively, you have to figure out who you are and who you want this Cleveland offense to be.
How far are Browns fans from seeing competitive football?
Oh, man. I think they're still maybe a couple years away. I would like to see them add some more high-end talent on the offensive line, especially at tackle. Left tackle is probably going to be the biggest spot if they address that in the first round of this year's draft. Depending on what happens, I do think they need some more high-end talent at left tackle. I think receiver, obviously quarterback might be a year or two away. But if things break right, I mean, maybe we're looking at 2028 as like the competitive Browns. Like this is going to be a team that has the defense already in place. Hopefully they don't lose a lot of people in the coaching staff because of continuity. Continuity is one of the bigger things as to why you sort of lose that upward tick, that upward trend of progress. But I think the Browns, are probably a couple years away, as long as we're assuming that the defense remains intact.
JP, no one saw Denver and New England going into last season as the two teams will be left standing in the AFC. I'm just curious with, Kansas City doing a little overhaul there. Buffalo's trying to do a little retool as well. What teams do you think really are going to have a chance here to run the AFC coming up in 2026?
I think it's a great question because, like you said, the top 3 quarterbacks in the division are all going to be completely facing either new regimes or a completely different world. Patrick Mahomes is not going to be playing for a majority of the season because of a torn ACL. Lamar Jackson and the Ravens are going through a complete regime change with new head coach, new coordinators on both sides of the ball. The Bills are going through a head coaching change. So I'm not sure if I could say any of those teams. I do think the Broncos have the coaching, and I think they retain the defense to continue to be very good and still be a contender in the AFC. But I would throw the Jaguars, and I would throw the Texans in there. I mean, the Texans were one of the scariest teams in the league without having an offensive line identity or any offensive identity. So if they can continue to just find 5 competent starters on the offensive line, that defense is still going to be very good. And I think Jacksonville has proven already that they can finish the season on a hot streak. If Trevor Lawrence plays the way that he did to finish the season, I think the Jaguars will continue to be or trend upward to be one of the contenders in the AFC.
How do you rank out the AFC North right now?
I think when it comes to the AFC North, number 1, I think I'm going to put the Ravens just because I trust Lamar Jackson. I trust that offense to get back to the same place where it was. Number 2 is difficult because there's so many questions among even the Ravens. Number 2 is difficult because there's so many questions. Even the Steelers are facing identity questions and identity changes. But I think number 2, I'm also going to put the Steelers just because you know what they are going to be year in and year out. You know that the defense is going to show up year in and year out. Depending on who they have at quarterback might limit them to what they can be ceiling-wise. But then after that, I think 3 are the Bengals and then 4 are the Browns.
JP, great stuff. As always, my guy. We'll catch you up down the line, and hopefully by then we'll have another quarterback in that room to talk about. But we appreciate you.
Of course. Thanks for having me.
JP Acosta there, you know him from Pushing the Pile and CBS Sports HQ on the Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. We'll react to what he had to say. Talk about what feels like it could be a dream scenario for the Browns. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. I was talking to the folks at Northeast Factory Direct the other day, and if you missed them at the home show, you're going to like this. Nick Wilson for Northeast Factory Direct. They've actually extended their home show specials, and right now you can get up to $5,000 off select hot tubs plus free delivery. And let's be honest, if you're even thinking about getting a hot tub, this is the time to do it before the spring rush hits and everyone else decides they want one too. And the sauna deals, still going. Big discounts plus free delivery and professional setup. And you don't have to figure anything out. They handle it. And here's the sleeper deal. They've actually opened up preseason specials on outdoor furnitures. Inventory is limited, and once those early shipments are gone, that is it. We're talking hot tubs, saunas, outdoor furniture.
minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Find Mirafast today at your local retailer. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. And Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. Each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Jeff D. Lowe of Barstool coming up in just about 15 minutes here. Nick and Jonathan back on, all in all, pretty nice little Friday we got going here.
Yeah, it seems like the weather's pretty nice. We're just kind of, we got basketball on, and we're just kind of getting after it.
It is a Friday. We are, listen, today would be, I'm just encouraging any team in town, encouraging any team out there. If you wanted a news dump, today would be a day to take a news dump.
I feel like we don't get the Friday news dump nearly as often as we used to. I feel like there was a lot of integrity attached to the Friday news dump that doesn't exist anymore.
I think it might have been the repeated calling out that this is
a Friday news dump.
Blatant Friday news dump.
We were all cool with it. Everyone was on the same page. We get it. You're trying to bury something. That's fine, but it worked for us.
I don't know that I was ever that cool with it, and I think I might have been part of the problem, being like, well, we see why you put this at Friday at 5:20.
I'm fine while acknowledging whatever that is, but then also taking the news and running with it.
You're like the most supportive parent, where it's like, listen, you got busted for drugs. A lot of people do drugs.
A lot of people do drugs, Nick.
They
do.
Yeah. But somebody's got to be the hammer. Somebody's got to be the parent that's like, you get to your room and you think about those drugs, but you're never doing them again.
You think about those drugs?
But yeah, like the downside of them. You don't think about them in like a Fantasyland version.
Because I think that's the problem. I think that they just will think about them in a positive way.
I think it's about think about your actions with the drugs, and then understand you're never doing that again. You can tell I haven't had these conversations yet. I'm workshopping them.
I mean, you're just having like convos back and forth to be like, this is going to happen one day.
You understand? I have a few times run through the idea of what the talk is going to be like if I end up having to have that with my daughters.
Have you had it with your one daughter's 16? Have you had the alcohol convo at all or no?
Yes. And I've said, you can't, not today.
Is that straight up just no?
No, I have had.
Any inkling of the idea that she's already partaken? No, okay.
No, that's not. I'm going to have to watch the twins. I'm on a lot of levels. I think they're very bold and very determined to be who they want to be. And I love that in most regards.
Yeah.
Not in every regard. With Liv, I think I might actually have to be the one that's like, you're turning 21. You can have a damn beer, right? Like, she just doesn't seem...
I'll be like, I need you to celebrate this now, or I need you to...
Granted, when I was 16, I didn't really have an interest. Actually, no. Right around 16 is when I really started to take an interest in a lot of things I probably shouldn't have. But
I remember my first beer.
Date, time, and circumstance.
No, it was always that whole line of like, do you remember your first beer? I remember my first beer when it was like when people were being weak about it. I was 15. I remember being around 15. A lot of things happened for me in life at 15. Let's put it that way.
That's good.
And 15 was the. So I do remember the first alcoholic drink I ever had though.
Yeah.
It was not a beer. I was 13. My buddy David Ramirez, his dad. This is going to sound so lame, but this is just my reality. He brought a bunch of. I told you about his dad before, right? He's like the big Chicago police officer, kind of just a tough ass, right? But a nice guy, just a tough ass though, and he brought some Mike's Hard Lemonade for some reason. And this is like when the coolers were like really starting to pop off, and people were like, "What is that Mike's Hard Lemonade?" And I remember David, he took a couple of them, and that was my very first alcoholic beverage. It's a Mike's Hard Lemonade.
So
unbelievably lame.
It's pretty ironic that I now have a beer fridge in the garage, and where I got that idea from was my aunt and my uncle, my Aunt Mary and my Uncle John. Because you go over there, and they wouldn't just be beer, but there'd be pop or whatever. And it was always like this shining beacon of like, you should take 2 beers. And I don't remember how old we were. My cousin Johnny and I.
Yeah, it just sets you up to go ahead and take.
My cousin Johnny and I, no one was home, and we realized the way it was staged, we could each take a Zima. And we could really, I know. It's the worst.
Why do we have the worst collective first beverages ever?
Because all the good beer, it was staged in a way that was even with all of each other. The Zima, it looked disproportionate to the other beer, so you wouldn't be able to tell if 2 were missing. Because we even took a beer out, and we're like, oh, You can't tell.
You can't even notice.
Well, we did try with the good beer first, but
that's like the water in the vodka bottle trick that everyone thinks always works until it doesn't.
Now, to my knowledge, they never found out. Also, to my knowledge, my grandmother didn't find out about the water because she used to go back to Hungary relatively often. And so she'd come back with all these bottles.
Yeah.
And we absolutely were the reasons why those were replaced, including with food coloring. I'm within like the last 10 years. She took one out to have a drink, which also, why that sat there for 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, I don't know.
Who knows?
But she got pissed beyond measure when it was water with food coloring in it.
Mm-hmm.
And then she would bring it up, like, who would do that? who would do that? And I was like, I haven't done. And so she started accusing other grandkids, like it may be Veronica, but
it might have been Veronica.
Now, do I know for a fact that my brother was one of the culprits, and he is the golden child of the grandchildren? Yes. Did I blow his spot up? No. Did I also protect Veronica and say, I don't think that's something Veronica would do? At no point has my grandma realized, I'm definitely one of the culprits that did that. I'm not saying I'm the only one. I hope she's not listening.
Yeah.
Because that wooden spoon still works at 93.
That'd actually be really funny. She just started hitting you with the wooden spoon.
You know the problem was? It was plum whiskey. You ever had plum whiskey?
No,
I love
haven't.
my countrymen. I've
had a lot of whiskey. I've never
Hungarians,
had plum whiskey.
I love you. Every time they come over, they'll bring like this big bottle of plum whiskey.
What makes it plum whiskey? You know, I know
it's whiskey from plums.
Is that it? That's all. That's the only thing we have.
I don't know. I just know it's not good.
Okay.
I just know that of the whiskeys you're going to have, plum whiskey from Hungary it's basically firewater. It is very strong. It tastes like
it's whiskey with plum, sugar, and sometimes other spices.
Yeah, and the other spices are other.
You mix it with this Japanese plum liqueur. Is another way you can do it as well.
You sure as hell don't.
Or you blend it. You're right. You blend it. You don't mix it. You blend it.
No. You just if you drink it with Hungarians, you just drink it from the bottle. And I think it was the first summer that I was home because the girls weren't home yet. There was a big bottle, and we're gonna finish this bottle. We couldn't. It was that bad.
Yeah, it's gross. It seems gross.
It's pure gasoline.
It's like moonshine. Moonshine, I think, is gross. I've had a lot of moonshine. I think moonshine's gross.
Oh, I disagree. You've ever had flavored moonshine?
Yeah, I have.
Apple pie shine.
Me and my buddy Andrew, when we had an apartment in St. Louis for a stretch, like part of the deal is when you walked into the apartment, you had to take a shot of this moonshine. We thought was just gross.
All right,
it was like a punishment for people.
I'm gonna need to know. Was this real moonshine or was it store-bought moonshine?
No, real moonshine.
From whom?
It was from his brother. His brother went to the south, brought us back some moonshine.
It sounds a little toilet moonshine.
I don't know the depths of it. I just remember it being gross. Is what I remember.
I feel like I have to stick up for all moonshiners out there because I have some family members who have friends who are moonshiners, and they make incredible moonshine.
Not a fan. Now
I've got to get you some of this moonshine because this shine is good.
In talking about Mr. Ramirez and the Mike's Hard Lemonade, I do have the belief that he planted those there for us to take. Would you ever?
It was.
That's like his way of controlling it, right? And also, I'm going to give these guys the lamest first alcohol experience ever. Maybe they won't even like alcohol after that. Would you ever plant just a softie, just a nice welcome to alcohol softie for your children?
No. Nope.
Now, they got to earn it the hard way, right?
Yeah.
That's how I think, too.
Yeah.
You can steal it from me. You can figure it all out, but you got to earn it the hard way.
Yeah, I mean, and by the way, I'm really on the level. Like, they're so young now. This is not. But, like, once you get to be 18, 19, I'm not going to be happy if you take my booze. I'm not. There's an agreement here that if it's out in the open, you don't touch it, it's mine. However, I will respect honesty. I've always, and my dad was very much this way as well.
All they have to do is just cop to it?
While with my Aunt Mary and Uncle John, I never would have been honest because my Uncle John could kick anyone's ass until the day he died, and it wasn't even up for discussion, right? My Uncle John was legitimately a very, very tough, very, very hard man. No, I'd lied to that man. I'm not telling him the truth. My dad, though, big softy. I'd be very honest with him, and I definitely remember a couple times where I was like, hey, man, I know you're going to be pissed at me. But when I was like 19, I was like, I took one of your beers. And he's like, oh, you told me. That's fine. That's where I will get with my kids. Now, they better lie to me. You bet. If I find out, I find out at 16, you're stealing some of my hooch. Oh, I paid good hard money for that.
It's going to be a scary time in my life when my kids get to be around 16, 15, because that's when a lot of things happen for me and started happening for me, and that's not something I want to think about.
Have you ever just?
I just don't want to think about.
Have you ever just considered living in an aisle? Because that's where I am.
Oh yeah, no, that'll be nice. Yeah, that's probably the spot I'm going to have to get to.
I know what Liv and her friends talk about, but I don't think about it, and we're good.
Yeah,
we're very good.
It's a good spot to live in.
Jeff D. Lowe, Barstool Sports. We'll talk first alcoholic drinks in the Browns quarterback plan in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Thunder beat the Celtics last night, 104-102.
11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Michael Markoch.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Nick and Jonathan back on Afternoon Drive. The lead coming up in 1 hour's time. Cavs do have the home game against the Mavericks tonight. They've got one against the Mavericks again on Sunday here in Cleveland. We'll have some more Cavs talk for you along the way. We are now day 5 into free agency. Browns spending a lot of money. We did find out today they got a $17 million adjustment on their salary cap from the NFL, with many people suggesting that might be the insurance money for Deshaun Watson. And yet, we're on What's Next watch for the Cleveland Browns. To talk about that and so many more things, we head out to the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. You know him from Barstool. You know him as the host of Project Big Screen and the Dozen Trivia, Jeff D. Lowe, joining us right now. What's up, Jeff?
What's up, guys? How are you doing? How's it going?
We're doing all right. We're doing all right. I'd be doing better if I didn't think the Browns were about to do a Shedeur versus Deshaun quarterback battle, even if it was then a Shedeur versus Mac Jones quarterback battle. How about you?
Yeah, talk all the rage with you guys. I mean, from morning to night, you got the drama, Shedeur stuff, text. It's the Browns. So of course it's March and there's baseball starting, and you know the Cavs are playing a little better, and we're talking about Shedeur. I don't know. I don't feel. Unfortunately, I have very much just resigned to the fact that next year's a punt year, which is sad to say, but that's just the case. Despite the fact I'm sure the defense will be good again. I'm in the camp. I'd much rather have a flyer, Darnold, Daniel Jones type guy on the team. And the fact they don't have one right now, I know we're only a few days in, is a little disappointing. But it's like, I don't know. I think they're going to stink anyway. So I guess whatever. Like, I guess what's you know, it's like being short $100 and like getting $1 at this point. It's like, okay, I guess that's something, but it's not anything. But I'm in that camp too. I'd rather have another guy there right now. As opposed to, and if you told me to pick between either that or like, you know, a Ty Simpson or like, you know, draft someone, I'd still rather the free agent, because I think they're going to be a spot next year to draft a quarterback. So,
all right. So you've accepted the idea that you don't think they're going to be very good next year. What gives you hope then? Is it the 2027 quarterback class? Is it just, it can't be Andrew Berry at this point? What gives you hope?
Yeah. I mean, look, like, I don't know, maybe he hits again on a draft class. He obviously hit on a great draft class last year. Shedeur and Dylan Gabriel could never throw a football again, and that class is still a hit so long as this wasn't a fluke, right? So maybe he hits again. He has a plethora of picks. I think I'm very happy with the free agent signings, very happy with what they did with the line, the age of the guys as well. I don't get too nuts in both, but I saw some comparisons and grades being like, oh, the Browns could have got this guy for cheap. But the guys are older. I'm like, I like what they've done. And so now, you know, they can go in a few different directions the first round if they want to get, you know, receiver early, want to get a receiver late, if they want to do something else. Like, you know, they don't have to do the 2-0 line thing. So I'm happy with that. Like, when I say I'm resigned to the fact they're not going to be good next year, that's not like a hopeless feeling forever. It's just like, I just assume they're not going to be very good next year without a really good quarterback. But, you know, I mean, they were almost pulling guys out of the stands a couple years ago and they made the playoffs. So, I mean, they literally pulled the guy who you thought would never play an NFL game again, and he came in and he helped bring him to the playoffs. So, you know, maybe my low expectations are unfair if the defense is great and the line is solid and, you know, Judkins can churn, and maybe they add a receiver. But I guess my hope is that they find some good young guys again, and they have a good enough young core to make a jump that like a Jaguars did or a Texans did again, if they find a quarterback, which, I mean, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, 30 years from now, 20 years ago, we're saying the same damn thing. So
it's interesting what you're saying, because I look at them and I was like, I think with a completely unfunctioning offense on every level, like even the last like 7 or 8 games, even the running game really disappeared. You were still a 5-win team, which is bad, but it's not the worst team in the NFL. I think you've raised your floor on the offensive line. I think taking a wide receiver in the first round is going to raise your floor in the wide receiver room. So I am torn between I agree with you on the boomer bust kind of stuff in the quarterback room versus the rest of the team actually looks decent. So I guess the better way of asking this is what's your range of not good? Because I think their range of not good is very likely to be 6 to 8 wins.
Yes. So again, maybe I'm being unfair. I do agree with that. And now a little bit of that is the assumption that they're going to draft a receiver early who can come in, and the receiver class is great, right? How often I feel like a lot of times when the Browns need a receiver, you're talking about like, well, maybe they grab someone who's going to be good in the second round. I feel like I've seen, whether it's Lemon, whether it's Tyson, like you've seen so many names thrown around. That's a great sign. Like they could definitely maybe get 2 guys. Why not do a Jamar Chase, T. Higgins deal, right? Where you draft 2 guys. I still have this hunch they're going to get a receiver some way, shape, or form through a deal, through a trade, make a move to get someone. If they do that and they draft a guy or they draft 2 young studs, which I'm all for, now they've kind of at least addressed the line like a pretty solid amount so far, then yeah, I think 7 or 8, they scrape out 7 or 8 wins. That exceeds my expectation. I guess I'm lowering expectations more than just assuming they're going to stink, but I just know that without that QB situation answered, it's like, I mean, it could go any which way. If they had signed, like, I don't even know if I believe in Kyler Murray. We'll just say Kyler Murray because he's the most relevant news topic. Like, if they'd signed him yesterday, my tune is different. I just I want Shedeur to be good. That'd be cool. But I'm being realistic here. It's like, is he going to be any good? Probably not. But he did buy that horse head for Monken, so that's something.
What'd you make of that?
You want a horse head? We can get you a horse head.
I don't even know I can promise you a horse head.
I do like, I will say this, I do like, and I was, the last time I talked to you guys, we thought Shieldhouse was going to sign on the dotted line before I hang up the phone. And the next morning, I was dropping my mom at the airport. I didn't even say goodbye to her because the Monken news came in, and I was so stunned. I had nothing to say. I really pulled off into the cell phone lot, leaving the airport because I needed a minute to process it. But he's won me over a little more. The thing that I like the most about him, even if Shedeur stinks and is never anything, just like the positivity is something. Because it's like the way that he was. I know Stefanski was all smoke and mirrors and this mysterious guy, and he wouldn't say anything. Just seeing that Monken liked him as like a guy, like I don't know. That's like a little bit for me. I'm taking that as a positive. I do enjoy that.
All right, a little bit of news here, and we'll have you respond to it as well. It's not Browns related, but it kind of is. Rap Sheet reporting the Panthers have agreed to terms with Knicks guy offensive tackle Rasheed Walker on a 1-year deal.
Dang.
That was the last little bit of the offensive line plan Nick wanted to execute there. Rasheed Walker, the left tackle, he's going to go to the Panthers.
Yeah, that's a bummer. There's been a couple names. Danny Brown's another one I saw in the last hour or two. He went back to Washington. He felt like a guy that would have been a nice signing for the Browns. Look, there was like that first 5 minutes of free agency where they lose Devin Bush, where I was like, oh Jesus, like what are we doing? And since then, I've had no problem with what they've done. So I'm gonna stay positive for now. It's just it's that quarterback thing. Like what is the plan? It does seem like we have the plan. We're just kind of all refusing to accept it. I don't know.
I am refusing to accept Shedeur versus Deshaun if it helps. All right, let's get to the Cavs here. We have a disagreement on the Harden trade, and we had a couple Donnybrooks about this. And to me, that trade means I'm going to need you in the finals, or I'm going to need you highly, highly, highly competitive in the Eastern Conference Finals for me to raise my hand and say I was wrong about that this year. Where are you with the Cavs, and where's your kind of drop-dead expectations for them this year?
Again, I think the last time we talked, I briefly said it. I had set my level of reaction at you can't react either way until the playoffs, unless they don't make it, right? That was the only if they're they got 20 wins at this point and it's over, then that's one thing. But as long as they're on course to make the playoffs, especially in the range they're at now, which for a little bit you're almost like, Jesus, they're not even going to be like a top 4 or 5 seed. Now it's like, okay, they should get there. It was for me, it was Eastern Conference Finals or bust, no matter what moves they made. And now that's probably even more the case. But for me, it's just the health thing, and it's like, man, are they just never going to be healthy? That's the concern for me. is it's like when one guy comes back, another guy goes down. And, I hope Strus ramps it up. Jason Tatum's leg was jello 8 months ago, and he's already playing again. It's like, oh, man, how bad is Strus' injury? So if they get healthy, I feel pretty good about them. The stuff that Harden's done, I was skeptical, but when they've been healthy and Allen's playing, Allen looks like a different guy. There's just a different energy there. So you got to see them on the floor more together. And if they don't get to that point, that's what worries me, because it's like if you don't have that chemistry, if you don't have that late surge, coming into the playoffs, you could have some problems. But if we run off the assumption that they will get healthy, I do think they're legit. I do think they're going to come together, and I think Harden's going to be, and I like Ellis a lot. I think they're going to kind of come together and compete more and have maybe a different attitude. I mean, and Harden and Donovan Mitchell talk about just two guys that don't win in the playoffs. So it's like maybe they'll feel off like the chip on the shoulder of never breaking through. But I don't know. I'm still carrying this weird, mild bit of confidence with them. Celtics scare me. I will say that. I don't. Celtics, Tatum coming back is ridiculous. That's just insanity to me. But they look good.
Yeah, they do. All right, so here's the thing on the health, and it's just my read on it. I feel like if you read what Atkinson is doing in the postgame, Allen could play, Strus could play if the playoffs were tomorrow, right? I just feel like they're being very cautious about making sure that everyone's 100% for the postseason instead of just getting everybody out there and playing at 95% health, but trying to get the chemistry to all work. Do you think that's the right call by them, or do you feel like we should just be throwing these guys out there and letting them gel a little bit more?
Yeah, I mean, I guess we're not quite there yet, right? The NCAA tournament hasn't even started yet. We're talking about benchmarks of the year for basketball, so it's they got time. I have no problem with that. And again, I think if you share the same viewpoint as me, where I'm not going to panic, I'm not going to also, if Harden next time he plays drops, 12 assists, scores 30, I'm not going to jump up and down and say that's it, they're winning the title. If you go neither way and you just say wait until the playoffs, then that is the strategy makes sense. I get that, and I can live with that. It's I think it's fair to say it's a concern, but also be okay, if that's what they're doing, fine. Because if you're saying, hey, all that matters is the playoffs, then guess what? You can't pick and choose. It's kind of one or the other.
All right, Jeff, I say this because I know you're a Chalamet guy. We can all agree he cost himself the Oscars by being a wanker about the
a wanker?
Yeah, I love that English term. I've watched a lot of Clarkson's Farm.
Wanker. Okay.
But about the ballet and opera stuff, right?
Maybe. My only caveat on that is that seemed to rear its head after voting closed. Voting closed, I think, Thursday of last week or Wednesday. I forget my dates, but I do think that kind of popped up a little late in the game. So if he loses, I think it's more the fact that Sinners has had this really late resurge, a la what Parasite did 7 years ago, when it won kind of every big award at the Oscars outside of the acting. Didn't have any acting nominations. No, I did. I probably swear I did. I didn't throw the 6-7. So shout out for anyone like that. Yeah, the Sinner surge is kind of the craziest. This is the most exciting close race Oscars we've had in, honest to God, I'm not exaggerating, decades. Multiple acting races are not sewn up. 3 out of the 4 are not sewn up. Best Picture is not sewn up. And if you consider Best Picture not sewn up, you consider – I made a football reference to someone the other day talking about this. A couple weekends ago, one battle after another was first and goal from the 1. And then, Leo dropped back and had intentional grounding. Now it's second and goal from the 8. And they're probably still going to score, but now – it's not as much in the bag. And if you're in the belief that Sinners has made this surge, it could win director. It could be a crazy night. So I'm very excited because usually these races are pretty sewn up, and it's not as interesting.
I'm kind of flabbergasted at how close everything is. I thought one battle after another was fine. It was nice, but I thought it was overblown. And I thought Marty Supreme was just typical.
You're not a Chalamet guy, though. You're never going to get on board with Marty Supreme.
I admit that he's a good actor, but I just think it's the typical vehicle for an actor that's overacting, and the story's really not that interesting. I think Sinners is one of the coolest, most unique kind of takes on something that I've seen, and I kind of like the other 2 movies that are getting so much love, and I'm they're fine. They are. I'm not trying to say they're bad, but it just doesn't feel like they're as good as Sinners. Yeah, and I'm of this belief, and some people disagree with me, and I think it's very fair that Best Picture –
should embody a little more than just black and white. How good was the movie? Now, I think Sinners is the best movie of the year. I also love One Battle, and they're essentially tied if you look at like my ratings. But there's just something to like the phenomenon of Sinners and like the cultural impact and like the fact that it's different and it's kind of got like a horror element to it. It's just so out there that either one wins Best Picture, I'll be as pleased as can be. But there's just something with Sinners that it's like when Parasite won, I was like, damn, that is cool. Like that's something different. There's nothing like that out there. And I think that's what Sinners is to me. And so I'll be rooting very heavily for it to win. I'll be happy with either, but I'll be rooting for Ryan Coogler's just awesome too. I like PTA, but Ryan Coogler's just an awesome director.
Yeah, it feels like he doesn't have a real miss yet. All right, buddy, we got to run, but we appreciate you. We'll catch up with you down the line.
Thanks, Jeff.
Sounds good, guys. See you later.
Jeff D-Lowe there on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. So I do think Marty Supreme is a better movie than One Battle After Another.
I still haven't seen Marty Supreme. I like Chalamet, but I'm not paying the money for it yet. I'm waiting for it to come free.
I think PTA. That feels like a movie that Hollywood likes because Hollywood likes certain time, and Hollywood likes PTA more than it's actually a true Oscar winner.
I don't know.
I think it's like his worst movie. I don't feel like that's even a hot take.
One Battle After Another?
Yeah.
I liked it. I don't know. But I'm not. I don't go to bat for any of these movies, though. I really didn't care for Sinners, though. So we're just in a disagreement on this.
You did not care for Sinners.
I really didn't. You and Mac, you guys talked it up. Mac's like, oh, he saw it twice, like the weekend that it came out and everything. And then
Max.
Maybe it was. I watched on an airplane. That's never a good viewing experience. Did
you watch it on an airplane with a child on your lap? Because that's really not grounds to watch a good movie.
She was on her mom's lap. It wasn't. We were fine. It was just. It's all over for me. All over the place.
216-474-0092.
But you're down with this take, I know. By the way, did you see Chalamet? I didn't know the ballet quotes at all.
No.
I like it. He takes the shot, and at the end of it, he goes, I just took shots for no reason. And I feel like that you guys could have bonded over that. Yeah, he knew what he was doing, but he's like, Tiger got out of the cage.
I just think the generational tag on Chalamet is way misplaced. He's a fine actor. He is a fine actor. I give him credit. There's a difference between being a Chalamet fanboy and just being somebody that's like, yeah, he's a good actor, but man, does he overdo it and play very similar characters often.
Well, is what it is.
A one-note actor. That's okay. That's right. Not everybody can be good. Sorry, great is what I meant.
You just took a shot for no reason. See? You guys should be buddies.
We'll react to what Jeff D-Lowe had to say. We'll also get into how to frame what the Browns are doing in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
client minutes and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
There's only one place to hear breaking Browns news. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
Yeah, that's a bummer. There's been a couple names. Andy Brown's another one I saw in the last hour or two. He went back to Washington. He felt like a guy that would have been a nice signing for the Browns. Look, there was like that first 5 minutes of free agency where they lose Devin Bush, where I was like, oh Jesus, like what are we doing? And since then, I've had no problem with what they've done. So I'm gonna stay positive for now. It's just it's that quarterback thing. Like what is the plan? It does seem like we have the plan. We're just kind of all refusing to accept it. I don't know.
Jeff D'Lo giving his reaction to the Rasheed Walker news earlier today that Rasheed Walker ends up signing a 1-year deal with Carolina, and that actually is commensurate with what I think it was Adam Schefter said on with was it ESPN Milwaukee?
Yeah, that's right, ESPN Milwaukee.
And where he said that maybe there was a misestimation of the market for left tackle, and that because a lot of the money had dried up, that Rasheed would be signing a 1-year deal, trying to reestablish his value. As much as I would have loved for that to be the Browns, I understand if a free agent goes, all right, I'm going to go to a team that I think might have a chance to make the playoffs this year because that's the easier way for me to get attention and get money this next offseason on a 1-year deal than going to a team in Cleveland where, hell, they could win 5 games again. They could win, 8 games. You just never know.
Yeah, it's interesting how the market kind of fell off for him. I think it's so fascinating now what happens at left tackle for this team. Do you bet on DeJuan Jones in any sort of significant way, or does this mean at number 6 it's Monroe Freeling?
Yeah, I wouldn't bet on DeJuan because of the injury stuff.
He's never healthy.
And I don't feel comfortable going into the draft and forcing myself into taking a tackle at 6. If anything, I think that's where the draft conversations have gotten a little frustrating, is how people are like, well, you need a left tackle, you got to take one. And it's like, if there was a couple left tackles that even though he ended up being the second left tackle off the group, Armand Membo ended up making a lot of sense as, I think it was the 6th or 7th pick in last year's draft. Kelvin Banks felt like a little bit of a reach, I think at 9 last year, but still, that was a guy that had top 16 kind of grade on him from a lot of people. The Freeling stuff and the Lamu stuff just scares me a little bit.
Well, I mean, even like McShay saying Freeling is 14th on his board, but then he's like, the Browns don't really have much of a choice. You got to take him at 6. And it's like, it's just, it's a big reach.
Now, there are some names on the left tackle market, because it wasn't just Rasheed Walker whose kind of market suffered. Taylor Decker is out there. Now, he is 32, going on 33 years old. There's some injury risk there. Kelvin Beachum, who is older than hell, 37, still available. There are a couple guys that I think ran similar stuff to what the Browns would run this year that have played left tackle before. Justin School of the Vikings, who's only 29, and Spencer Burford of the 49ers, who's still out there, even though his career's mostly been at guard. And listen, here's the other thing. I think Elton Jenkins might end up being in the running there, too, at left tackle.
That's what Mike Renner said when he was on with us.
If you don't want to force it at 6 with Freeling.
I mean, he'd put him at left tackle is what he said. And it's funny because everyone was talking, obviously played center last year, but everyone was talking about him as either center or guard, and then Renner's like, left tackle for him makes a bunch of sense.
Now, it's been interesting to hear the way the Browns talk, sorry, not Browns, but Browns fans talk about this year. We've heard transition year. We've heard tanking, which I do not think is even close to what they're trying to do. Here was Jeff D'Lo on being resigned to what this season is.
I have very much just resigned to the fact that next year's a punt year, which is sad to say, but that's just the case, despite the fact I'm sure the defense will be good again. Yeah, I'm in the camp. I'd much rather have a flyer, Darnold, Daniel Jones type guy on the team. And the fact they don't have one right now, I know we're only a few days in, is a little disappointing. But it's like, I don't know. I think they're going to stink anyway, so I guess whatever. But I'm in that camp too. I'd rather have another guy there right now as opposed to, and if you told me to pick between either that or like, a Ty Simpson or draft someone, I'd still rather the free agent because I think they're going to be a spot next year to draft a quarterback.
So it's going to be, I think it's really interesting to see what verbiage people use to describe this. As I've said, I don't think they're tanking. I just think the rest of the team is too good to be tanking. I think the offense is going to be better than last year, and it didn't have to be much better last year to end up being a team that could have won upwards of 2 more games, right? Like, functional goes a long way in the NFL, even if your defense takes a step back. Rebuilding's hard because they haven't said it, and they've used the word transitional. Is there a best word? He calls it a punt year.
Yeah, I don't know that we have like the best. Well, punt year is obviously not great. Like, if you say punt year, that means you just get me to 2027. That's all I care about. I was thinking like bridge year. Is bridge year fine? Like it doesn't elicit hope for the next following season. There's definitely more hope in 2027 and beyond, but it also means there are things that you can evaluate and things you can have fun with.
Is 7 wins? Where does that fall on the bridge year kind of?
I think 7's like an appropriate number, all things considered. Like if you get 7, I think you answer a lot of your questions that you'd have, and then also it would show that you're getting in, you're becoming a better team in the process.
I think as constructed today, I think Vegas is so dead on. This is why Vegas is Vegas. 6.5 wins is brilliant.
Well, and they're
for
baiting
the way this
you.
team
They're
is.
baiting you at 6.5. It's not an even money minus 110 split at 6.5. They want you to take this over.
I mean, like last year when we were all making burger bets, and when I was making burger bets with Fanta and Coach Riz, it was so easy at 5.5 wins because I was like, yeah, they're going to be under that. And by the way, I was one play and like one game away from being wrong on that. But I thought I was going to comfortably. I thought they were going to be like a 3-win.
You probably should have, because considering that they won the last 2 games, you should have had it easy. But 3-win Wilson should have been checked no problem.
There's a part of me that when, like, I just keep coming back to the way they're handling the quarterback situation is not the way I think they're handling the rest of the quarterback room. And so I think at one point today I was thinking of the word unserious, because I think it's a little I find it a little frustrating that you're putting a lot of resources into this thing to then get to 7 wins potentially with Shedeur or Deshaun. And under the idea of, well, maybe it'll go better than that. Like, there's a little bit of that. But I do think, like, I like Bridge. I like Bridge here. Yeah. I actually think I like yours more than anything. But it's interesting then.
Did you have your own?
Well, that's what I was going to say. I thought unserious.
Unserious was going to be the answer. Okay.
And unserious from the quarterback perspective. And I also think uneven. Like, I do think there's an element of this of if you put as much thought, time, energy to building this quarterback room up and building competition for Shedeur, I think you could really surprise some people this year. What I get frustrated with is I don't think drafting a quarterback in this draft that isn't a top 40 pick, I don't think that's serious. I think that's a waste of a pick.
I mean, it might end up being that. It's interesting. I've thought a lot about that in the past couple of days because in my what I think they're going to do camp, I've been saying now for a while that I thought it'd be Shedeur, Deshaun, and then I did think I thought they'd trade Dylan Gabriel, and then I thought in the 3rd, 4th round, somewhere in there, they would just draft a quarterback. And it's interesting to kind of push back on that a little bit because I don't know how much sense it makes to go ahead and take someone 3rd, 4th round with the idea then that you're taking a quarterback in 2027. If anything, I almost want them shying away from adding somebody that they try to convince themselves is awesome.
I mean, it's almost like, I think the expectation right now is Dylan's the odd man out.
Yeah.
And that Dylan will be moved before the end of this offseason. And I don't think people realize what a reckless use of a top 100 pick that was. And I think that the Browns have been getting the Peterlin pass on this one, not from you, but from everyone, because the rest of the draft was
and
was
we just so
strong.
desperately want Dylan Gabriel off the team that we're just like, okay, get there.
Well, but I think my reaction is, man, can you imagine how much better this draft would be if you'd actually taken somebody that's going to be
for sure, yeah, for sure.
Like if you take a rookie quarterback with a top, I'll even go to like the first 4 rounds of the draft, and that guy doesn't survive his rookie contract on the same team that he got drafted by, you have wasted a pick. Like the whole point of a young quarterback and drafting him, and once you get to the 5th round and beyond, it's a little bit of that's a 6th round pick, it's a 7th round pick, whatever. But like, you can find consistent starters all the way well into the 4th round.
I just wonder if we're going to see, and obviously Dylan is one of the very few examples of those mid-3rd round picks last year. I think what we're going to find is more of what we saw last year, minus the exception of obviously Dylan, in that I think we're going to have a top-end quarterback market where it's 1st rounders, 2nd rounders, and then I think it's going to be that big like 3-round gap until you get to the 5th round, where it's very comfortably known of what that quarterback's going to be. I just feel like that's how the NFL is going to start operating.
216-474-0092. If the Browns aren't tanking, what word describes what the Browns are doing this year? Jeff D. Lowe saying punting, which feels like another transitional year. Bridge does too. But bridges go places.
Punting elicits, nothing. That just makes it sound like why are we even bothering?
So we are playing the semantics game with the Browns, and more on this and a potential dream scenario in the wide receiver room. Davis, Adam, you guys stick there. We'll get to you as well in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Santa Fe Hybrid and the Tucson or Tucson Hybrid. Plus, there's our bold and stylish Elantra, loaded with the latest tech, or go all-electric with the Ioniq 5 or Ioniq 9. So get down to your local Hyundai dealer and get away with a deal you'll love during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for details.
This is the only place to trust for Cavs talk anytime you want. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
I feel like a lot of times when the Browns need a receiver, you're talking about like, well, maybe they grab someone who's going to be good in the second round. I feel like I've seen, whether it's Lemon, whether it's Tyson, like you've seen so many names thrown around. That's a great sign. Like they could definitely maybe get two guys. Why not do a Jamar Chase, T. Higgins deal, right? Where you draft two guys. I still have this hunch they're going to get a receiver some way, shape, or form through a deal, through a trade. Make a move to get someone. If they do that and they draft a guy, or they draft two young studs, which I'm all for. Now that they've kind of at least addressed the line like a pretty solid amount so far, then yeah, I think 7 or 8. They scrape up 7 or 8 wins.
Jeff D'Lo talking about the Browns offseason and what they can then do in the draft to kind of boost what they've already done in free agency. And as free agency is here, keep it locked in on 92.3 The Fan for all the latest breaking news, and all powered by Exteriors Plus. I do think we've gone from, hey, should they do 2 tackles in the first round, to I do think it would be a fair conversation. I don't think it'll happen, but I do think it's a fair conversation to say, well, you don't just need one wide receiver. Do you double up in the first round?
I don't hate the idea of it. It feels like they're going to split the baby. We're going to have one wide receiver, one offensive lineman as the selections. But if they go back-to-back wide receiver, who am I to complain about that?
I think my only problem is my 2 favorite receivers. If we go through who I think is going to be there at 6 and who I think is going to be there at 24.
Yeah.
I love Jordan Tyson, and I love Omar Cooper.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of think they're not the same player.
I think they had Cooper in, or are having him in for a visit.
They actually are. He's one of their top 30 visits.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But they're not the same player, but they're relatively the same size player, even though they have a different skill set. And I do think there's an understanding, and probably correctly, that the Browns need a bigger body wide receiver in that room.
Okay. Out of our options, then, do we have anyone that would fall in the first round that's a bigger bodied wide receiver?
I mean, Denzel Boston is kind of the big guy.
Okay. Because he's mocked always around the 20s area.
I mean, Carnell's not a small guy. Carnell's, I think, 6'3", but maybe not as beefy as Denzel Boston is.
Definitely not as beefy.
I can't remember how tall Elijah Surratt is of Indiana, but I think he's a bit taller too. But those to me, I think, are the bigger kind of wide receivers.
Oh, I didn't know we had another Indiana guy that was mocked in the first round at all.
Yeah. And there's some people that prefer Elijah Surratt in the late second, early third round than Omar Cooper in the first. I'm not. I really like Omar Cooper. I hope he's there at 39. Because if you could tell me, you go, and I don't think this is how it would go. If you could tell me you go Jordan Tyson at 6, one of the left tackles, and I think the 2 guys are Monroe Freeling or Caleb Lamu.
Mm-hmm.
One of those 2 guys is there at 24. And then I get Cooper at 39.
That sounds great.
I don't know you could have a better first round from a need perspective.
Yeah.
Jax?
Surratt is 6'2".
6'2", too short. I think Jordan Tyson's also 6'2". So would we consider Jordan Tyson to be taller? Is it because he's not really like
he is. He's 6'2", 200.
So he's not a small receiver.
Although I love the approximately. It's approximately 200 to 203 pounds. Are they accounting for when he has dinner? Is that the difference
So
here?
I think, actually,
it's
when he's played at 203, that's why he can't keep his hammies.
Is that the big issue?
That's got to be it.
Got to be it.
He's a little fat for his hammies.
Who does these? It's just an insane thing.
There's a whole cottage industry of dudes that do this.
Oh, I know. I definitely know. It's the whole entire convo gets a little ridiculous.
So 2 receivers.
Yeah.
2 receivers specifically in the first round.
I'm good with, I want wide receivers. I think the idea that if you look at our depth chart as of right now, it's Jerry Jeudy, Cedric Tillman, Isaiah Bond, and then in back of them in order that I'm talking, Jamari Thrash, Gage Larvidan, and Malachi Corley. I think we got a real issue on our hands. We knew this though. We had 2 receivers have more than 2 touchdown receptions last year, and only 2 receivers have more than 300 receiving yards last year. Like, we can have a lot of additions to the room here.
So this is where we always have to then go to, like, what do the Browns think of their wide receiver room?
Can the Browns actually develop wide receivers is the other question.
Well, I can I say, though, because I've heard this a lot, anytime we do, like, a mock draft or we tweet about a prospect, somebody goes, well, you can't trust Andrew Berry.
I mean, it's a new coaching staff,
receivers.
right? So we got to give him a whole brand new slate, maybe?
No, probably not. You can still be skeptical. But the idea that they haven't hit on a wide receiver yet, which means they shouldn't draft a wide receiver, it's like, well, that's just not how this offseason is going to work.
Well, it can't work that way. But what's interesting is when we talk about the offensive line situation, it does feel like that's how Andrew Berry, at least until the draft happens, it's how he approached it for sure. It's like, I got to make sure I have stabilized, legitimate players because I'm not good at drafting them.
216-474-0092. 2 receivers in the first round. We did the two tackles in the first round about 3 weeks ago. Do you think that 2 wide receivers in the first round could be on the table?
I also always thought the idea that we drafted 3rd round wide receivers over and over and over again, and like it was a chicken or the egg question. It's like, did they draft poorly, or did they just not develop them? I put a lot of that on Stefanski in many ways. I really don't feel like Stefanski was out there developing a lot of these players that ended up getting drafted, just based on the volume that we ended up having and then the lack of success.
Yeah, like with offensive linemen, they drafted 4 offensive linemen in 6 years. So they didn't give them a lot to work with. They gave them a butt ton of wide receivers.
They just kept giving them wide receivers
over 6 years, and none of them turned out. It's pretty hard to do that. So you either have to be just abhorrent at drafting wide receivers, or there was also developmental issues there as well. Let's go with Jim in Strongsville. Welcome to the show.
Jim.
Hey, buddies. How you guys doing?
Doing all right. How you doing?
What's up, man?
Listen, I got real quick before I get to my point. If Reuben Bain is still on the board when the Browns pick, tell me you don't have to take that guy.
I don't think you have to, but I wouldn't hate it if they did.
I mean, he was the most dominant force, almost the single reason that Miami pushed to where they got. Anyways, my point is, listen, we all sit around all the time. We say, oh, that quarterback or this quarterback never would have made it with the Browns because they weren't in a situation to win. So, Nick, what I would tell you is what they're doing is they're building. They're really building the offensive line. They're going to bring wide receivers in. They're building a situation to where it's not going to be a total disaster to bring a rookie quarterback in next year. We may not like it, and Andrew Berry absolutely has to get the picks right. That might be the scariest part about it. But I can see where they're going with it. You're rebuilding your offensive line right now. I don't know that bringing in some middle-of-the-road guy, I just saw something to Kyler Murray. What's Kyler Murray? Maybe the 20th, 21st best? I don't think – I know we all have these ideas. I don't think this team was headed for success anyways. You're going to have rookies at key positions. Your defense, yes, is still going to be really good. But when I look at this, you had to, and again, they created this problem. I'm not saying that they're absolved of the problem. But at the end of the day, they had to replace 5 offensive linemen. They really don't have any wide receivers. Absolutely, it's Andrew Berry's fault. But you can't rebuild in one offseason. We say that also all the time.
Well, yeah, but I think the only thing I'd say, Jim, is I don't think you have to choose between doing the things you say, which I see and I agree with, and adding a second. I don't consider Sean competent. A second competent quarterback to that room.
Yes, but at what purpose? Well, you're okay with. I agree with Jonathan on this. If you get 9 games in,
what if you get into June and you just don't think Shedeur has it, which is possible?
Now that's you know what, Nicky? Good for you, buddy. You got me.
Look at that. All right, buddy. We're up against it. Thank you, Jim.
Oh.
Well, no, he said love you. That means it's.
Is that the end of the phone call?
Yeah.
That's how I end phone calls with family members.
With everyone.
Not everyone.
Yeah. I'll the grocery store.
Not everyone.
Thank you. Love you. We got a power outage in Wadsworth. I just got off the phone with Ohio Edison. Hey. Love you.
The other day, I ended a phone call with Love You down on the other side, and you're like, man, you must really love that sales team. I'm like, it's my little brother. No. I'm not talking to them. It's okay.
You froze me for a second.
Yeah, what
I
happened?
Had a couple thoughts.
What happened there?
I had a couple disparate thoughts, and none of them were good.
Okay.
The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is
Listen to The Fan Rewind, weeknights 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Michael Markoch.
Want to talk Cavs at 6 a.m.? There's only one place to go. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. We got 2 hours to go on a football Friday. It's not a football Friday. I meant a feel-good Friday and an F-off Friday. Just a reminder to those of you out there, if you're dealing with power outages, as a little recall here, really any of the radios you have in your house, they run on batteries. I'm just saying. There, you got no TV? You know what you got, Nick and Jonathan?
Yeah.
Why are you laughing at that?
Well, I mean, with your phones and everything, too. Yeah, I mean, they all work there as well.
Well, yeah.
Well, like your TV's working your phone, too, though.
Well, yeah, but if your Wi-Fi's out because the power's out.
Yeah.
See? Listen to Nick and Jonathan.
There we go. Just find more reasons.
I want you to get on this plan.
No, the sad part is I was going through, I've admitted this before, but it's been to disgust of other people, is that I don't actually own a radio. At this point in life, I don't own a radio. I am on the radio, as evidenced by you guys listening to me right now. I don't own an actual...
You don't have a single boombox?
I don't have a single radio. And this has popped up in the few times you've actually had these type of situations. Power outages, it's like, oh, well, it'd be nice to listen to the radio right now. I don't own a radio.
Every kid in my house has one. I have a little boombox situation as well. Because I actually am faithful to radio.
Is that what that is? Is that you married radio in a way that I just...
I'm just casually dating
That's all it is.
When it's convenient for you, you're just a good time Johnny over
I might have married the Odyssey app. Maybe I married that, and that's as far as I got, I guess.
Well, it can only be faithful if you have the internet.
I know. I'm only as good as the internet lets me be.
Aren't we all?
That's life.
Browns analyst Nathan Segura joined the Morning Boys and Danny Cunningham this morning, and he talked about the Browns quarterbacks and how they'd like to add a rookie to the room.
Until you have the solution, you don't. So you should always be searching for it. I think right now it's a Deshaun Watson, Shedeur Sanders competition to be the starting quarterback for the Cleveland Browns. Could Ty Simpson be somebody that really intrigues them that they think is a real likely answer? Possibly. Would I be surprised if he was taken in the first round in this draft by the Cleveland Browns? Yes, I would, but that doesn't mean it could not happen. What I think is more likely is that a guy like Drew Aller, whom the Browns were very, very high on, and in fact, I think had Drew Aller come out last year, maybe played a better game against Notre Dame, comes out, I think there's a good chance that Drew Aller's the Cleveland Brown. To me, it's much more likely that they take a shot on a guy like that in the mid-rounds than it is that they go for a quarterback early in this draft.
Now, is that quarterback, the one that he's discussing, let's say it is Drew Aller, is that enough of a Shedeur or Deshaun Watson insurance for yourself?
No. And I don't know why they would draft a quarterback in what is easily the worst quarterback year we've had since 2020, or since 2022.
I mean, I would imagine it would be, I'm trying to justify moves that don't make sense to myself at this point either, but is it the idea that it's not to start the quarterback in any sort of way. It's not really even to push out any sort of competition between Shedeur or Deshaun or whatever you're thinking that way. Is it the idea that you'd have a backup quarterback for the following season?
Yeah, I don't know. And I think it's counterintuitive to a year after you drafted two quarterbacks, you're already trying to squeeze one out of the room, draft another mid-round quarterback. And here's the thing. I hope Drew Aller goes somewhere and gets a chance with the right offensive coordinator. Because I do think, I think he was a victim of some really bad coaching at Penn State, as evidenced by how bad James Franklin has developed quarterbacks previously. Christian Hackenberg being another kind of one of those names.
He was one of my favorites in college for a stretch, and then it just fell off.
I think Drew's got a lot to offer. I think if you're already thinking about 2027, and that's where your mind is to get the quarterback forever, I think taking it just doesn't make any sense when you've already taken two quarterbacks in last year's draft. Like three quarterbacks across 2 years when you've just been waiting for the next quarterback class to pass. It just I know people like Garrett Nussmeier. It's like, I mean, we're still talking about third and fourth round picks, which the hit rate on is minimal anyways.
I am shockingly unbothered by what the Browns do to fill out this room. I wish I cared more. I'm shockingly unbothered by the idea that if they make a deal for Anthony Richardson, okay, fine. If they draft a quarterback in the 3rd, 4th round, okay, fine. I'm very unbothered with what they currently are attempting to do to round out the room.
I do not want to waste another draft pick on a quarterback for this year unless that draft pick is traded for an established veteran quarterback. When I say that, that to me is Mac Jones. It's not J.J. McCarthy, but I can at least get behind J.J. McCarthy in a way I can't with Anthony Richardson.
Yeah, and I would be surprised if Minnesota traded him, but I guess we just got to keep our ears open to all this. JP Acosta, CBS Sports, joined us today at 3:20. He got into his tired, wired, and inspired list of quarterbacks that he created for the Browns.
I don't think the Vikings are going to move off of J.J. McCarthy at this point, but I think that's least likely right now. I think, in my opinion, trading for Anthony Richardson would be the best move that the Browns could make if they want just a low-risk, high-reward situation at the quarterback spot. But I do think the most likely one to happen is Will Levis. I mean, Levis is not a former first-round pick. I think he has the athletic marks and measurables that I think Todd Monken will want for his offense. I think he can operate play action. And he is reckless. He is very reckless. But he does know how to use his legs and create outsider structure, and is a willing runner when given that situation. So I rank those based on least likely to most likely, but also by funniest scenario.
All right, so I guess we'll start here.
Mm-hmm.
Would you rather Will Levis be the other quarterback in the room or Anthony Richardson?
Anthony Richardson. They both suck, but at least Anthony Richardson has enough athleticism that maybe just none of it's going to work out. I can't champion it one way or another. I've just been very unimpressed by that mayo-eating quarterback that you call Will Levis.
Will Levis. Well, okay, so I think I'm kind of, again, like the pick and what you'd have to do to get it. Like if you could get Will Levis for a 7th-round pick versus Anthony Richardson for a 5th-round pick, I'd take Will Levis. Will Levis's numbers aren't good. They're not atrocious.
Okay.
Anthony Richardson's got a 50% completion percentage, 8 touchdowns to 12 INTs. That's shockingly bad for the 4th pick in the NFL draft. That falls below a certain line that you can't really explain away as, oh, he just wasn't given a chance. Will Levis's numbers, and I can't believe I'm saying this, 61% completion percentage, in 21 games, about 3,900 yards, 21 touchdowns to 16 interceptions. So is it great? No. Does it pass a specific level, like the Kenny Pickett level of you can kind of somewhat defend those numbers?
Also was doing the Titans thing the same time Malik Willis was, and obviously that sucked for Malik Willis, and then he got to Green Bay, and it all kind of worked out. I see what you're driving at. I still think he's a good situation away from then maybe having the Malik Willis glow up, and that's not us.
And he does just have a howitzer for an arm. But he is a big, dumb quarterback.
Good thing you added for an arm.
Feels like...
Jax knows what I'm talking about.
Feels like a Pittsburgh quarterback. Doesn't this feel like a Mike Tomlin quarterback?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. Are you big and dumb?
Because you're Will Howard, essentially. We're just doing the Wills, the battle of the Wills.
Oh, I was thinking Mason, Rudolph. I'm trying to think of the other big dumb-dumbs.
I mean, that's all he subscribed to since Big Ben.
Once they had the Pastronaut, Tomlin was like, he's too smart. Get me the biggest, dumbest ones. And that's what they did. On the Todd McShay Show, Todd McShay explained what next season is going to be all about for the Browns and why, if he was Andrew Berry, he'd be focused on the 2027 season.
If I'm Andrew Berry and I'm running that room, I'm taking Freeland. You want to know why? Because I'm not that worried about 2026. This is about 2027. If my eye is on 2027 and plugging in an Arch Manning or a Dante Moore or a Brendan Sorsby or a Levitt, or the list goes on, I'm not that worried. And like, I'm sorry, Shedeur or Deshaun Watson or Gabriel. Like, I'm more worried about developing him for 2027 than I am for that left tackle that I'm drafting at 6 overall to being great as a rookie.
What's interesting about this is that McShay, and this was the part that was not included in the clip, the idea that he was applauding the Browns leading up to then discussing the Browns' plan to basically say 2026 isn't it, 2027 is. But it's interesting how so many people are now lining up and suggesting that this is, in fact, the plan the Browns have. And I thought it was fascinating that Todd then was going to applaud them for it.
I think it's really easy to say, we'll just think about 2027 a year out when you don't have a skin in the game. I honestly think it's the easiest thing to do if it's not your job that could potentially be on the line or if you have to watch it. Like, hey, if I'm once removed, you could do this with anybody.
Well, you just ignore
because
it.
You don't have to live with it.
You just ignore it is all you can do, and it's.
I just think the Browns are going to be in this weird camp of just good enough to be outside the range of top quarterbacks for next year, which means you either have to trade in or you just might be on the outside looking in on a quarterback. So there feels like a lot of Shedeur better be really damn good this year, which, again, he's a 5th-round pick. I think he was much better than just where he was drafted, but until proven otherwise, that is what he is.
Or he could just really suck, and then you're in a fine spot. The boom or bust thing is the most appealing to me.
How bad does he have to be? How bad does he really have to be
what you
for
saw
them
last
to get a
year?
top 3 pick next year?
What you saw last year. If he is what you saw last year, you'll have a top 3 pick.
Still not convinced. They might have too much talent.
How did we get there?
Well, they were a 5-win team last year.
Yeah.
And so they've added talent to it.
But they've added 3 players on offense and 1 player on the defense.
No, they've rebuilt the offensive line, and they still have a draft to come.
I think we're giving the draft a lot of credit in this one because I don't know that the draft is going to necessarily be a harbinger of great ads, but they're all rookies then. I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean,
they
Vegas,
were all rookies last year, and 4 guys showed up and were your best players.
If Vegas had 5.5 last year and they have 6.5 this year, Vegas doesn't agree with your assessment.
What do you mean?
Like if their 6.5 win total is what they are right now, updated after free agency, Vegas doesn't agree with your assessment. They've gotten drastically better.
6 wins means you're the 10th pick. 7 wins means you're the 14th pick. That's not in a position to get a quarterback.
But by the way, also 6.5 is it's not an even -110. The reality is Vegas probably thinks you're closer to 6 than you are 6.5 if they're being truthful about it.
Yeah, 6 wins is the 10th or 11th pick this year.
But if that's
if
that's your entry point, that's not the worst thing in the world. That's not a massively better football team.
Okay, I think they're better. I don't give a rat's ass what Vegas says. I think you have an offensive line that has a floor to it you didn't last year. You had nothing on offense. Like you had Harold Fannin Jr., you had 8 good games of Quinshon before he was rendered completely useless. I don't think you're going to have those same problems this year.
But it's with an offensive line, too, that comes with its own questions, with injuries and different players that you've added. And
I didn't
there's a
say
reason
they
why...
were 5 Saints. I said they were fine.
No,
They've done a good job.
I just question the idea that it's like a markedly better football team as of right now.
I don't think it takes much to be markedly better than last year.
No, but if Shedeur is the same quarterback he was last year, I think 4 wins is on the table easy. 5 wins is on the table.
He had 2 wins in 5 games
The growth has to happen within Shedeur being a better quarterback. That's how you end up getting to 7 wins, 8 wins.
I think right now the most likely scenario is Shedeur is somewhere between a sure thing and the worst quarterback on the planet, and the rest of your talent takes a step forward. The rest of your team is a little bit better, whatever you want to say, and that doesn't get you a top 10 pick next year.
I guess we'll have to play out the season to find out.
So you're saying?
We got to let it play out, I guess. Well, we're not going to agree on
Brazilian dance fighting for the next 6 months.
We're not going to agree on the idea of what I think the floor is, and then versus what I think the ceiling is, and then anything in between.
Yeah, that's for most of June.
Yeah, and boy, are we going to have that June, aren't we?
I think it's your turn.
It's me realizing I'm not excited for June now. That's what that is.
I'm not saying this specifically to you. The fatalistic, they're going to stink thing.
It's not fatalistic.
There are levels to stink that I think we're not respecting here. All right? There is the difference between being a 3-win team with an offense that is absolutely the poop.
No. But you were making the inference.
Like a 7-win
but you were making the inference that there was no way possible they could be a 4-win team, and that's what I argued against. Do I think more likely than not they end up somewhere in the 6, 7, 8 win category? Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
6, 7.
But the argument I was making wasn't that. The argument that I was making is if Shedeur's the same quarterback he was last year, 3 or 4 wins is on the table. That's why it's a boom or bust. If I think Shedeur's awesome, then let's talk about 7, 8, 9 wins, anything in between. If I think that he absolutely stinks, then I think we could have a scenario where you take even a 5-win team last year and you have a worse win-loss record in between. I don't even think that's a hot take. I think that's just being realistic.
216-474-0092. How fatalistic you feeling here on a Friday? And we got an interesting way to look at the Browns using resources to make this offense better in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Choice Cabinet. Tell your contractor you want Choice Cabinet or visit the Warrensville Heights showroom today. Start your dream project at choicecabinet.com. Ease into your Sunday with the scores you may have missed Saturday night. Darryl Ryder and Nick Padone. Sunday morning starting at 8 on 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, our guy, Hank F. in Akron, Hank F. 330 to go.
Yeah.
He occasionally gives us some calls here. Always does great content on the interwebs. I don't know why I put it that way, but he is putting some pictures out about the damage, some of the wind damage out there. A collapsed, what are those awnings called at a gas station out in New Franklin. I know we don't have power at our house. I know you were saying you guys have some power.
It's been going in and out. Elise, she texted me, and my trash cans are down the street.
Yeah,
they're gone. I have to figure that out. How far down the street are they going to go by the time I get home to get them? I don't know. You tell me.
Yeah, down the street is actually a very stressful thing to tell someone because down the street could be like 3 houses down.
Well, of course, I just get the photo of it. Well, it's like 2 houses down, but I just get the photo of them weighing side by side, not in front of our driveway, and definitely down the street. And I got a long way to go before we get to the end of the street.
When did you get these pictures?
Like an hour ago, hour and a half ago.
They're probably 2 houses down by now. I would measure. I'm gonna guess 2 houses per hour at the very least. So we're talking probably 6. And you guys don't have a truck like me where you can just toss in the bed.
Oh no, I'll be walking these things back. But also then it's not like some neighborhoods you have them. They have them marked, right? And they say the address on them.
Oh.
I don't have the address on these. I don't know how I'm going to be able. Am I just picking up whatever trash can I see at the end of the street?
This actually would be very funny if
Let's take the neighbors, JB.
Just be like that.
Yeah.
My trash cans are not your problem.
Yeah.
So you go get them.
It's funny you say this. So you have to have. It's got to be City of Wadsworth. It's a stamp that you have to have on the side of yours. And usually it's because they provided them.
Right.
But that when we took over the house, the guy had bought 2 extra and then had the city of. So they're actually a little nicer and a little more durable. So we have 4 trash cans. We do not use 4 trash cans most of the time. 2 of them are usually used for like gardening stuff for nests.
It's like an odd luxury though.
But the first time I had to put all 4 out, and I called ahead, and I got charged extra that week, the truck driver took 3 of them and then left a note on the 4th one saying this one isn't stamped City of Wadsworth. And I looked directly down from the note, and I saw, and it's faint, but you can see City of Wadsworth. And it took me a second not to have an adult-sized temper tantrum about it. So I've had to have it re-stamped, which cost me like $5, which I really got annoyed about. I was like, but it's right there. It's already been stamped. Why do I have to get... Anyways, the point is, mark your trash cans, bro.
I've never done it. Didn't know that was a thing I had to do. But apparently with Jax, I agree, Jax. Now I just have new trash cans. I got the neighbors' trash. I'm going to have the
neighbors are just sitting right there. Just grab theirs.
I can't do that.
All right.
I'm not going to do that. I'm going to track mine down, and then I have no way of proving they're mine.
Can I ask you, did you buy the trash cans, or
they just came with the house?
Were they now?
I've got no attachment to these trash cans.
Are they from the city?
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
They
got a Solon stamp on them.
Because now that you're in the afternoon drive here,
yeah,
you could afford some bitchin' trash cans if you wanted.
What's a new trash can cost?
It depends on what you want to pay.
I might be finding out because mine might be in somebody else's yard by the time I get home.
You can find some like heavy-duty trash cans for more than $50.
I might,
and they'll last you the rest of your life.
Might be in the market.
It might add resale value to your house if you buy. I feel like, listen,
that seems like a Wadsworth feature. You're a Solon feature.
You're a little more frugal than I am.
Yeah, I am.
But I feel like the one place, if you're thinking about upgrading the bathroom experience for a bidet, I think you got to upgrade the trash experience to just get one of the real honkers. Get a real honking trash can.
What kind of upgrades of this trash can can I even do? You're acting like there's like a lot that I can.
Only
like
limit.
There's like cars that I can, all sorts of ranges and models. As far as I knew, it was all a one-size-fits-all ordeal.
The only limit is your imagination when it comes to trash cans.
Okay.
They have some gigantic trash cans.
I'm gonna buy this insane trash can, and then my trash guys are gonna be like, doesn't have that Solon stamp on it. No, thank you.
Or they're gonna do the thing of this actually it contains like 3 trash cans amounts of trash. So we're now gonna have to start charging you for
charging me for it. Yeah.
Again, it's just how much do you really want to live your life?
They're hit or miss, the soul and waste department. I'm going to be honest with you. Sometimes I feel like I have an understanding of what they accept, and other times I get out there to pull the cans back in, and they've just accepted none of it.
Now, do you at least get a note? I will say I
Never
appreciate
got
a note from my trash
Never
guy.
once got a note. I'd love a note. You kidding me? It's some instruction. Like, hey, like this, we don't take this would be nice. I get none of that. They just don't take it.
Bonjour Bob saying he's got trees falling on power cords, and still somehow they have power. People don't like you to brag about that, Bonjour Bob, when everybody else has got no power.
Yeah, that's not cool.
Or their power's going in and out, as it were. Now, Daniel Oyefusi was on last night with our buddy Jake Volnick. Of course, this is before the Panthers signed Rasheed Walker, who we had all thought the Browns were targeting there at left tackle. But Daniel talked about his confidence in the Browns' ability to improve this offense further.
The work's not done. Like I still think I'm very confident that a wide receiver is going to be added with some significant resources. I think tight end early in the draft or maybe in the middle part of the round could be added because the compensation given to Jack Stoll wasn't really significant. It was a non-guaranteed contract. But yeah, I mean, I think that's the hope that like they're getting to a point where, and Andrew Berry kind of alluded to it in his end of season news conference, like they want to place pieces around the quarterback that allow them to really properly evaluate the quarterback. And I think we're getting closer to that, but the work isn't done. I think that now it's like, now the big move is like finding, some skill positions on the outside that can really, really, help out the quarterback position.
So I definitely think the big ticket purchases, meaning like the ones that we're looking at, the $30 million guaranteed to, those definitely are. There's not a lot of guys out there that fit that. Mm-hmm. I think we're now in the dumpster diving to keep the trash theme going here, part of free agency. The good news is from the wide receiver perspective, there are still interesting football players out there. It just depends. Do the Browns want to add another veteran in that room, or would they rather go the two wide receiver approach in the draft?
All right, what names do we got out there? Because I'm thinking what J.P. Acosta put out there a couple hours ago. He's like, how about DeAndre Hopkins, a name that we've been talking a lot about for the previous couple years. Anytime it feels like we need a wide receiver addition, his name pops up. Obviously, that might signal they're taking Deshaun at a very serious rate, if that is the name, though.
All right, well, not him. So I think Tim Patrick, who's a big body wide receiver, he's bounced around. He's had some injury problems, but I think he's like 6'4". But here's some of the bigger names: Stephon Diggs, Christian Kirk, Deebo Samuel, Darnell Mooney, who just got cut in Atlanta, Curtis Samuel, Marquise Brown, Juwan Jennings, DeAndre Hopkins. Greg Dortch is not a big name. Nick Westbrook, Ahine. Got to keep scrolling. Tylan Wallace of Baltimore, who that probably bears because of Baltimore, and Juju Smith-Schuster, and Brandon Cooks, he's old, Marquez Valdez-Scantling. It's a tougher name to say than you realize. Paper Prochet, you want James Prochet back? Yeah, that's probably where we're going to stop. Oh, Gabriel Davis is still available too.
Yeah, Gabe Davis, guy we did talk about as recently as 2 years ago as a potential addition. I don't hate the idea of Juwan Jennings, by the way.
See, this is this is like the Ayuk one, where it's like when we start to realize too much about a player. Like Brandon Ayuk just went so far off the reservation last year, and refusing to kind of rehab his knee, that I kind of wonder what's going on between the ears there.
I know, but I feel
I'm
like
not the same way with Juwan Jennings, but in the middle of winning, he was throwing a big old baby fit.
So even with like Ayuk, though, and again, we can put Jennings into this if you just think that he comes with some problems. Those are the guys the Browns have to take chances on. And like it's almost, in a way, it's kind of like how the Cavs took a chance with Harden, even though it never ends well with Harden, and everyone understands it's always at the very end going to just be miserable. Those are the type of guys I feel like the Browns are not only in competition to get, but are the guys that we're probably most likely to take on.
So you're right. I would look at Ayuk as, who was the chucklehead we brought in last year? Oh, Deontay Johnson.
Yeah.
Of like, hey, if you step 1 centimeter of your big toe over the line.
Which, by the way, all training camp, what did people say about him? Like they were talking about how good he looked.
Yeah.
We saw it out there firsthand, and then all of a sudden,
then
he
the
didn't.
rest of the preseason
and then
happened.
he didn't, and then all of a sudden you got to Eagles camp, and then it was like a whole just didn't maintain.
So I think that's where Ayuk is. I think Juwan still plays good football.
Juwan plays good football. Almost had double-digit touchdowns last year. His receiving yards were down relative.
6'3", 220?
There's a lot that he can do. I feel like that's the type of guy that would work really well.
To me, that would be. Again, like I think Juwan is like a number 2 or like a great number 3 wide receiver.
Mm-hmm.
I think the one thing that now is the question is like in San Francisco, you know what Shanahan likes in each sets of his wide receivers. You know what he wants from his X, his Y, and his Z, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We don't really know that with Todd Monken. So, like, I like the idea of Juwan Jennings, but or Tim Patrick or like a bigger wide receiver. I don't really know I don't feel like I know if he has a prototype the way that certainly Shanahan, who honestly is like rigid to, no, this is what this is. That's why they had such a run wide receiver.
With Monken, we just kind of feel like everyone is verticals.
Yeah.
You know?
And how much of that is Baltimore and how they draft, where it was like, hey, you want a bunch of Zay Flowers? Because you're going to get a bunch of Zay Flowers.
And that's exactly what I was thinking of within the comment. And so I think it's going to be really interesting to see who they target and what they're thinking. But there are enough names out there. There are enough people that we can do this where we don't have to enter a season where you're relying on the Gage Larvidans of the world like we did last year.
216-474-0092. Are the Browns done in free agency? We're in the dumpster diving part, but the good news is I think you can still find good football players there. Chris in Medina, welcome to the show, buddy. What you got for us?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Hey, doing well, buddy. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. Hey, I wanted to say I was just in Medina doing some estimates on some lawns. I work for True Green, and there are trash cans everywhere, all over the road, everywhere. So sorry about that.
So I can just grab two. I'll just grab any two.
It's going to be easy shopping for you. Hey, I was going to say, you know, if we catch a ball at the corner of the end zone and we don't, you know, in another game Judy doesn't fumble on the 5, you know, Sanders' record looks a lot different than it does today. And he showed enough, you know, I agree with you guys to give it a chance. So why don't we look at 2027 and strengthen up everywhere else we need to strengthen up? And on the flip side, I wouldn't be afraid to grab a Smith-Schuster or somebody if we could get them reasonable, right? I mean, why not strengthen up that receiver core some if we can cheap?
All right, be honest. Is it because you follow him on TikTok and you like the dancing videos?
I don't have TikTok.
I didn't think Chris had a TikTok. He didn't sound like that was
I didn't want to profile you, Chris. Have a good weekend, buddy.
That's all right. It's not my thing, but I liked what I saw. Sanders is more exciting to watch than some of the others we've had. You know, I just found myself watching more of the game than I did when some other folks were in there.
All right, buddy. We got to run, okay?
So that's for me. You bet, guys. Have a good day.
Thanks, Chris.
That's nice fellow there.
Yeah.
I'm probably a no on Smith-Schuster. He kind of falls closer in the line to the Dante Johnson of you've just been more of a chucklehead in the last 3 years and you've been a good football player.
Also a chucklehead in Kansas City, where there's a lot of chuckleheads in Kansas City. That's kind of like their thing is having chucklehead wide receivers.
And at least this one, no felonies.
But he did nothing. And I'm not saying like you have to accomplish everything when you have Patrick Mahomes, but when Mahomes is searching for receivers and you do, and again, next to nothing over 2 seasons, like I'm good. I'm out on Juju Smith-Schuster.
Now, to what he said, like I agree with a lot of what he said about Shedeur. My angst about the quarterback room really isn't about Shedeur. It's about Deshaun. It's about Dylan. And it's about, how much. And I definitely think we've shifted. Even Mac Jones. And I would trade for Mac Jones depending on the price. I'm not going to have a second rounder for him. But I would trade for Mac Jones. But Mac would have to now compete with Shedeur. And that is something I flip-flopped on, in fairness. I feel like there have been times where I've said, just give Mac the job. I think I've gone backwards of where Kyler has played so much good football. You can't really say, it's not really a competition when we get to their track records. Mac Jones he was good for most of the time he played last year, but he wasn't so good. It was also Shanahan's offense.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't want to completely stamp out my curiosity about Shedeur for Mac Jones. So we are to the point where anyone else that I would bring in, you at best you're a 1A to Shedor's 1B, and most of the guys are 1B to Shedor's 1A.
But I think back to the wide receiver part of this is I think all anyone's looking for is can you give Shedor a realistic chance, and can you give him a chance? And I think they're starting to do that with the offensive line, but can you give him a realistic chance so we can accurately grade what you have? And if it's only one season, then fine. But that's we need to do that.
The overachieving Cleveland Browns in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. If you're looking at new trucks this month, the choice is
make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Spring training is underway. Get the biggest news from Florida and Arizona here. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Check out the Fan Offseason special every Tuesday night, 7 to 9. It's Jake Volnick, Coach Riz, and Daryl Ryder recapping all the latest Browns news and the moves ahead this offseason, free agency, and the draft. You can listen right here on the Fan. Stream us on the Odyssey app and watch every episode live on YouTube. That's the Fan Offseason special. Each and every Tuesday night, 7 to 9, right here on the Fan.
Nick and JP back with you on Afternoon Drive. Thank you to all the people, my buddy Michael, a few people in my DMs on Instagram, making sure that I did survive that Ram read. Yes.
Oh, people thought you might have just died.
Yeah, well,
for a second I did too, but I could see you. I could see you going through it.
So the amount of times that has happened, Izzy has pneumonia. I don't know that I have pneumonia, but I definitely have stuff in my chest. Other than, like organs and stuff.
Yeah.
I definitely have some sort of congestion, and I can't get rid of this. It's like that last little bit of an illness that you just can't get rid of.
Yeah.
And the amount of times that you had to cover for me this week, because I've taken in thinking, oh, I feel better. I can use all of my lungs. And then I take a full breath, and then it just goes terribly wrong. It's been 10 times this week?
It's been a decent amount. You had one earlier in the show that it was kind of alarming, but it's only alarming
here
to me because I can see what's happening.
You see the panic in my eyes?
I think everybody else thinks everything's fine, but I see. Yeah, it's almost like if I legitimately needed to hop over the desk to save you because I think you're choking. It's that same type of look.
Yeah, there was so the one time that I was choking in my house and nobody realized. And I had the look of just death. I was like, I'm meeting Jesus tonight.
Oh yeah.
And I still have some things I got to make up for. And then I popped myself in the chest as hard as I could and dislodged whatever was in my the back of my throat. And I must have looked legally insane because everyone hears a loud man punching himself in the chest,
which should be enough of a sign.
And so everybody just kind of looks over. Casually, wonder why he did that.
Yeah, it's something I've learned in life.
And then I definitely pulled a little bit of that Catholic guilt of hey, thanks guys for noticing. I was only choking to death. No big deal.
Yeah, something I've learned in life. Just not enough people are ready to jump to the rescue. There's just enough people that when other people are choking or even family members are choking, they'll just sit back and watch and as if it's a movie or something.
In fairness,
get on the hop here, guys.
There is not a chance in hell if I'm choking, Vanessa's going to give me the Heimlich.
Why not? What do you mean?
There's no way. I know we got mom strength when people are in danger.
I mean, there are people that have been lift up cars and everything like that based off of
basically a small
situations.
Car at this point.
Yeah.
I'm built like a Volvo these days.
I'm a big bear.
Don't let them get your paws on you. Although, when I was 10-ish years old, my dad, who at that point was 350, started choking. And I bear hugged
him
that
up.
man.
See, this is how this works.
And that was the last time my dad ever spanked me.
You get superhuman strength.
That sounded wrong. He never spanked me after that. He was that 10-year-old kid just picked me up in the air and shook me and dislodged air from my stomach.
Yeah.
I'm a little afraid of him.
On the choking story side of things and dad's hitting us, you'll enjoy this. Mama Pat one time, she just asked me, she says, I don't know why it crossed her mind, but she was like...
Now, were you guys clothed at this time?
Yeah, we were. Yeah,
okay,
yeah. I was maybe 10 years old, normal thing.
Yeah.
Normal thing, confiding in Mama Pat.
Yeah.
And I don't know why, but
Great
she was like...
talk.
She's like, did your dad ever hit you? I have no idea why she asked that. Seriously, I have no idea. Because he's such a non-threatening human. He was just the calmest guy ever. And I went and I was like, yeah, he has. But she got so serious about it. And then I was like, in my brain, I'm like, yeah, of course he has. One time I was choking on Frosted Flakes and he picked me up and then he went ahead and he smacked me and that's how he got it all. And her face went from I have to call CPS to now oh, okay, you're just an idiot. Okay, good.
Yeah, I always had to explain to people that there was no chance Jim Wilson was really ever going to lay a finger on me. But we had to worry about Mom a little bit.
Oh, yeah?
Well, no, Mom was the disciplinarian. And Mom was more of a threatener than an actual one. But young kid, yeah, there was some spanking going on there. But the problem is people don't understand the difference to, the Mama Pat.
Yeah.
Have you been hit before? It's yeah, one time I put some axle grease down in our garage and thought it was painting.
It's like you kind of had it coming, didn't you?
Yeah. And they're like, what happened? I was like, she spanked me. And the same thing happens of, okay. Everyone got spanked.
It's like they want something juicier.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Did she hit you with a switch?
Like, I really want to call CPS today. Let's get this thing going.
All right. 216-474-0092. Are the Browns done in free agency? Let's go with, Griffin. Welcome to the show, young man.
Hi.
Hey. What's up, buddy?
Oh.
Good. Nothing.
All right. What you got for us?
I think that the Browns should drop Deshaun and have Shedeur start for a couple weeks, and then see if anybody else is in free agency.
All right. All right. You a big Shedeur fan?
Yeah.
All right.
Are you a bigger fan of Shedeur than Jonathan is?
Yeah.
Oh,
I like that.
All right. We like that energy.
I like that, Griffin.
How old are you, Griffin?
I'm 10.
You're 10. Very good. You want to come in and do a show?
Double digits.
Sure.
All right. We'll
You're
talk about it,
Chipper
okay?
Jones age.
But you
I
got to
like
get
this.
good grades and be a good kid, okay?
Okay.
All right, buddy. Appreciate you. Have a good night.
We can debate the good grades part.
What do you mean? Like, we got to set them. Is this like the how am I going to be wrong about the Cavs all over again?
No, it's not my kid. I don't care what kind of grades they get.
You got to reward them if they do extra well, right? Like, you want to come in and host a show if you got C's? Come on.
I'm not in. Hey, did you know that? Oh man. Wow, blanking on his name. Ball State alumni. Come on, late show. David Letterman. Thank you. Did you know that David Letterman at Ball State, he gives out a scholarship every single year for kids that exclusively have C's?
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah,
that's funny.
Like the only requirement is you have to be a C student, and then he gives out a big scholarship.
If I had known that, I would have gone to Ball State.
It could have been right there for you.
Maybe. Although, realistically, if I graduate from Ball State, my end goal would have been this anyways. How much? It's this or hosting in Muncie, Indiana.
Well, I mean, they both are on the table. But if you
Still time for Muncie.
Would you tank from being a B to then get C's for the scholarship?
Yes.
I think you'd have to. I think it's only smart, right?
Now, here's the thing. I got them multiple times in school where a teacher said, and this is in college, Nick, you're too smart to be bleeping around like this, right? And then they gave me A's for the thing that I was bleeping around on and clearly just, BS'd my way through something. Would they have said, Nick, you need to bleep around more. You're getting too good of grades if I was at Ball State?
Maybe, maybe not. Maybe there's a lot of Ball State alumni that, like Jason Whitlock, for instance, there's a lot that have not BS'd around enough.
Yeah.
Maybe they would have found you encouraging. Or maybe David Letterman would have found you. How about you and David Letterman? You guys could have been best friends.
I don't think that would have happened.
Why not?
Because we're both D's. If you both have, you can't have a group where two people have the same level of D-ish
if David
energy.
Letterman was in the room, you're going to kind of reel it back a little bit, right? No, that's not.
Might make me go harder.
It's like you're waving pressing.
No. It just might be like we're going to see who is more of a jerk here. Who can do put down humor better. And I would want to make sure that he understands. I also can be a dismissive jerk.
I think he'd like that. I think he'd appreciate that out of you.
That's a lot of comedians love Martin Short, because he does really good put down humor.
Yeah.
And they love it.
He's iconic.
Yeah. But even in his personal life, it's not just Jiminy Glick. He does the first time he met Steve Martin, how they became friends is he walked in and there were a bunch of iconic paintings on his wall. And he just looked at Steve Martin and was like, how do you afford this? Because I've seen your work. And Steve Martin's I think we're best friends now. 216-474-0092. Are the Browns done in free agency? And big words from the WBC in about 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an auto.
Toledo leads Massachusetts 43-34 at halftime. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm James Bridges.
The latest conference tournament news and scores every 20 minutes with our 2020 reports. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
One hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back with you. We got In Case You Missed It coming up in about 45 minutes. And again, everyone driving about, or if you're at home and you're having some power outages, just hang in there. I'm sure everything will work out, but try to I feel like Vanessa's really doing a lot of the heavy lifting right now because one kid really likes to read, and Vanessa and the twins don't really love to read. And I just think it's going to be me and Livy chilling out in a room, a couple candles, reading books.
Yeah.
As everybody else bounces off the walls.
Couldn't it just be another Uno night?
Ooh, that is a good suggestion.
Yeah, like the cool thing about where your kids are is they're like the right age. I feel like you could, and maybe not the 16-year-old, maybe just let her read books, but like the twins at 12, I don't know, play some board games.
So, yes, but they have one of the rare downsides of the Vanessa experience. Vanessa is not just a poor winner. She's a very sore loser, as are the twins. And the twins are getting better. Vanessa's not. The twins are getting better.
Yeah.
But me versus three people who get really mad if they lose, eventually I do start to lose my patience.
Now, is this just because this is how they are, or is it? Do you celebrate a little bit too much with the wins?
No, I'm not. I don't like to gloat when I win.
I don't get that read from you, but I believe you. But I don't get that read.
Even in I was never a trash talker. If I did something good in sports, like it just okay, that happened.
You're a put the bat down and just round the bases type kid.
Yeah. Which is wild that I talk as much crap as I do on the airwaves.
Jack, you see how it's not really translating for my brain, right?
Yeah, because I'm the opposite. I always talk trash and very competitive.
Those were my favorite people.
I do subtly like talking a lot of trash in sports.
It's fun.
It is fun.
So I'm incredibly competitive with myself. So if you talk trash to me, there is a little light that went off in my head saying, I'm going to make your life harder. And usually it was easier because what did I do? I played power positions. I played on the line. I played center. So if there was a guy, there's like a ball handler that was really, really just a smack talker, coach's son on one of my teams, I'd make sure that in practice I set a screen as hard as I could.
I just felt like it was so easy to get in kids' kitchens. You know what I mean? Like it just didn't really. I don't
think that ever changed, by the way.
At like the pro level and a higher level up, obviously it gets tougher to get inside their head and do all that, right? But
I don't think it is.
You can live rent-free. At least the sports I was playing at the ages I was playing, you can live rent-free in a lot of kids' heads. And the moment you got in their heads, they were just game over.
I don't think it is.
Good night, Jim Kite.
I mean, watching how guys react to whatever. Who was the knucklehead that upset the Browns where Shelby Harris called him a hoe?
They're going to say Mason Rudolph for a second.
Oh, well, no.
It was Juwan Jennings.
Juwan Jennings. Oh, he said something about somebody's wife. Okay, what does that guy know? Like just because he said it, the point is to troll you. Like,
the point to troll you. Unless there's a hint of truth into it, which is kind of funny, but then also it got in your head. That was it.
But I think that's the point. I think you can only be trolled in like a sports setting if you let it. Like how Michael Jordan would talk all this trash. It's like, well, don't listen. That was always like my point. Or, again, this was the Nick Wilson plan. I'm going to foul you so hard that I get a little satisfaction out of all of this.
All right, but you hit a home run. You were never pimping that thing. You were just drop the bat and go around the bases.
No, I was really struggling to run around the bases.
You're like, I don't know. Actually, I don't know how we're gonna make it this whole stretch.
I tried to pimp one home run in my life. It was 7th grade, and I hit the thing to dead center, and I smoked this ball. I hit it as hard as I've hit any pitch in my life. And it was going, and I was doing
still 30 feet short of the wall.
Doing a cruise, and it hit the top of the wall and bounced back.
Yeah, it's tough.
And I was in between first and second, and I just sprint to second.
The big man barely made a double off the hit to the wall.
I'd never had to slide before.
Yeah.
Since my growth spurt. And so the throw comes in, and I try and slide. It is the worst feet first slide you've ever seen. And the kid tagged me right in the biscuits. And so now I got a double hit here. I look like an absolute jerk. And we're hurting down below. And did I fake an injury and limp off the field?
Yeah, you kind of have to.
Yes.
At that point, you kind of have to.
And I will tell you, my dad, everybody bought it. But my dad, maybe having an experience as an actor, did not. And my dad came around the dugout, and he's like, how you doing, kid? And I just looked at him and just kind of lit up, and I was like, was it believable? And he's like, I don't think anyone noticed.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, cool. I was like, because I was in pain. It just wasn't in my ankle. And I didn't play the rest of the game. We didn't need to. I got thrown out at second on a really long single.
Unfortunately for myself, I feel like pimping out home runs and really doing the elaborate, I'm just going to throw the bat 25 feet up in the air and see where it goes. It was like just coming in vogue when I was just basically getting done playing baseball.
Yeah, you'd get, if you did that when we were in Little League, you'd get
big
plunked
arguments.
in the head.
People used to think it was like the worst thing in the world. I remember legitimately listening to sports radio at like 14 years old. And people being like, my kid will never do that. But like the hot take on the station at the time was like, yeah, I'll let my kid be like the pros. And people are going to gasp that this radio host would be like, yeah, of course he could pimp out a home run. I imagine Little Leagues all day these days are just kids pimping out home runs.
It was in vogue. It was allowed that if like a 7th grader pimped a home run with a bat flip specifically, a kid was getting hit the next time he was up. You want to talk about the 90s as like a cultural experience or the early 2000s? If you pimped a home run in Little League Baseball
hey.
In 7th grade, I remember hearing my manager, say to the pitcher, hey, I think it was the 3rd kid up that inning. A kid pimped that home run. You know what to do.
Very problematic from that head coach, by the way.
I just remember
7th grade baseball. It's a very problematic response from that guy.
In 7th grade, you're like, yeah.
Well, you think you're like, this is like the rules of the game. I'm gonna respect the game.
You're like, I would throttle that coach. Like, and we saw this like with the girls when they played sports. If a coach coached too hard, there's a difference between holding a kid accountable and screaming in their face, and you'll know when I'm talking to you face-to-face, nose-to-nose. Mm-hmm. And that's pretty much like – now, the good news is pretty much everybody's pretty chill now with kids because they realize they're kids. They didn't in the 90s.
I would hope so.
Now, talking about playing for keeps, Julio Rodriguez, remember him? Was in the ALCS this last year. Mm-hmm. Came close to the World Series. Didn't get there. He was on foul territory, and he talked about the importance of winning the World Baseball Classic.
I love the Mariners. They know I give my best for them every single time that I step on the field. But winning a World Baseball Classic will be top of the list. You know, this is for my country, this is for my town, this is for my people, my neighborhood, like everybody in the Dominican Republic. So I would say winning the World Baseball Classic will be number one.
So how do you feel about that, JP?
I can't hate this take more. This has got to be one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. He wants to win the WBC. I still haven't really identified what you get outside of money for winning the WBC.
National pride?
Okay, great. What am I going to do with that? It's a World Series.
I mean, maybe.
How do you go back in the Seattle Mariners clubhouse with that being your thought process? That I care more about the WBC, a 3-week tournament in March, more so than the World Series.
Okay, counterpoint.
I hate this more than anything I've hated in my life, I feel like.
He is from the Dominican.
Yeah, congratulations.
And winning the WBC for the Dominican would be huge, and I guarantee you'd never have to pay for a drink or a meal in the Dominican ever again.
You might not have to do that already.
That's what you said. What does the civic pride buy you? I would say maybe that.
Well, one, that's like acting like a guarantee that like all of a sudden in the Dominican, he's like some sort of hero that doesn't have to pay. What does that get you? Not having to pay for a beer for the rest of your life? Is that
a meal? Maybe you get free steak forever.
You get free steak. That goes forever.
I don't know. I'm never going to be in a position to be free steak or drink forever.
For a WBC championship? I don't even think it does.
But they don't view it the way you do.
I don't think there's enough civic pride there within baseball and what this tournament is to be like free drinks for life.
I think the average person in the Dominican might love the tournament more than you do and might have more civic pride than you do.
It's a 3-week-long tournament that nobody started caring about until like 8 years ago.
Okay, but baseball playoffs are a 3-week tournament. What's the difference?
Oh, stop yourself.
I'm just playing devil's advocate.
That is a season-long
I'm just playing devil's
into
advocate.
the postseason and a real accomplishment. My goodness.
You get the World Baseball Trophy And
what's
each
that,
player
what's that
gets
look like?
$50,000.
That's it. You get like $3 million, I think, was the final tally on it.
Yeah,
You have to
split it.
Hey,
Yeah.
congratulations.
Some
you get
things
$50,000.
matter more than money.
That's
JP.
like a one-game playoff share for some of these guys. Like a World Series ring matters more than money.
I mean, or a WBC ring.
No, WBC ring matters nothing. Nobody cares if you win the WBC.
No ring?
No ring, just a trophy.
Do you get like 1/25th of the trophy?
I mean, and by the way, within this, we already have Mariners players feuding with each other already. Cal Raleigh and Rosarena with the handshake gate going around. Like, are the Mariners just crumbling in this WBC?
Yeah, we need Josh.
Are they all just melting down?
We need Josh Naylor to like put on 30 pounds before the season, and that will be the sign that they are doomed.
Their best player says that they don't. He doesn't even want to. The World Series doesn't matter essentially because the WBC is outweighting it, and that's not a way to ever win that conversation. And then we have, this is, if I'm a Seattle fan, I'm freaking out over what the WBC has done.
All right. I'm going to continue throwing potential alternative ways to look at this at you. It doesn't mean I believe all of them. There's devil's advocate.
Okay.
Because I'll be honest, if this was Jose Ramirez, actually, no, Jose's the one guy that could say this in town and we wouldn't react to it. If this was, well, Logan Allen doesn't matter enough.
Oh, I would totally react to it if Jose had said this.
Bazana?
Bazana's probably not going to be here for half the year. He's never tasted the sweet nectar of Major League Baseball, the show, as it were.
Team Australia, you kidding me?
Team Australia.
You want to talk about a country that doesn't care?
Well, no.
Team Australia gives no F's about
Team
this.
Australia winning the WBC.
They don't even know the thing's on.
Team Australia winning the WBC is like the Cleveland Guardians winning the World Series.
Bo Naylor?
Is he in the WBC?
Canada.
I knew that. I've watched a lot of Canada. It's my first chance to scout him tonight, guys. Oh, man, can you imagine if Bo Naylor came out? We'd all have to kill him. We'd have to. I don't mean literally. I mean,
I hope not. I hope not. From that
I realized the way it came out. I mean, we'd have to really run him down.
If it was Jose, it would actually kind of lean into the idea that why he felt so comfortable playing here for as long as he did, though. You know, because it's like, all right, I guess he doesn't prioritize winning World Series in any sort of way. He's comfortable with the lack of money that they spend.
He actually likes it better this way because has his October's free.
It's just such a dumb comment by Julio Rodriguez. What is this? You're just saying, if I'm the commissioner, I'm pretty pissed off that this is happening. And I know they want to prop up the WBC.
I think you've gone too far.
No. I know they want to prop up the WBC and they want to try to make it all work, and I get all that. But you can't belittle what the World Series is for a 3-week exhibition.
I don't think
March.
he's belittling it. By the way, Rob Manfred called it a
piece of
metal.
plastic. Yeah.
So I don't know that Rob Manfred has a leg to stand
It's a nice spin on for him, though. He's like, no. What I said about the trophy wasn't real. It actually matters. Here we are.
What you said is more disrespectful than what I said. So now I'm going to high road you.
That was more about the trophy, not the accomplishment.
Let's let another scenario play out here.
Yeah.
What if he said it because he's playing in the WBC right now, and he just thought that's what you have to say? We give athletes a lot of credit for being like savvy.
No one's asking for him to say this, though. Like
she was asking him, how much would this mean?
Again, she wasn't like, does this mean even more than a World Series win? She left this open to interpretation. She thought that he was going to say something like, yeah, this is a really cool thing. I like to represent my country. And out of the list of accomplishments in my life, this would be like 47th. She didn't think he was going to say this.
All right, you're parrying all the things here and rightfully so. I'm just trying to throw things at you. Can I give you one more?
Yeah, what do you got?
Trisha Whitaker is like insanely attractive. Men say stupid things in front of beautiful women.
Oh, this is your Kay Adams take, essentially, is what this is.
No, Kay Adams is leaning into it. If you want to win the World of BC, because I want to see you in the World of BC. I don't even know what that voice is with Kay Adams. Trisha Whitaker stands and delivers a report. That's a professional woman there who happens to be in absolute smoke. Like, Trisha Whitaker's just good at her job, who happens to be wildly attractive. She's not talking in this voice with her questions when it comes to Ty Simpson.
Okay, but we can't act like he just stops having a brain around these people.
We are men.
No. This is he's played in that organization since he was 16 years old.
You've never done something stupid
he has played,
in front of a beautiful woman?
He has been a part of the Mariners organization for 9 years, and he throws it all away for one Trisha Whitaker interview?
Jonathan, once a week, Vanessa gives me the doe eyes, and I become a flaming idiot. I do. I've been with her since I was 21 years old. I'm 40 now. She is the love of my life. We have children together. I should be immune to it. And once a week, at least, She throws those blue eyes at me, and let's spend $1,000 on something we don't need. Sure.
NBA players do it with Taylor Rooks all the time.
Okay, if these are the comments that we're going to get out of these, because of the too attractive of sideline reporters is the take, then we need I need men's sideline reporters
in front
for the rest of time.
Everyone Jackson God now.
I need men's sideline reporters for the rest of my life if this is the type of stuff that we're getting, okay?
It's not her fault.
I am out on women's sideline reporters.
She can't be held accountable for own attractiveness.
If you guys believe that the level of attractiveness is the reason why his brain is turning to mush, instead of him owning up the idea that his brain just turned into mush because he might not be the brightest bulb in the box, then all right, fine. Get rid of all women reporters.
I want you to admit.
Because the job isn't working anymore.
Easy, Kevin Kiley. I want you to admit right now, in front of Jax, God, and everyone else, that you have said something dumb or you've got momentarily stupid.
I've said something dumb every day. What are you talking about?
I mean, in front of a beautiful woman.
It doesn't take an attractive woman to make me be mushed.
No, but it helps.
No, dumb.
Own it.
What am I owning to?
That at some point, a woman has beautified you into being stupid for a quarter second.
I would never say something as dumb as this comment that Julio Rodriguez made.
I don't think you've ever stood in front of Trisha Whitaker.
I don't think I have. But I promise you, I'm not turning the WBC into higher than the World Series.
Well, now you're a father.
Just because Trisha Whitaker's around.
But a decade ago.
No chance.
I know you.
No chance.
Heidi Watney, about 10 years ago at the World Series.
I actually did talk to Heidi Watney at the World Series.
I saw a little dumb in your eyes.
I actually did. Funny thing you say that. I talked to her in the playoffs, and then the second round of the playoffs and the World Series.
So, what do you do? That's what I heard out of you.
I was making a little run for Heidi Watney at the time. It didn't work out, obviously.
By that much.
Yeah, I think she just thought I wanted to be friends.
She was right.
We were making connections, guys.
Friends? Naked friends.
I was single, and it was okay at the time.
Yeah. 216-474-0092. Julio Rodriguez.
It's all a true story.
Would take a World Baseball Classic win over the World Series. Do you believe him? I tried to sway you. You held firm. Julio Rodriguez is either insincere or an idiot.
All-time dumb comments I've ever heard.
More to come in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Get it right the first time. If we can't do that, get it right the
Protect. That's ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online help.
The fight for playoff positioning is on in the Eastern Conference as Donovan Mitchell, James Harden, and the Cavs look to get real healthy for a postseason run. We are your home for the best Cavs talk in Cleveland. 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. We got In Case You Missed It coming up in roundabout 20 minutes there. A little report coming from the NFL here saying, from Diana Rossini saying, after serious conversations with both the Rams and Patriots, the Eagles will not trade A.J. Brown at this time. According to multiple league sources, both teams remain interested, but no move is imminent. If a trade were to happen, it would happen likely heat up closer to June 1. It should be noted, and I think you pointed this out the other day, I don't think A.J. Brown can be be traded with a post-June 1 designation, right?
Right, and the difference here would be you could basically pay to have it done now, but it would be worth about like $18 million or so. And so obviously the Eagles are like, well, we'll revisit this later. So I would imagine he still gets moved. They're just in a timeout phase.
Yeah, this screams to me, and we are in the right part of the offseason for this, where teams didn't get what they wanted, and then or players didn't, and then it becomes how much are you willing to wait. And in fairness, it doesn't always happen. Like last year, I think the Browns and Falcons had substantial talks about a move for Kirk Cousins. And I think the Browns were willing to wait to see if the price dropped as you got closer to the NFL draft. It's why I think it was about a week out from the NFL draft, they finally turned around and turned a fifth-rounder into Kenny Pickett, because I think they were trying to turn that fifth-rounder into Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, that might have been reality. I mean, Kirk Cousins being in the area was just weird for him to not ended up on this team.
Guys, that side of town has good Chipotle.
And he went to two fast food places. Wasn't it like Mission Barbecue, I think was the other one?
Yeah.
He did. I hate that I remember this. But it was, lunch at Chipotle and then Mission Barbecue for dinner. Like, what are we doing here?
I think he's going to be dealt. This is one of the things where, again, Diana's not doing this. But like this.
Oh, you think like in the upcoming weeks, you think he's going to get dealt?
No, but I bet you once we get to April, he's gone. I don't. It's tough for me to see them waiting to May to do this. Right?
It's $43 million in dead cap, and it's $16 million if you do it after June 1st.
Yeah, but how many good players? I mean, Micah Parsons last year was the aberration.
You gained $7 million in cap space. So, so the idea on this, and what a lot of people were wondering, was whether or not the Patriots would meet that mark, because the offer has to be so good that the Eagles are willing to eat the massive dead cap, and then also be willing to give up Brown in the process. And so, it's all within the numbers and the books and how you make this work. But what if you're going to have to add on from let's say a first and then a fifth round designation to a first and a third, they're just like, well, wait till June 1st.
I think the only problem with that is there's a difference between getting assets that you can use for the draft that you can put into this year's team. And if you're the Eagles, I know you save a lot of money, but this is the kind of thing that kills me. The Eagles are still kind of within their contention window. What good does a 2027 first rounder do you in 2026?
Oh, no, I mean, that's fine. The first rounder was still at play. I'm sure this was on the other side of things, how much more they'd have to pay up in addition to the first rounder if you wanted them now instead of after June 1st.
But I think my point is, you're doing it before the draft. If you're the Eagles, probably has more merit because you need bodies now, including the wide receiver room, to try and win now. And
you mean for the 2026 draft is what you want it for? Okay, I got you.
There's a part of me that wonders how you can sell this to the Eagles.
Sorry,
locker
I've
room.
killed the 2026 draft in my head. The idea that anybody would want to trade in for this year was a foreign concept until we were talking about a team like the Eagles in a draft that's going to have a good amount of wide receivers.
That's what I was thinking right there. Is the idea of if you're trading AJ, like we talked about the two wide receiver approach for the Browns in this draft. Because you need more than just one, and you're also playing just kind of the numbers game. I think the Eagles, knowing Devontae Smith is also getting a little bit older, I think that team's a team that makes sense to do a two wide receiver draft.
I think that would be part of this whole entire thought process that they have. It's going to be interesting to see what the Eagles end up doing in general, because I mean one of the debates that's going to exist this offseason is just how good Jalen Hurts is. Mixed with what is going on with that team, mixed with how good is Sirianni. They just have question marks year in, year out.
A little more news to pass along here.
Yeah.
Adam Schefter saying former Titans free agent defensive lineman Sebastian Joseph Day is signing a 2-year, $11 million deal with the Steelers. But one, the Steelers have low-key had a nice offseason in free agency. They picked up some really interesting players. Jaquan Brisker was one. Cannot remember the cornerback they signed off the top of my head. But they've made a lot of small-scale moves, but good players that they picked up at the right price. Sebastian Joseph Day would have been one of the guys I wanted for the Browns if Shelby Harris isn't going to be back. So it's kind of a double blow.
Yeah,
there.
I mean they add Dean, they added Dowdle, they added Pittman. They've been making some moves this offseason.
But it's a double kind of whammy here because I think, especially at that money, 2 years, $11 million, $6 million guaranteed. $6 million this year would have been prime. I'm not counting on Mike Hall Jr. to be my third interior defensive lineman. I'm more comfortable with him as the fourth guy or the fifth guy, depending on what you think of Aiden Huntington.
Yeah.
I think they need a third guy in that room.
I'm trying to think because you got Huntington, you have Hall. It just ends out. That's it.
Yeah, but I think you run 10 deep. I think you run, and I know this is a little different because a lot of guys have positional versatility.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Huntington is kind of a swing guy. I think he can play inside and outside.
Yeah.
Hall is exclusively an interior defensive lineman, but I just haven't seen enough in 2 years to feel confident about where he is. And obviously, Graham and Collins are interior guys as well. I know you can play right there and cheat a little bit. I know they can move a couple other guys around. I think again, maybe it comes in the draft. And maybe like the kid from Texas Tech whose name is escaping me, that kid kind of, the Gil Howard, that kid kind of fits what you might want to do, but stinks that guy went there because that would have been perfect for this system.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm just thinking about the line in general because after Alex Wright, you got Isaiah McGuire, and then there's no one really after Myles Garrett, and so there's not much in back of that as far as the pass rushers are concerned, and then there's really just Huntington and Hall as far as in back of the inside guys are concerned.
Yeah, I mean, I think a misconception for fans. I don't say most fans. A fair amount of fans don't realize that the draft is your 3 to 5 year build out period. This would be while yes, you need at least 2 to 3 offensive linemen, you probably need 1 to 2 wide receivers. One of the other reasons why I don't want to draft a quarterback is you need to start finding your next defensive lineman and trying to, as some of these guys graduate out. That's what I think even though the interior defensive line, it's not a great draft, it is a great edge rushing draft. Like Cam Thomas, who was going to get, fourth edge rusher snaps, you could replace him with the 4th-round pick this year that might grow into a starter-level kind of player in the future.
Yeah, I don't know what type of year Malik Collins is going to have, but he was having an awesome year before the injury happened. And then Myles is getting older and older. Alex Wright, I like. Mason Graham, I like. This is going to be – it'll be interesting to see how they handle everything, especially, after Jim Schwartz, I just feel like it's such a different team anyway.
Now, all this being said, I had a fun moment today that turned into it wasn't a bad moment, but I felt like I missed an opportunity today.
All right, what do you got?
So I recognized that the usual corporate coffee place that I go to, I got really sick. It's sitting in the incredible lines, and I realized that there's another. It's coffee and it's donuts, but you can get coffee there and across town, and it's usually in Flint, it's in, out, and you're done.
Okay.
So yesterday I went, and then today I was like, wow, I'm early. I'm going to be able to get my walk in. I got all this done. So I got a foofy coffee drink, and I pull up to the window, and the girl goes, oh, the car 2 cars ahead of you paid for you. And I was like, oh, that's awesome. Who doesn't love? That's a really cool thing. And so, by the way, if you were in Wadsworth and you did that, you're the man or woman. We appreciate you. But I just took the drink and just pulled off. And a second later, I had the thought of, you should have kept the pay it forward going.
Wait, now I got a lot of questions now. I assume because it's 2 cars in front of you, the person in front of you, the 1 car in back of the person that paid, just was like, I opt out.
Or no, they paid
or did they pay for
cars.
both of them?
I think it might have paid for multiple. Or they saw it's Radio Zone Nick Wilson, and they were like, I'm going to pay for that fat man's coffee.
I think we wanted a pay it forward type moment out of this. I like that you just drove off. Was the woman, did she seem like she was shell shocked that you just ran away?
No, she was She was like, she like smiled at me and she just turned away because somebody had already paid for it.
I like this mentality by you, by the way. I do. I mean, maybe I don't love the idea that you're like, all right, I got a free coffee. It is what it is. Like, if it was me, I would be like, no, I want to pay for my coffee, and then I don't want the free coffee because I'm not participating in the game. That's the point here. I'm not a participant. I might be the car in front that's like, give it to the guy in back of me. I want to pay for my own place. I think I feel like that game's gotten out of hand a little bit. Because
this is a wild take out of you. You just had one of your strongest takes previously on the World Baseball Classic.
Hold on. The expectation is I'm supposed to pick up somebody else's tab to keep smiles going? Like, no, thank you.
Show your work.
No, thank you. What do you mean that is my work? My work is
not work.
I don't know. I don't know what the person in back of me ordered. It's not my expectation to keep this going.
It's not your expectation. I felt bad because I thought it was a really nice thing somebody did for me, and I thought it would have been
But you didn't ask for it first off, and it's not as if they did it because they're like, oh, I see your smiling face, and I want to make you have a good day.
You don't know that. I got a smiling face.
You're 2 cars in front. They didn't specifically.
You can see 2 cars back. They got rear view mirrors.
So you thought it was you personally was the reason why?
No, but I'm saying you don't know. You're assuming here they could have seen my smiling face.
I think in these settings, most of the time that's a fair assumption.
I think you're a Grinch.
I'm sorry. I don't love
better.
the expectation that you have to then buy for the person in back.
I don't think it is the expectation.
I'm spending more. I spent $1.75 on this coffee. I'm supposed to now spend $12 on somebody else's. That's an expensive coffee. You can tell I don't buy coffee often.
Yeah,
$6 for a coffee.
$1.75. Where are you getting it from?
I
the homeless
knew I was
guy?
off there, but
it's yellow.
$6 for a coffee.
Yeah, $6. It's mighty good, by the way.
Sheesh.
There's a banana pudding latte.
I'm too cheap to do coffee on the daily.
You're too cheap to apparently pay it forward, you cheap bastard.
No chance of me. I hate the expectation that gets put on you.
I don't think it's an expectation.
She's expecting you to be like, oh, give it to the person in back. Give it to the person in back.
This. You can tell he's wanted to riff on pay it forward experiences.
I don't
because
like
you are this level of vitriol.
I don't like him.
No, I don't. I fundamentally do not understand how you don't like what a nice gesture this is.
I'm not. You didn't ask for the nice gesture.
Who cares?
And there's also no association to you with the gesture. The person just thinks,
they need to come around and offer me free sex too? Like, what are you talking about?
How did we get to free sex?
Well, no, I'm just saying. You said there's no
sex?
expectation. Do I need to have had a previous physical relation for this person?
They're doing it because they think it. Well, first off, it'll make them feel good, but they want this like train of pay it forward to keep going. Yeah, we're back on sex. No, they want this like train of good deed to keep on rolling. Yes. I would put a stop to that immediately. Immediately.
You are a ridiculous human being.
I want nothing to do with it.
You are a ridiculous human being.
I would never do a pay it forward.
How anytime you see a goodwill gesture in the world.
I would be you. The line would start and stop with me, and that would be it.
I felt bad for not thinking of it.
Not bad enough to turn back around and then pay for it and then start the train going.
I couldn't restart the train. The train was already off the tracks because I pulled away.
You got an opportunity every time you go into a fast food line.
I am.
And so
because of you bastard.
I want to see what you got.
Now I'm going to start starting the train every
time.
time.
You owe people one train.
No, I'm going to give everybody a train.
I would never.
I'm training everyone because of you.
Your pocketbooks are going to burn.
You're not going to outfreak this freak, okay? Pocketbooks are going to burn.
They're going to burn because of it.
I'm going to burn $6 a day.
Money on fire. You have 3 kids, okay? They're going to go to college, and you're just going to
spend. Why are you going Dangerfield?
Spend $20 on someone random person's donut order for the whole office? No, you just wanted a coffee.
By the way, you can check what the person's order, how much it cost, so that you don't get stuck with some. And by the way, it's $30. What's $30 for the rest of your life to do something nice for somebody?
I don't know the person that I'm supposed to be doing this nice
Who
for.
cares?
I don't know them at all.
What do you want
ask.
out of this?
I didn't ask. I just
want
me
behind
better.
you, JP.
I'd buy it for you. I just want my coffee. I just want my donuts. I just want whatever I want. I didn't ask to be in this train of good deed.
Yeah, but who cares?
When I want to do good deeds,
you ride that wave.
I'll do good deeds when I want to do good deeds, not when I'm forced into good deeds.
It doesn't sound like you're going to do good deeds. Just so it knows.
I like to opt into my good deeds in my own accord, not because I wanted a donut and now all of a sudden I owe $30 for the car in back of me.
You want the credit. You want all the credit. You want all the glory. You don't want any of the sacrifice. That's what this is.
Sacrifice? You're just lighting money on fire is all you're doing.
$6.
You act like the car in back of you that is going to, by the way, make out like a bandit on this because you're just ordering a cup of coffee. You act like they need it. They don't need it.
How do you know?
They're getting $6 coffee every day. They're in a good spot in life.
By the way, let's think about this.
This is not helping out homeless people or giving to charity in some sort of reputable way. This is just helping out.
High-roading.
This is helping out the person in back of you that can afford coffee every day in line. I mean, my goodness.
if I didn't know that you are truly a good-hearted person, I'd call you a son of a bee. Because you're reacting to this
don't want to keep
like
the train
a son
going?
of a bee. That's what you're doing.
No, out. Society shouldn't put me in these situations.
If you're not working in a food kitchen, who are you really helping here?
Why is society putting me in these situations? I didn't ask for this. I didn't want this.
Move your car off.
And I don't know.
You miserable bastard.
That's what I would do. That's the point. That's what I would do. I would do what you did. Except I know I wouldn't do what you did because I wouldn't just roll off. I would say no, thank you. Give it to the person in back of me or whatever, and let me pay for my coffee, please.
You are
Don't make me feel like I have society pressure to go ahead and pay for someone's order in back of me when I'm trying to spend $5 here.
All right,
not $55.
To all those out there that do the pay it forward thing, you are this made me smile much.
It's gone
it was
too
such
far.
a small. It hasn't. It's the first time it's ever happened in my life that I've had a pay it forward moment, and it made me smile the rest of my day, and I felt an inkling of guilt.
Yeah, because you didn't pay it forward.
Yes.
When people do it for the veterans, is that too far?
Do it for the veterans?
Yeah. Do you think veterans don't?
I've never heard of such a thing.
Oh, but no, just
it's
saying
an exclusive
hypothetically.
veterans line or what?
No, like if people see veterans out eating, they pay for their meal.
That's not the pay it forward line that we're discussing.
It's the same concept.
No, because there's
so you're not going to pay $6 for a veteran's coffee, you selfish son of a gun?
That's a twist on this. That is just not cool.
It's kind of a Jackson.
It's also not an apples for apples at all. You're talking about two different scenarios.
You're paying for the meal.
Yeah, it's pay it forward.
No, the problem with the pay it forward isn't just the pay for the meal. It's the expectation that you got something in return. Your veteran story has you getting nothing in return and then giving the good graceness of what you opted into yourself.
Yeah, you got freedom.
The problem with the pay it forward line is I didn't opt into this. I wanted nothing to do with this, and now I'm stuck passing it to and footing a bill I want no part of.
All right, Bob on Twitter saying so Bob earlier was like, I think I'm near your neighborhood. I'm going to pick up your trash cans. Bob now saying after this take, he can get his own trash cans. All right, everybody. Jonathan the Grinch Peterlin here. 216-474-0092.
We shouldn't be in society that puts this on us this way.
Nothing's being
we
put
shouldn't,
on.
We shouldn't have this put on.
No, it's like this, you're talking like it's the Scarlet Letter.
Imagine trying to budget a family and doing everything like that, and all of a sudden, this car in back of me because I feel the pressure.
You're really hurting in North Solon,
I feel
aren't
the
you?
pressure to pass it on. All of a sudden, my $6 coffee order becomes a $60 coffee order, and here I am.
I forgot JP stood for Johnny Poverty. I forgot
I'm
about
buying
that.
everybody in a business coffee because it's a good deed. It's a very good deed. Okay.
So do you also think pay it forwards experiences are scams? And if so, when did your soul die? In case you missed it in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
The NFL landscape can change at any moment. Free agency is open for business, and this is the place to talk about it. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of today's show. Jonathan knocked like 7 things over in the break. We got instant karma there for the Pay It Forward crowd. Big thanks to Jeff D'Lo, Barstool. He joined us at 4 today. Big thanks to JP Acosta, CBS Sports HQ. He joined us at 3:20 today. And if you guys missed 1 second of the show, and honestly, I do think you should go back and watch that last second to see the disgust meets amused look on my face. I was both of the things at the same time.
Oh, yeah? I mean, I stand by all of it. Society should not put this pressure on you. I just want to pay for my coffee and get going.
I think you should pay for some therapy.
It's so therapy.
Like you and Robert.
These aren't the people that need my blessings in life.
The people. The blessings.
That's what it is.
You're the damn Pope.
I'm gonna pay how much more money for this to keep a good thought train going? Like, no.
All right, Robert. I don't know what this means. I agree with the bowling scholarship sitting across from you. All right, now I got it. I thought it was a bowling
Robert's on my side. How about
he said,
that?
if I want to pay it forward in a situation like that, I will.
That's right.
But I don't want to be guilt tripped in.
That's exactly right.
What's going on in your heads that guilt is the thing you feel?
There's no guilt. Nobody else is going to know.
There's pressure, man. There's pressure. You go up to that counter and they're like, all right, your order is $6.50. Oh, no, wait. It's been paid for you from the car in front. Would you like to pay for the order and back in to keep this thing going on?
They didn't ask. Or I would, because honestly, I wish they would have asked me, because then I would have remembered.
So that's another thing about these pay it forward lines. Apparently, they're just a nuisance for the workers. Just a big nuisance for the workers. Well, because you got to stop and ask everyone. Do you want to pay it forward? Do you want to keep this train going?
But they didn't.
Do you want it? That's why they didn't.
This is such a false premise.
That's why they didn't, because they wanted to stop it.
This is such a straw man argument.
These hardworking baristas that are making $13 an hour.
You wouldn't pay it forward to a veteran, and you're thinking about baristas?
Your veteran comp was just wild.
It was Jax's.
Just wild.
And it was a very good jam.
I think it's a very valid point.
Not even close.
So if you knew,
not even close.
You look in the rearview mirror. Somebody paid it forward to you. And you're insisting on
I'm asking to opt out. No, I'm asking to opt out of I don't want to be part of the line.
2 cars beyond that is a veteran. We're talking about one of those old dudes with a hat that said, "I served in war."
Oh, congratulations!
You're
I would totally have
what?
those wars, by the way. If I like the hats that whatever war I was in,
you would have it if you didn't.
I would. No, that's stolen valor. We're not doing that. But I think
you're right. You wouldn't. Let me just be clear on that.
I think half the fun of telling people that you were in a war is to wear the hats that say you were in the war and then talking about it with different people.
It is my experience that the people who have served in the
they don't like wearing those.
They don't like talking about it.
They don't do it. You're exactly right.
But they do like wearing the hats.
They like wearing the hats.
They're nice hats.
Not everyone, though. I did know this one guy that served in one of the wars, and he wanted to do with the hat. And I kept telling him you should buy one of the hats. It was, the one in the early 90s.
Grenada?
No, it was not a popular war. That's why.
Grenada was not a popular war.
Yeah.
No. Was it the first time with the Iraq thing?
No, it was earlier than that. Was it Desert Storm?
Ah, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think that. I don't know. I wasn't young enough, or wasn't old enough to know. I was gonna say I don't think they got crap the way people in Vietnam.
Yeah, it wasn't. No, it wasn't that.
But
no.
still, thank you to all those that have served. And if I ever see you out there, someone might be getting to pay it forward. I'm a real patriot. You hate if somebody wins the World Baseball Classic.
You're not even rooting for America in the
World
WBC.
Series.
There's real patriots rooting for Japan.
And then
He's
you can't
for Japan
pay
in a baseball competition
to veterans.
What are we doing?
I mean, we got.
I might
got
not
Johnny
pay it
the
forward.
Commie over here.
I might not pay it forward, but I'll never root against America in the WBC. I'm rooting against Julio Rodriguez and Japan now. Those are my 2 big no-nos. Like America over your ass.
Bring your red hat. It's been a long week. Big thanks to Jax Gregory on the board. Yes. Big thanks to Jake Murren doing the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Like our videos. We like to be liked. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Big thanks to Michael Markoch and James Bridges, 2 gentlemen who I know would pay it forward what real American men they are. We're running out of steam. JP, good stuff.
Had fun. Enjoy your weekend, and we'll talk to everybody Monday.
We'll see you guys on Monday at 2 right here on Afternoon Drive.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.
I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.